Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents R.A. Salvatore's The Saga of the First King, Book 3, The Dame. Narrated by Dylan Lynch, with performances by Christopher Sheeran, Terrence Aselford, Bradley Smith, Nanette Savard, Michael Glenn, Mort Shelby, Patrick Bussing, Stephen Carpenter, Colleen Delaney, David Coyne, Daniel Sontag, Nick DePinto, Thomas Keegan, MJ Casey, James Keegan, Johan Detweiler, Yasmin Twazon, Alyssa Wilmoth, Kimberly Gilbert, Thomas Penny, Eric Messner, Ken Jackson, Scott McCormick, Drew Copus, Christopher Graybill, Ren Casey, Joe Brack, James Lewis, Karen Novak, Evan Casey, Richard Rowan, and Gary Tells. R.A. Salvatore's The Dame.
Brother Pinauer hooked a finger inside the collar of his brown woolen robe and jerked it back and forth, suddenly feeling uncomfortably warm. He knew that he should leave the wall immediately to report the dramatic and troubling sight before him, but he found that his legs would not answer his call. He couldn't turn away, but was mesmerized, as were the other brothers of Chapel Abel who were working on the main wall this day, by the long lines of ghastly wounded men. Ghastly wounded and with many dead along the road behind the lines, no doubt.
Someone inform Father. Set them up in the courtyard. Gather servants with blankets and fresh water, and brothers with all the soul stones we can muster.
When he climbed down from the wall, Pinauer found his footing and his purpose, and he sprinted across the wide courtyard, past the lower buildings of the gigantic chapel complex, to the main keep and the office of Father Jurkris Artoliven, the oldest man in the Order of Abel. Artoliven looked every bit of his more than 80 years that day, slumped behind his desk, his skin sagging, his eyes dull and weary.
Wounded arrived from the battles. Many.
Artoliven exchanged concerned looks with his attendants.
The rumors of the fighting in Polkry?
Indeed, they had heard only a few days before that two great forces were closing in on the small village from opposite ends and were sure to meet in bloody battle. Polkry wasn't far from Chapel Abel, barely a day's hard ride, and if these reports were to be confirmed by the arrival of the wounded this day, it would mark by far the closest any of the heavy fighting had come to Chapel Abel.
Many? More than all of those wounded we have seen cumulatively. If there are men of Polkry among their ranks, it would not do to keep them here. I know our agreement, but they are too close to home. I would fear retribution or attempts at escape.
You look better since you were put in charge of handling the prisoners. Some of that paleness is at last retreating from your cheeks.
Pinauer shifted uneasily from foot to foot, not even beginning to know how to respond.
So, too, have you realized confidence to speak of such policy in a room full of your superiors?
Brother Pinauer's shoulders slumped, fearing that he had overstepped his authority here. He glanced around at the older monks, all of whom were staring at him.
We need such confidence in these dark times, Brother Pinauer. I've watched you grow beyond my expectations through this time of crisis.
Pinauer felt his face blush fiercely.
Crisis.
Artoliven and the warring lairds had worked out a compromise to allow the various chapels of the Order of Abel, particularly the immense Chapel Abel, to be used by both sides in the ongoing and escalating war between Laird Delaval and Laird Ethelbert as a neutral repository for the many prisoners taken on the field and, of course, as a point of medical care for all the wounded of either side. That was the best role for the Order of Abel, Artoliven had rightly decided. A way to bring some manner of order and peace to a land ravaged by continuing war.
Which banner, Ethelbert or Delaval?
I could not discern, Father, but likely both, I believe, by the sheer number of men involved.
Arthur Leven and the senior brothers exchanged looks again, but this time of doubt. Someone had won, and someone had lost, and while many of the wounded would no doubt be men of both lairds, the prisoners who would remain behind in civil captivity would be of one faction or another. On the ball of 1 foot, the small and lithe brown-skinned woman slowly pivoted. She stayed in perfect balance, ultimate grace, as she brought her other leg up teasingly, knee bent at first, but then straightening to become perpendicular with her body. Though deeply entranced in her dance, moving with the precision of a warrior and the discipline of a gestatue mystic, Afwin Wee still managed to glance from the corner of her large, dark eyes at the old man sitting and watching. The septuagenarian Laird Ethelbert of the southeasternmost holding of Hans watched that alluring turn and revealing movement of the woman's soft clothing. Afwin Wee smiled a little bit outwardly and a great deal inwardly. She entertained him, but she was no harem piece, no subservient or helpless creature. She was, or had been, just a two. She could outfight any man or woman in Ethelbert's army, and he knew it. She carried great power and great independence, and she was here, dancing before him because she chose to be, and not because he had ordered her. And that gave her power. Gradually, Ethelbert's eyes closed, a look of great contentment on his face. Afwin Wee danced over to him and slid down onto the arm of his throne beside him, hugging his face against her small breasts until he fell into a pleasant sleep. Smiling still, Afwin Wee left the room to find Murwal Yana, young and strong, awaiting her. Yana's virility showed in his hardened warrior muscles, exaggerated by the imposing profile of his shaven head. He wasn't large and bulky like so many of the greatest Hans warriors, who required such brawn to swing their gigantic swords and axes, but lithe and taut, a warrior of the desert and the fighting arts favored there, where speed and precision overcame bulk.
I do not like that you dance for him. He loves you.
He cannot make love to me. He desires it, but is too old.
But you would let him if he could.
Your jealousy flatters me and excites me.
You would, but we are here to fight. We are paid as mercenaries, not whores.
We are employed by Ethelbert.
To fight!
And so we have, and so we will. His warriors look upon us with awe. He pays us well, but is there nothing more? Ethelbert is the ruler of a great city and land with wealth to rival the sheiks of Jacinta. He has no heir.
Murwal Yana was amazed at the ever-pragmatic attitude of his lover. Afwin Wee had no shame about her body or about lovemaking. To her, all of her physical being was merely a conduit to help her attain the emotional and spiritual goals, or in this case, the simple power offered by her alliance and dalliances with Ethelbert. She had never pretended to be anything other than a woman who would have her way. No man, not Ethelbert, not even Murwal Yana, could ever possess her.
I grow warm and hungry when I dance. Are you going to disappoint me?
Murwal Yana pulled Afwin Wee in for a crushing hug and passionate kiss. He tried to bend her backward to slow drop her to the thick pillows spread about their room, but with an easy step and a twist of her pretty feet, it was he, not she, who went down on his back. Murwal Yana was not disappointed. Two banners preceded the lines into Chapel La Belle's courtyard soon after, one of Laird Delaval and the other of the third great city of Hans, the port of Palmaris town. The pennants came in side by side, a curious arrangement in these times when the arrogant Laird Delaval was claiming unequivocal kingship of the whole of the land. But when Father Arthur Leven, no stranger to Palmaris town, noted the man riding the armored chestnut stallion before the banners, he surely understood. The large warrior held up his hand to stop his entourage, then trotted the chestnut stallion over to the group of monks and dismounted.
Prince Milwellis, how fares your father, Laird Panlamaris of Palmaris Town?
The battle was won. That is no bad thing.
Won at great cost. I did not know that Palmaris Town had joined in the fighting.
We threw in with the claims of Laird Delaval long ago.
Yes, of course. The brothers of the Chapel of Precious Memories so informed us. But I did not know that your army had marched.
No choice to it. Laird Ethelbert has procured the allegiance of the many holdings along Fellerden Bay, and even on the Mantis Arm. They had claimed neutrality, but no more. Ethelbert the Dog has raised the stakes in this war.
Many of those same seaside holdings have been sailing for Laird Delaval, have they not?
They would have been wise to hold with their first choice then. Their march to Paul Cray was no more than an act of the deepest desperation by Ethelbert. Laird Delaval has established the centre around the holding of Pride, commanding a line from that crossroad all the way to the Belt and Buckle in the south. Desperate, Laird Ethelbert thought to flank that line and strike at Palmaris Town. But rest assured that the tactic has failed.
I will rest assured when this war is at its end, and not before.
We near that day.
So we have been hearing for many months, and yet the wounded and the prisoners come in at a greater pace each week.
Many wounded today, I fear.
They will fill the courtyard and more.
Nay, that is the lot of them.
Pinauer wore a most curious expression.
Surely there is many times that number. I saw them from the wall.
Mostly Ethelbert's men. They will not enter the chapel courtyard until all of my men are fully attended. Every scratch.
Prince Milwellis, that is not the agreement of the church.
Here is the new agreement, old father. You are to immediately and fully tend to my men, the men who serve Laird Panlamaris, my father. The dogs that run to Ethelbert's whistle will wait.
And if Ethelbert's general brings in the wounded and the prisoners next time, are we to follow a reversed edict from him?
No general of Laird Ethelbert will reach Chapel Abel, unless as a prisoner. You will do as I instruct.
And if we do not?
That would not be wise.
Nor would your stubborn and determined effort to drive the Order of Abel from the side of Laird Delaval, which is surely the end result of your insistence. We have remained neutral to the gain of both warring lairds and, more importantly, to the benefit of the people of Hans. If we are forced to break that neutral posture, I assure you that we will break against the laird applying that pressure. Rethink your position, Prince of Palmaris Town, or I expect that Laird Delaval will come to blame Milwellis for the great loss of the brothers and their healing stones. Go through our gates and retrieve the wounded Ethelbert soldiers. Prepare the triage in the courtyard, as according to our agreements with both of the warring lairds. And when you do, be sure that there are no indications on clothing or jewelry of those poor unfortunates to determine allegiance to either laird. Those most wounded are to be tended first, regardless of allegiance, as is our way.
These men are my prisoners.
And when you leave them here, they fall under the protection and responsibility of the Order of Abel, as was agreed, Prince. Look around you at the non-clergy working on our walls and structures. 900 and more have been sent here, and nearly half are men of Laird Delaval, captured by the forces of Ethelbert. Many came here wounded, many whole but as prisoners. They are out of the fight.
Without another word, the Prince of Palmaris Town spun his mount around and galloped through the gate, his personal guard sweeping up in his wake.
That one is trouble.
It will come to this in the end, I fear. As the stalemate inevitably deepens and common folk begin to grumble and stir in revolt, their families decimated by the continuing war, we will be forced into choosing a side.
And how will we choose?
Father Artolivan had no answer.
They break and turn!
Artolivan led his entourage to the open gate to look down upon the field, where indeed Prince Milwellis and the bulk of his forces had turned away.
Abel save us.
While one group of Palmaris Town soldiers hustled the healthy Ethelbert prisoners toward Chapel Abel, no doubt to hand them off and be rid of them, the main Palmaris Town group led by Prince Milwellis took with them the wounded men loyal to their enemy, Laird Ethelbert. They were not going to allow the monks to heal those enemy wounded.
The fool has just assured that there will never be peace in Hans, whether Ethelbert or Delaval proves victorious.
What will they do to them?
Nothing. Prince Milwellis will simply let them die of their wounds.
What do I owe? To myself, to those I love, to my community around me and the world, what do I owe? This is the essence of the question Dame Gwydrae put to me when she insisted that I would not flee her beleaguered holding of Vanguard in its time of darkness. Her contention, her belief in me, not in my fighting abilities, but in the essence of who I am as a person, has shaken me profoundly. Vorna, Crate, Olcona, they're all dead now. And Brother John has been horribly wounded, his eyes taken by the fine edge of the sword I carry as my own. We 5 traveled together, we fought together, and I am alive only because of their efforts. With my gemstone lost, they all but carried me the many miles to the glacier where, if I had simply fallen to the ground along the way, our troll captives would have put a painful end to me. When ancient Bodden, that most vile creature, discovered the truth of my sword, Vorna claimed the blade as her own and died horribly in the maw of Bodden's monstrous pet. When Bodden tried to kill me, Cormac and his Powery friends, who knew me not at all, rescued me. Cormac and Milcela healed my wounds and gave to me a soul stone, that I might again become this altar creature they name the Highwayman. What do I owe? I have been given a great gift from my parents, a Balakan monk and Gestitute mystic. I have seen both of these respective transformative powers, the wisdom of the book my father penned and my mother practiced, and the undeniable strength of the Abelican gemstone magic. Despite my infirmities, nay, because of them, I have found a deeper truth and a more profound strength. When I left Pride Town those months ago, I could fight as well as Laird Pride's champion, the legendary Bonagran. Now, I believe I have only grown stronger. Without the gemstones, I find moments of greater clarity than ever before. I can align my Ki Chi Kri for short bursts of tremendous energy and power, as I did when ancient Bodden threw me from the edge of the high glacier. I do not know that any man alive, other than an Abelican monk with the proper stones, or perhaps the greatest of the Gestitute mystics, could have survived that fall, but I did, and did so without the crutch that is the Soul Stone. I have found the alignment of life energy, the perfect harmony of mind-body union, for the short moments in that highest crisis. And as I have grown stronger without the Soul Stone strapped firmly to my forehead, so have I grown with the stone. We are as one now. I can hold it in my hand and seal the line of life energy in place almost as well as if I had it upon my forehead, the top point of Ki Chi Kri. The transformation from stalk to highwayman, from drooling and staggering cripple to fine warrior, is nearly instantaneous now and without conscious thought. And that transformation is far deeper and far stronger. Every muscle movement, every swing of the blade, every anticipation of an opponent's strike or parry crystallizes without a moment of consideration, and my appropriate response is launched before a thought need be given. If I battled Bonagran now, I would defeat him, and with little difficulty. I say that with the full humility and understanding that such a truth brings upon me a call for responsibility. And thus the ultimate question hangs heavy over my head. What do I owe? It's always been an easy question for me regarding those I love. I would have died for Garibond, and would die now for Cadale or Callan. I would fight for Jond, and must admit that even Cormac and Michaela and the Powery pair have become beloved companions in the manner of Vorna, Crate, and Olcona. I could have parted ways with them on the rocky rise above the glacier, but I did not. No one was more surprised than I when my feet hit that ice, when I rushed down to join in the fray against ancient Bodden's multitude of minions. By all rights, I could have turned south and gone all the way back to Dame Gwydrae, and I do not doubt that she would have granted me my freedom for the trials I had already faced. But I went down and fought, all the way to Bodden, beside these companions, dare I hope, these friends. I owed them. Dame Gwydrae speaks of responsibility to people she does not even know, to her people across Vanguard. Is it just the truth of being a ruler, I wonder, that demands such a sense of community? Or is it that we all owe one another in this greater community? I have Baden's head in a sack. I will be freed of my indenture when we return to Dame Gwydrae in a couple of weeks' time. I can then gather Cadael and Callan and hold the promise that Gwydrae will sail me wherever in the world I want to go. I can go on my way and let the world go its own. I can forget the battles here in Vanguard and the continuing strife between the two proud lairds Ethelbert and Delaval in the south. Or can I? What do I owe? Branson Garibond.
She felt his calloused but gentle touch on her shoulders and neck, rubbing the stress away with oft-practiced perfection. Dame Gwydrae sat staring out her window in Castle Pelennor, looking to the cold north. She had cut her brown hair quite short, but there was nothing mannish about her appearance, for the cut only accentuated her fine, thin neck and slender shoulders. And even under all the duress of the recent months, and even well into middle age, Dame Gwydrae's face featured an eternal youth and vigor and sensuousness that belied the icy strength and determination ever in her eyes.
We'll know soon enough.
Dawson McKeague, the only man in the world who could be massaging Dame Gwydrae, was the speaker.
What makes you believe that I am thinking of them?
Because you haven't been thinking of anything else since you sent that band after ancient Baden. And you're all in knots under your skin.
Why do we fight, Dawson?
I've got no fight with you.
Not us. We, men and women, all of us. Why do we fight?
Now or all the time? Now we fight because ancient Baden's afraid that his Samhaste church is being pushed aside. And so it is. He can't let go of that power without a fight, as we're seeing. He'll do anything to hold it.
And so he has inflicted misery across Vanguard, to those loyal to me and to those loyal to him. Great misery.
They're calling that war, I'm told.
And why is the rest of Hans, all the holdings south of the Gulf of Corona, now in the grips of war?
They fight for the same reason we fight. They fight because one man or two men decided they should fight.
Or one man and one woman?
Nah, you didn't start this. This is Baden's folly and fury, and you've no choice but to defend.
Thank you for that. In the Southlands, Laird Delaval and Laird Ethelbert have decided that one and only one should rule over all the holdings. And because of that rivalry, thousands and thousands of men and women have been trampled under the march of armies. So is it just them, Dawson? Just those two men? Or do the armies marching for them want to fight?
Many are believing in their leader, not to doubt.
But do they want to go to war?
Milady, I doubt any man's looking for more war after he's tasted war. It's an ugly thing. To watch your friend writhing on the muddy ground after his guts have been opened by a sword.
So it is the pride and ambition of two men driving the insanity.
As up here, it's the pride and ambition and anger of one, ancient Baden.
Oh, my father would not have gone to such a war.
That is why the people of Vanguard loved Laird Gendron. That's why the whole of Vanguard cried with you when he fell from his horse that day and didn't recover. And Peter wouldn't have thought to fight such a war either.
Dawson referred to Gwydrae's husband, who she married while still a teenager after Laird Gendron's death.
You picked a good one there.
I miss him, Dawson. It's been more than a decade and a half, and I still miss him.
You miss him more when ancient Baden's pushing you, I'm thinking.
Oh, I hate this. The suffering and the blood and the simple worthlessness of it all.
There's nothing worthless about defending Vanguard against ancient Baden and his monster hordes.
And in the south?
Puh! Who can be saying? Tough days in Vanguard, to be sure. But when we win, and we're to do that, don't doubt, I'll be glad that we're 100 miles of water or 100 miles of wilderness away from those armies.
I pray you are right.
I ain't afeard the fighting.
McQuiggock plopped his blood-red beret on top of his wildly bushy orange hair and rubbed it into place as if he was adjusting a helmet.
In truth, I'm liking it, and liking it more when we're talking of fighting trolls. But if you're asking me and Bicklebrain to go down there and fight that mob, and you're thinking of keeping one back here to watch over no eyes there, then you're thinking wrong. We're just 5, you dopes!
6.
Brother Jean was the man McQuiggock had called No Eyes. He did nothing to hide his torn face, both eyes and the bridge of his nose lost as a prisoner of the wretched ancient Baden. Indeed, Brother Jean strained his neck to better demonstrate the wound to his companions.
You're a blind fool. That's not a mix I'm wanting to fight beside.
Can use gemstones.
I'll put a lightning bolt up me arse.
Bicklebrain and McQuiggock looked like bookends as they stood bobbing side by side. Both were tall for Powries, 5 feet at least, and seemed as solid as the stones upon which they stood. And both had never met a blade suitable for trimming either hair or beard, it seemed, which gave their heads an enormous appearance.
The Soul Stone! I can send healing energy.
To the trolls, you twit!
Similarly dressed in Abelican robes, though he had fallen from the order, and a Powrie beret won in a fight with one of McQuiggock's former clan's dwarves, Cormac cast a nervous glance at his wife, Milcela.
If you do not lower your voices, the fight will come to us.
The weight of the tall woman's words was not lost on any of the 3 arguing. She stood as tall as Brother Jean, a foot above the Powries. There was nothing delicate about Milcela. She had been raised among the shamans of Jan Osum, a barbarian tribe on the Lake Mithranidune. She had seen battle both magical and physical since her early days, and had lived a life of discipline and dedication. And her defined and strong muscles bore testament to the fact. By any measure, human or Powrie, she was handsome, even beautiful, her wide and round face showing a range from feminine wiles to warrior ferocity.
You'll put a lightning bolt up me arse!
No, he won't.
The 6th was a smallish man wearing an exotic outfit of black silk, a wide farmer's hat, and a fabulous and intricately detailed sword on his hip.
Then he'll heal the damned trolls!
No, he won't.
Branson Garabond gave a wink at the blind Jean. What a ragtag group they were. Outcasts all, except for Jean, they had banded together in common purpose to bring about the end of ancient Baden. Now, they were all traveling south from the defeated ancient Baden's fortress back to Dame Gwydrae with their gruesome trophy. There was nothing left up here for the Powries, Cormac, and Milcela, and wounded Jean wanted to go home to Chapel Pellinor, and Branson just wanted to get back to Caydale and Callan.
How did you see that?
I saw nothing. I see nothing.
You reacted.
I agree with Branson.
To the wink.
I felt it.
Both Powries, Cormac, and Milcela stared long and hard at the blind man.
Oh, you felt the wink? I got a great fart coming. You feeling that, are ya?
Branson drew his sword suddenly, pulling all attention his way. With a shrug, he poked its fine tip into his palm, drawing blood.
I am wounded.
Before the monk could react, the agile Branson silently shifted around to the other side of the group behind the Powries. Brother Jean lowered his head and lifted a hand from his pouch, his fist clenched around a small hematite, a soul stone which Milcela had given him from her necklace of various magical gems. Branson, remaining perfectly silent, held his hand up for all to see, and sure enough, a wave of magical energy from Jean sealed the small wound.
How is that possible? How did you anticipate his move?
We are all joined, connected.
Only a great shaman can sense such movements through the earth.
Or a jester too. Brother John and I have formed a bond. He can heal me, and will heal me unerringly as we do battle with the trolls we spied on the road ahead. He will not heal the trolls by mistake.
I'll cast no bolts of lightning, I promise.
And how are you to keep the trolls off of your torn face? Now, I'll not be looking over me shoulder to protect your ass when I'm fighting for me own.
Nor would I ask you to.
We'll find a place for him near the fighting. Near enough to throw a healing spell at me or at any of you who can find a similar bond.
Well, all's the better then. 6 cogs 1.
It was an old Powrie expression of a team of warriors working in unison toward a single goal.
Now, let's go kill us some trolls, just because it's a fine day and there's no better way in the world to spend it.
Branson held his breath as he watched the approach of the troll mob, some dozen or so of the creatures as they made their way along the path that served as the main road into Vanguard from southern Alpinador. Branson fell into the state of the warrior, the state of the highwayman, as Cormac and Milkela came up to either side of him as the trolls below neared the designated spot.
Turn around! We got bodies coming your way! Run!
Over the ridge came the rambling Powries, their short, powerful legs seeming more to roll than to pump, but propelling them surely and rapidly at the surprised trolls below. For Powries and trolls, though not on the friendliest of terms, were not mortal enemies, and had often banded together in Baden's assault on the men of Vanguard.
Oh, great, now they're ready for us.
Ah, but with a pair in their midst.
The dwarves moved into the welcoming troll group.
I'm looking the wrong way. Be quick!
The highwayman closed the ground to the trolls far ahead of his two charging companions.
Here they come!
The dwarf pointed at the ridge over which he and Bickelbrinn had run, and the trolls were looking exactly that way when the highwaymen came spinning into their ranks from the other side. And the trolls were still looking that way when the two Powries pulled stone axes from their belts and began chopping at them with abandon. Cormac came in almost at the same time. Milkela was beside the man. The shaman cracked her staff hard on another troll's head.
Are you all right?
Cormac came up beside her, but when she glanced at him, she found him strangely grinning. He led her incredulous gaze down to a flesh wound, showing her that it was already on the mend. The magical mend. Brother Jand, 6 cogs 1. In a matter of heartbeats, the Powries gleefully went about dipping their bloody caps into troll blood and coaxed Cormac, who understood well that there was powerful and beneficial magic in a Powrie cap, to do likewise.
Not much of a fight. Ugh. Somebody find me a giant to kneecap.
Our goal is to the south, to Vanguard and Dame Gwyndra.
To your lady Kaydale, you mean?
No less substantial a cause, then.
Cormac cut short the conversation by nodding his chin back to the north, where Brother Jand was making his way along the road, tapping his walking stick before him.
He healed me from afar.
Well, it might that he's worth keeping then. But I ain't standing watch over him.
No one asked you to. To be blunt, I feel safer knowing that no Powries are hovering over me.
6 cogs 1.
They were smashed!
Yezelnik was the foppish laird of Pride and favored nephew of Laird Delaval, who proclaimed himself King Delaval of Hants.
The son of the Laird Panlamoris sent the traitors running back to the Mantis Arm. Oh, but we'll make them regret their decision to take Ethelbert's gold.
As he spoke, he danced around the circular chamber that marked the bottom floor of Pride Keep, punching his fist into the air and smacking his hands together as if engaging in a battle with some imaginary foe. A few of the men in attendance, Yezelnik's entourage from Delaval City, and a pair of young brothers of Chapel Pride, grinned stupidly and became animated at the less than inspired performance. But the true center of weight in the room, a muscular, middle-aged warrior with long black hair just beginning to show a bit of salt with its pepper, and a face that seemed carved out of stone, showed not a hint of emotion. He did glance to the side, to exchange looks with Master Riandu of Chapel Pride, the highest ranking of the village's brothers, who was serving, quietly, as leader of the chapel due to the failing condition of Father Jarek, who was, by all reports, beyond sensibility. Ever doubtful of the brothers of Abel, Bonagran had nonetheless found himself growing closer to Riandu over the last few weeks, particularly with Yezelnik and his insufferable wife Olim bouncing about incessantly. Still a young man, barely into his 30s, Riandu had played an important role in the dramatic events of Pride Holding. He had halted the hand of his superior monk, Master Bathalace, when Bathalace might have struck dead the highwayman right before the highwayman had crashed into Laird Pride's room, initiating a fight that had cost Pride his life. Soon after, it was Riandu who had spoken for the highwayman, and favorably, and had convinced Bonagran to spare the life of Branson Garaband and allow the outlaw to leave Pride. With all the tumult of the growing war, the investigation of Master Bartholace's death by Chapel Abel had never come, and, indeed, the brothers up north had seen fit to elevate Riandu, the next highest-ranking brother in Pride, to Master, giving him leadership in Chapel Pride. The promotion hadn't bothered Bonagran in the least. To Riandu's credit, by Bonagran's estimation, the monk seemed quite unimpressed by Yezelnik's proclamations and performance. Master Riandu shrugged at Bonagran with obvious resignation, as if to point out that they had to suffer the idiot.
You do not view this as a great victory?
The Church of Blessed Abel is neutral in this conflict, Laird Yeselnik, per agreement with both Lairds Ethelbert and Delaval. Your claims of great battle mean to us only that we will witness more suffering. The decree of neutrality by Chapel Abel is well known to both warring factions, and accepted, and was even advised by your mentor, Laird Delaval. We do not ask the allegiance of a wounded man when we prepare our blessed healing.
The situation is changing, brother. A nimble church survives, while one set in the ways of the past can easily find itself marginalized. The Brothers of Abel should be aware that Haunts is changing. The shameful Ethelbert has no sense of the community of Haunts. He is not worthy of the title of Laird, and many of the folks of his rogue holding bear more allegiance to their brethren south of the mountains than to their fellow men of Haunts.
You speak of Haunts as if it is a united kingdom.
And it will be, and King Delaval will rule it. But it will never be united under Ethelbert, and this the Brothers of Abel must know. Nay, under the wretched Ethelbert, the holdings of Haunts will become subservient to the needs of the desert kingdom of Bear to the south. Will our women be sent south around the mountains to serve as whores for the sheiks of the desert wastes? Will our children be indentured as water carriers to mule the precious element from the few springs and ponds to the cities?
Bonagran had followed Pride into the court of Laird Delaval and thus against Laird Ethelbert, and his loyalties rested there, to be sure, but he could not help but be amused by the rapt expressions on the faces of many in the room. The bigger and more outrageous the tale, the more it intrigued, it seemed. For Bonagran knew Laird Ethelbert, or had known him a decade before, when the men of Pride and Ethelbert had fought side by side in the east against the Powries. On 2 occasions, Ethelbert had entered a battle in the nick of time to save Pride, Bonagran, and their men. When war had later broken out between Ethelbert and Delaval, Pride had initially sided with Ethelbert, in spirit if not in action. Laird Ethelbert, with no living children, had hinted strongly that he would name Pride as heir. It wasn't until it became apparent that Pride, because of wounds he had suffered in those previous Powrie wars, was also the last of his line, that Ethelbert had moved away from that course. He would not name Pride his heir, and so Pride had thrown in with Delaval, who was offering the better deal to the young laird. Part of that deal, though, had ceded Pride holding to Laird Delaval upon the end of Pride's line, and that end had come prematurely at the end of Bonagran's throwing axe. Now, Bonagran was stuck with little Laird Yezelnik.
What say you, Master Riandu?
I am a servant of Abel. My course is determined not by my own emotions, nor by the pleasures of a laird or prince, but by the edicts of the father of Chapel Abel. You appeal to the wrong man, laird and prince, Yeselnik. Your passion would better serve you in the north, where Father Artolivan's pen proclaims the actions of all his clergy.
Practiced in the art of diplomacy, I see. Well done. You have successfully delayed, not avoided, but delayed the inevitable confrontation. But take heart, for I am certain that your father Artolivan will choose wisely when choose he must. Delaval is for Haunts, Ethelbert is for Bear, and the beasts of Bear are no friends to the Brothers of Abel. Their gods precede you and reject them, and their god voice, the father of their religion, has put more than a few of your missionaries to the stake.
Suddenly a young man crashed into the room.
They come! So it will begin as we expected, right here in Pride Holding. Ethelbert's move in the north was crushed by Milwellis of Palmaris town. He knows that Milwellis will now march east and then south along Felidon Bay, then south from there, sweeping up in his wake villages formerly in Ethelbert's pay. Thus, Ethelbert did not retreat. He cannot retreat. Not this time, or he'll be pushed into the sea. So he comes with all he has left to strike at the heart and center of King Delaval's games. Never could you have guessed that your humble little hamlet of Pride could become the center of the world. For all the world is drawn to this place, as if the weight of Pride Town pulls in the armies, compels them to this place, and in this time to finally, undeniably decide. Never could you have guessed this, eh, Bonogram?
Not in my darkest nightmares.
Laird Ethelbert slowly sauntered on his mount toward his tent, as if neither he nor the beast could handle a swifter pace. Palfrey, his devoted attendant, rushed up to help him dismount. Ethelbert was just into his 70s now, his once bulky frame wilting and thinning about his arms, while thickening about his waist. He was glad for the comfortable robe he wore, a gift from a Jacinthan merchant. The men of Bear were so much more practical in their dress than the men of Hants.
You must have ridden under a low branch, my lad.
Palfrey brushed a leafy twig from what remained of Ethelbert's hair. Once thick, black, and curly, now it was thin grey fluff. Ethelbert's eyes, though, were still the steel blue of an ocean under clouds, still hinted at a great depth behind them, and still held the sparkle of a dancing wave.
More likely a squirrel threw the branch upon me. Every creature in this part of Hans is against me, I say. Where are my commanders?
Palfrey turned and nodded his chin toward a distant clearing, where 3 warriors sat on logs around a tree stump, a parchment spread upon it. Ethelbert started for them, Palfrey at his heels.
My lad, the soldiers were pleased that you rode their line, no doubt.
Kieran Howen was the senior of the group.
Huzzah for Laird Ethelbert!
Myrick the Bold was the champion of Entel, the name given to the port regions of the city of Ethelbert.
It is the least we owe them, and less than they want, I'm sure. They want to be done with this foolishness and go home, as do I.
Our cause is right.
Tyne was a young and promising leader, a man Ethelbert had attached to his elite guard right before the advent of war.
Righter than Delaval's, to be sure.
The claim of a dactyl demon would be more right than that of Delaval. And I'd sooner my one daughter, were she still alive, marry the dactyl.
All knew that Laird Ethelbert spoke only half in jest, revealing his deep wounds over Laird Delaval's treachery. In times past, the 2 greatest of lairds had worked together to build Hans's network of roads. With those roads connecting the many holdings, marauding Powries and goblins had been more easily driven away. Trade had blossomed, and a sense of unity had spread across the land. Citizens thought of the notion and nation of Hans more than a particular holding. All that changed abruptly when Laird Delaval struck, and struck hard, declaring himself king of Hans. Laird Ethelbert had lived too long, had fought too many battles, and had worked to bring too many warring lairds to common ground to allow such a thing, and thus the current war began.
What news of the son of Panlamaris?
He has not turned south.
To the east still.
He will turn. Milwellis's win in Polcree has convinced Delaval that this push to the center is our last desperate try, and not without reason.
Had that battle turned differently?
It could not have. We did not understand the true strength of Palmaris town, or how deeply Laird Panlamaris had entrenched himself with Delaval. Panlamaris is seeking the favor of the man who claims the title of king, no doubt, so that Palmaris town can control all of the seaborne merchant trade in this new kingdom Delaval proposes. Our friends from the Mantis Arm Peninsula could not match Prince Panlamaris' ground forces.
I do not consider this to be our last and desperate try.
I am more interested in what our enemies consider it. In recognizing their thoughts, we may act appropriately. Fear not, my fearless Myrick, for I am not desperate, I assure you. And while I mourn the loss of so many allies at Polcree, I have no doubt that the fierce Peninsula warriors handed the son of Panlamaris great losses in the battle. He is stung, surely, and his soldiers, who have never marched across the land, are already missing their homes, I'm certain. Their legs are built for ship planks, not cobblestones. We are not as wounded as they believe, of course. We have other allies and other methods, and I can only hope that the apparent victory in the north has served to foster a feeling of invulnerability among Delaval and his followers. None fall harder than the confident, after all.
And no one's fall is more relished than the defeat of he who thinks himself invulnerable.
Young and proud Milwellis will turn south. Delaval and his commanders have come to think this our last stand. The son of Panlamaris, hoping to secure a prominent seat for his father and his town, will not be left out of the victory.
And when he does turn, how long do we hold?
We know the terrain east of Pride Holding. Laird Delaval does not. His generals are not well versed in the eastern reaches of Hans. The same is true, even more so, of Milwellis of Palmaris Town.
As long as we can, then.
Laird Ethelbert smiled and nodded, fully confident in these men who served him. In another clearing not so far away, the Laird of Ethelbert dos Entel met with a second group of warriors, a half-dozen men and 2 women of darker skin and black hair and blacker eyes. It was no secret among his ranks or among his enemies that Ethelbert had hired mercenaries from the deserts of Bear. But this group was another matter altogether. Their leader was a petite woman with deceptively soft facial features, a disarming, wide, white-toothed smile, and dimples that could melt a man's heart at the same time that her sword, or even her bare hands, could dismember him. Her name was Afwin Wee, the eyes of bursting sunrise, given to her by her masters at the Walk of Clouds, home of the Gestatou. Afwin Wee had been known among that order not as a creature of introspection or quiet meditation, but rather as something akin to the sudden explosion of light when the sun peaked above the eastern horizon, an excitable and impetuous sort. These characteristics had gotten her into trouble among the introspective ascetics who sought to teach her. Gestatou was an art of mind and body. Afwin Wee's masters feared that she possessed too little of the former, and an abundance of the latter. She had left the Walk of Clouds as a young woman only a few years before. Again, contrary to Gestatou teaching, Wee had taken on the role of teacher for the similarly fiery men and women standing around her.
Laird Delaval continues his advance?
He cannot surrender the center, and Pride Town is the center.
Merwal Yana walked over to stand beside Afwin Wee.
Laird Delaval intends to meet me on the field with every warrior he can spare, and he can spare them all, so he believes.
But he has not arrived to join them in this glorious victory?
He is not well by all word, and desires to heap praise and stature upon his buffoon of a nephew. No, my warrior Delaval will not be on the field.
Merwal Yana's small eyes lit up, and he gave a slight nod. A quick glance around by Laird Ethelbert told him that he need say nothing more, that the plan was understood and now in action. Ethelbert bowed to these fearsome disciples of Afwin Wee and took his leave. He would sleep well that night. The former monks of Chapel Isle found shelter from the blowing storm amidst a tumble of boulders and a few thin evergreens. With frozen fingers, the servants of the brothers moved about the area, digging out any piece of wood they could find, breaking branches from the trees. Brother Giavno held his hands in front of his face and blew into them, trying to get feeling back into his fingers. He stood at the back of the camp, a wall of rock climbing up high behind him to the north. Before him, the servants dumped their thin loads of kindling. Giavno waved the next brother in line over to the latest pile and presented him with 2 gemstones, serpentine and ruby. The younger brother placed the ruby down and clutched the serpentine close to his chest, reaching into the gemstone magic until an aura of bluish-white light glowed about him. Shield in place, he bent and retrieved the ruby, then thrust his hand into the kindling pile and called forth its fiery properties.
That is little shelter for the light of our fires.
Brother Giavno spoke to his only superior among the group, Father Campbellian de Gilb, a giant of a man, larger than life, standing well over 6 feet and weighing nearly 300 pounds.
Yes, I know.
When word had come of ancient Baden's designs over Mithranidune, a plan that would have wiped out all the communities living in the many islands scattered about the warm waters, de Gilb determined that this fight was not his. He turned from the barbarians and Pauris, long his enemies, and their call for unity against Baden, and decided that the time had come for his missionary group to return to the south, to Vanguard and the civilized lands of Huns. Away from the warm waters of Mithranidune for more than 2 weeks, with no knowledge of what had happened in the brewing fight with Baden, the band of monks had wandered the rugged and broken terrain of Alpinador without much success. They had expected to be in Vanguard by this point, back in Chapel Pelennor at least, but more than once they had lost days of travel by wandering in circles. And worse, they had lost 10 men to the elements and to monsters. Brother Giavno's warning recalled a dark night only a week before, when a host of ice trolls had descended upon the band. With magic and fighting skills, the brothers and their servants had driven the foul creatures off, but at a cost of 3 lives and many wounds. So many that the entirety of the next day had been spent using the healing magic of the soul stones.
Our food stores run low. When the storm abates, we must form hunting parties and send them out.
You are a beacon of hope on this miserable night. You still carry the weight of guilt that we did not follow Cormac up the glacier to do battle with the Samhaste Ancient. Or is it that you still carry the weight of guilt for the flogging you delivered to the traitor?
No, Father.
Yes. Let it wash downstream, Brother Giavno. Cormac was condemned by his own actions. Your arm struck not from personal vengeance, but from the demands put upon us as brothers of our beloved Abel. You struck with righteousness.
He was once my friend.
Of course, it pains you. But our road is not easy. Spiritual purity and devotion are oft the harder roads. But it is a course we walk with pride. Although I admit this Alpinadoran road is at least as confusing. Would that we had an Abel of a different sort, yes? It is not an easy road we have chosen, not in body, not in spirit.
Intruders!
De Gilb and Giavno rushed down, as did every other member of the group, until De Gilb impatiently waved them back to their posts.
In the trees!
The monk pointed to a small copse of deciduous trees and a few evergreens about 20 yards from the boulder tumble. De Gilb stared hard for a short while, believing he noted a form slip through the trees, though he could hardly identify it. He waved several brothers over and handed each a smooth gray stone, a graphite, the stone of lightning.
All at once. If it is a troll or goblin scout, then let our barrage ward any others from thinking to come so near. On my count of 3.
Perhaps it is an ally! Brother Cormac, or...
Father de Gilb fixed him with a withering stare. He most certainly did not want to hear that name with the reverent word brother before it.
Now, brothers!
Whoa, now!
All in the camp turned to see a man sitting calmly halfway up the rocky, seemingly unclimbable rise. He was dressed in deerskin, a thick brown cloak about his shoulders and upper chest. A tri-cornered hat, small feather in one side, adorned his head. A stick of some sort, perhaps a bow, rested easily across his lap.
Who are you, and what business have you with us?
You boys seem a bit lost. Been watching you for a couple days now, and I'm guessing that you haven't any idea where you're going.
We are on our way to Vanguard and Dame Guidra.
Oh, I'm not doubting that you know where you want to go.
He was not a young man, clearly. His short hair and thick mustache long gone gray. But he moved with the grace of a 20-year-old.
I said that you haven't any idea of where you are going.
I asked you who you were.
I could be asking the same of yourself, since you're the ones who are out of place here.
This is your home?
As much as any place could be called that, I expect.
And your name?
Jameson Sequin. Not that it should mean anything to you.
I have never heard of you.
And that pleases me. The fewer of your church who know my name, the happier I am.
You are a Samhaste?
Not in this life and not in the next, if there is a next. And not in the one after that.
Then
nothing. I'm a hunter, and I know this land better than any man alive. You say you want to go to Guidra, and that's where I'm going. So, you should be glad to see me.
De Gilb glanced over at Brother Giavno, who shrugged, unable to deny that they could indeed use some help in navigating their way from this inhospitable land.
I'll take you, monk.
He looked over at the copse of trees, one of which was still showing small flickers of flame from the lightning barrage.
But only if you promise to stop scarring my home.
Just a few miles to the west of de Gilb's group, Branson's band of 6 unusual characters settled in for the night.
You should return with a caravan in the spring.
Branson spoke to Milkela as they discussed the tasks before them again that night in the hollow. The woman shook her head.
Don't overestimate the generosity of Jan Osum.
Cormac used the proper title of Milkela's tribe.
They understand that in agreeing to bring the refugees from Vanguard to Chapel Isle, they are threatening their very way of life.
Longer than our memories have we lived on Mithranadun. Only rarely have outsiders come to our shores, as with the Brothers of Abel a few short years ago. Now we have invited strangers to settle upon our waters, perhaps to learn our ways, and then they will be allowed to leave. I am amazed that Tedru and the others agreed to this. I think it an impulsive decision made in the glow of ancient Baden's fall.
The fall, and therefore the salvation of all who dwell on Mithranadun.
Ah, but that Baden would have washed them all away.
All true. But there is no doubt in my mind that the shamans and elders will come to recognize the danger of their decision.
You do not believe they would hurt the refugees?
No, they are honorable to a fault. They would not bring such dishonor and treachery upon themselves.
But they will not be pleased at the arrival of the caravan from Vanguard in the spring, should it ever actually arrive. And I would not have myself associated with that troubling spectacle. I will not return to Mithranadun, likely not for the rest of my life.
Branson, having no argument, simply nodded.
But me and my friends are going back. Might be in the spring. Soon as we find a place for our kin away from that lake, we'll go and fetch 'em.
Yeah, and hoping it'll be a place back on the Julianthes. Back to the Dark Sea, at least.
Where to then for any of us? You, Branson, will find your wife, and Gwaidra promised that her writ of passage will allow you to go wherever you will. But what's in store for Michaela and me? What for the Poweries, whatever their desires? We know where we're going now, to Dame Gwaidra. But what about tomorrow's journey?
Wherever the father of Chapel Pelennor tells me to go.
Branson tightened up at the reminder that his friend Jean had ties greater than their road-sown bonds.
It is so much easier when you bear no responsibility for your road, true?
Perhaps our roads will stay as one then. I would enjoy that.
Not mine. With the fall of Baden, my indenture is ended, and my road is my own to choose.
And you would not choose to be with us? You wound me, friend.
No, it is not. I missed my wife.
I left the injured woman with some friends in Alpinador.
Jameson Sequin spoke to Dame Gwaidra only 4 days after he had met with de Gilb's party. With the scout leading them, the troop had made great time moving into Vanguard and to Gwaidra's castle in Pelennor. Eager for news from the front, Gwaidra had wasted no time in summoning Jameson to her court. When he had arrived, Gwaidra had immediately shuffled Father de Gilb and Brother Giavno, along with the other brothers of Abel in attendance, off to the side of the room. Her smile had dropped with Jameston's every word as the man recounted his short time with her strike force, ending in a disastrous fight with a troll prisoner caravan, when, seemingly, it had all come undone. When, Jameston believed, Branson and Jean and the others had been fully defeated. By Jameson's grim account, it seemed certain that ancient Baden had won.
I went back toward the glacier, but just a few miles. Baden surrounded himself with many powerful minions. Giants, even. I couldn't get near the place.
But you do not know if they are dead?
Only poor old Crate. A fine fighter he was. And that strange younger fighter, the one in black.
Branson, the highwayman.
Not sure if he's dead, but it seems as if he got hit on the head, and hard. He could hardly walk as the trolls let him off. I doubt he made it alive to the glacier.
That'd be a terrible loss for us.
Dawson had brought Branson to Vanguard to fight for Gwaidra's cause.
He is alive, or was, when we left Lake Mithranadun.
What do you know of it?
As I was explaining before we were sent aside, we left the lake because word came to us of the designs of this very same ancient Baden. Word from this man, this highwayman as you call him. So yes, Dame Gwaidra, he survived to the glacier at least. If we are to believe the word of our fallen brethren, he also survived a fall from the glacier.
The highwayman came to enlist you against ancient Baden?
He came to warn us that ancient Baden meant to destroy everyone living on the islands across the lake. And so we left, as my directives clearly demand.
You did not go and do battle with Baden?
It is not my place.
So who or what are we to blame for this new alliance between Abelicans and Samhastes?
Alliance and enmity have degrees in between, friend. And we were ignorant of your current struggles with ancient Baden and his followers, or of any edict from Father Primoujon of Chapel Pellinor, or Father Artolevin of Chapel Abel, decreeing that the brothers of Abel were at war with the Samhastes. We have been on the roads of Alpinador for years. It was not my place to go and start such a war.
Surely you could have found your answers from the highwayman.
Who came to us with a traitor to our order.
Who came to you with information enough to send you running to the south.
Enough! So at least we know that the highwayman survived the ordeal of the troll capture. To your great surprise.
I'm not arguing.
And he returned to do battle with Baden?
As far as I know.
Could you elaborate?
He went with the traitor to our order and his woman, a barbarian girl.
Aha. Then not to wonder why you kicked him out of your church.
Her people were joining in the battle, as were the powers of Mithranadun.
Father de Gilb shot a threatening glare to back Giavno down.
Truly? Then there is hope.
They are all dead.
You know this, or you presume?
The large monk shrugged impatiently. Guidra nodded and turned back to Jamestown.
Any odds for armies going against Baden aren't good odds.
But the highwayman had already been up there, so he knew.
Your pardon. I'm always enamored of Dame Guidra's optimism. Sure you are but a warm ray of sunshine on a dark forest trail.
Take care in how you address the Dame of Vanguard.
Father Primoujon looked hard at Jamestown.
Then we can hope. Then we can hope.
Always that.
They didn't have to wait long for their hopes to be fulfilled, for word rang out later that same afternoon of more travelers coming down the northern road. The approaching band came into view at last over a rise to the north. Dame Guidra smiled, her eyes on Branson the highwayman and on Brother Jean beside him. She led the gathering right out of the gates, doing all she could to stop herself from breaking into a full run at the very welcome sight.
Ah, we fed you dead.
Yeah, but so did we.
Ancient Baden hoped that to be the case, I assure you.
Branson rolled his sack off his shoulder and dumped its gruesome contents, the ancient's head, onto the ground before Dame Guidra.
Truly, I have never seen a more beautiful thing in all my life.
Oh, let it thaw a bit so you can enjoy the stink of it as well.
Dame Guidra looked from one to the other curiously, then stared hard at Branson.
We have a lot to talk about.
Bonagran stood at the top of the main keep of Castle Pride, staring to the east. He could make out the light of some campfires, seeming to twinkle on and off as the many trees waved in the evening wind. The savvy leader had set the torch on the wall near to him, so that any milling about the streets of Pride would see him up there in his shining bronze breastplate, cut to accentuate his solid and muscular form. He wore no overcoat, and his arms were bare, showing the man's powerful muscles. Bonagran leaned forward so that his strong features reflected the torchlight. He kept his visage solid and determined, to direct the gaze of any onlookers to the plumed bronze open-faced helmet he had also set on the stone. How many times had the men and women of Pride Town seen Bonagran adorned in that helm, his oft-broken nose crookedly protruding from the single line of bronze that ran down the front below his brow. They had seen that inspiring sight not once in the course of defeat, only in victory. This was his role, he knew, and he had been taught well by his friend Pride. As mighty as he was in battle, his biggest role was to serve as inspiration. So Bonagran wore his decorated bronze breastplate on the tower top that night.
What are you doing, Ethelbert?
Something was not quite right. Laird Delaval's forces were gathering around Bonagran in Pride Town, with more streaming in every day. Surely Ethelbert knew that. No scout could miss it. Milwellis had won in the north and was in position to swing to the south and press Ethelbert hard. Surely Ethelbert knew that. So why hadn't he attacked Pride a week before, as soon as Milwellis had handed his northern forces the defeat at Polcree? Pride Town swelled with soldiers. Even now Bonagran had at his command more men than Ethelbert could put on the field. That number only grew in Bonagran's favor, with more of Delaval's warriors streaming in every day. Bonagran looked past Ethelbert's distant camp, then swung his gaze to the south, looking for some hint that Ethelbert had another force moving in to support him. The night was dark, unbroken by fires beyond the known encampments. But Bonagran had scouts wide and far south and east of Ethelbert. There seemed no reinforcements on the horizon. So, with the balance obviously shifting day by day to Pride's favor, why hadn't Ethelbert already attacked? And now, with the full weight of Delaval congealing around Pride Town, why hadn't Ethelbert turned and flown the field? Back to the east and the south, where he could rally more allies. Bonagran knew Ethelbert and had seen him in battle years before against the Powries. He was a capable commander, a fine tactician who knew when to strike.
Yes, a fine knight.
Bonagran couldn't stop his reflective wince at the familiar nasal whine of Prince Yeselnik.
They are many.
Not so many. Not nearly enough.
I will defeat them.
If we can catch them and engage them, then you will prove victorious, yes. More so if Prince Milwellis pivots his force to the south.
I prefer to let Milwellis run to the coast to put those wretched lairds of the Mantis Arm to the fire.
A tactical blunder, both militarily and politically, Bonagran knew, but he also knew that voicing such a concern wouldn't do much to dissuade the stubborn Yeselnik, and, indeed, might prompt an even more stupid response from the impetuous and spoiled young man.
Do I need Milwellis? Have I not given you enough to properly deal with this old sot from the south?
Yes, my lad. No, you do not need Milwellis. And yes, you have more than enough men already gathered in Pride Town to destroy Ethelbert's force.
Then why are they not destroyed?
Because time works against Ethelbert. He is ill-supplied, and our numbers grow daily.
But I can beat him now.
A difficult fight.
So?
If Laird Ethelbert comes at us, we hold a defensive posture and he will be utterly destroyed. That would be the sweetest victory for you of all. If we must fight him in the open, then we will still win, though I fear that Ethelbert himself and many of his warriors will escape. If we must find him, we will win more decisively with every passing day. It is not just victory, Laird, but the extent of the win that is important.
I grow tired of the waiting. March tomorrow morning.
Bonagran managed to avoid Yeselnik's gaze as he rolled his eyes.
What will Ethelbert do in that event? He will see my strength and know his doom.
He will likely flee the field.
Bonagran started to explain to Yeselnik that Ethelbert assuredly already knew of their strength, but the words caught in his throat, and he stared back to the east more intently and with obvious alarm.
What? What do you see?
Ethelbert is a shrewd commander. He knows he cannot win this fight. He will flee. He seeks no more, perhaps, than to draw us out or to keep us occupied.
That is a good thing, is it not?
Bonagran wheeled away from the wall and started for the ladder leading back into the keep.
How protected does Delaval City remain?
Behind her high walls?
You have emptied her guard?
To fight Ethelbert!
It is a ruse. A feint of the highest order. He does not sit there intending to fight, but only to keep us occupied, to keep us gathering our forces for a decisive battle that will not commence, not here, not soon.
Then go and get him!
Why is he here?
What puzzles are these?
To bring us here. Why does Ethelbert wish us here? Why does a swordsman invite a parry?
Yeselnik stared at him blankly.
Because such a parry will not defeat his true intended attack. How protected does Delaval City remain?
Guard Captain Rupert was widely considered the toughest man in the service of Laird Delaval. He had grown up on the streets of Delaval City, literally fighting for his every meal. His knuckles carried the scars of 100 fights, 100 crushed faces, and he wore a necklace of teeth he had knocked from the mouths of his opponents. His reputation served him well, with an appointment to Delaval's own elite guards and a climb to the rank of captain. And in this latest adventure, where most of the soldiers had been sent from the city on the miserable hike to Pride Holding, Rupert had escaped the call. He was too tough, too valuable to Laird Delaval, the would-be king of haunts.
Ah, but there's a cold wind coming down the mesa this night, and I'm out of weed for me pipe, and got not a striker pad to light it up. Be a good sport.
He called to his fellow sentry atop the wall encircling Lair Delaval's main keep.
Put a light up and a pinch.
As he neared, the man stood up and shrugged off the guard cloak. Even in the dim light of the quarter moon, Rupert knew at once that this was not his companion. For that moonlight shined off a bald head, where his companion wore a thick mop of black hair, much like Rupert's own.
Who are you?
The impostor strode calmly toward Rupert. He carried no weapon that Rupert could see, and he was not a large man, certainly not near to Rupert's 250-pound muscular frame.
Far enough! You have been warned!
He retracted his arm and thrust his blade at the man's chest. But the man was no longer standing before him, having somehow moved enough to the side so that the blade slipped harmlessly past. Rupert felt a slight thump against his throat. He brought his free hand up to his throat and moved it before him into the moonlight, feeling the warmth of his own blood on his fingers. Another form scrambled over the wall behind his attacker, then more behind him. The original assailant grinned at Rupert and calmly walked by. The stranger walked past, along with his companions. Rupert stood there, staring ahead, only vaguely aware that he was perched on the precipice of death's dark pit and falling forward without reprieve. Lair Delaval was not a young man, and he surely felt every day of his nearly 60 years that evening.
If my nephew can be rid of that troublesome Ethelbert in the coming battle, I just might winter in Ethelbert Dos Entel this year, and every year thereafter.
Delaval spoke to Geoffrey and Tadamist, his personal attendants and generals. The two men glanced at each other with obvious skepticism.
I know. Prince Jezelnik is not known for his martial prowess.
But he has Bonagran, the Bear of Haunts, with him, my king.
Tadamist, who, along with Geoffrey and all the others of Delaval's inner circle, had started referring to Delaval by the title all in Castle Delaval considered inevitable.
You know this one?
I know that his reputation is well earned, by every account, as is his title. They call him the Bear of Haunts, because of his great strength and size, and when he enters the field, the enemies flee.
I have seen him in battle, both when he was beside Pride's son Pride Day, those many years ago, and in our most recent fighting south of Pride Holding. If anything, his prowess in battle and in commanding his forces is greater than the whispered huzzahs. The Bear of Haunts indeed in strength and sheer power, but he is more than fox in cleverness. Prince Jezelnik is well served by that one, and will win every day if he heeds the instincts of Bonagran of Pride.
Ah, that is good to know.
Lair Delaval started for his armoire, unbuckling his sword belt as he went. He knew that Geoffrey and Tadamist were glancing at each other again behind his back, both of them concerned by his pained hobble.
I plan to live 100 years, my friends.
You will, my king, of course.
But these are dangerous times, and I fear that I've abused my body over the decades. Too many battles, too many hunts, too many women, and too much strong drink.
I hear no regret in your voice.
You were there for much of it. Do you believe that I should hold regrets?
But if our lives are 20 years shorter for the games of it all, then we'd have lived more than any man deserves.
Tadamist looked at his companion with horror that he would talk to the king so casually.
You've been here for more than 2 years, young swordsman.
Do you not yet understand?
Understand, my king?
That when it is just we three, you need not call me that.
But...
Oh, shut up. All the formalities are for those out there.
And out there, never forget your place or his title.
But in here, we are friends. Geoffrey was by my side when he was just a boy, a groom. As he grew, he trained with me, and then became my constant companion in the wars. We saw men die, and often.
Too often.
Aye, and we've killed men, and goblins, and powries, side by side.
I am blessed to be here, my king.
Nonsense! You earned it with your skills. You remind me of a young Geoffrey. and I assure you, that is no small compliment. Speak!
Your hot towels, my king.
It was the familiar woman's voice of Maddie Maccabee, another of Delaval's personal attendants.
Hot towels for aching bones.
What are you about?
Tadamus knew that scream and drew his weapons as he rushed to the door. From over his shoulder, Janofri pulled out Spinebreaker, his legendary claymore, and Delaval slid his fine blade from its scabbard and let the belt fall to the floor. The door burst open before Tadamus got to it. In rushed Maddie Maccabee, though not of her own accord. She was already dead, her chest gashed open. She flew forward, tumbling before the dodging Tadamus. A Baronese man carrying a curved sword entered in a fast and steady walk. A man went by the combatants to Tadamus' right as he squared back up with his opponent. A woman entered next. Tadamus faded right as the woman, a fine sword in her hand as well, moved to pass him on the left. He wanted to intercept, but his opponent kept him dancing, kept him dodging. Janofri was used to missing with his first swing. The claymore wasn't wieldy after all, and Janofri never took pains to disguise his first attack. The blade came lumbering down from on high, and the warrior before him easily and gracefully leaped back into the side. Janofri hid his grin, purposely seeming to overbalance as Spinebreaker thumped against the thick carpet. He even appeared to stumble. The warrior rushed forward to the side of him, pivoted fast and came in with a straightforward thrust, but just as he started the turn, so too turned Janofri. Dropping his foot back as he lifted and re-angled his blade, he put it right in line to pierce the charging warrior. He thought he had a win, and the necessary quick one so that he could go to the side of his beloved Delaval, but the warrior leaped up high, front somersaulted above the level claymore and landed in a run past Janofri. The soldier tried to turn to keep up and felt the burn in his side, felt the warmth of his blood spilling from a long and deep gash.
Well, come on then, and be done with it.
Delaval spoke to the dark-skinned, slight woman, although he had no way of knowing if she even understood him. She just smiled and circled, her curved and decorated sword down low before her, its tip nearly cutting the threads of the carpet.
I need not ask who sent you. Long have we known that the traitorous Ethelbert favoured the beasts of Bear.
You leaders of Hunt slaughter your people with impunity. And yet we of Bear are the beasts? Tell me, you who would rule the world. How do you measure such a title?
She came forward suddenly.
How much is he paying you? I will double it.
Shallow principles. We are beasts.
You intervene where you do not belong. You risk a war with all of Hans.
Idiot Delaval. You do not command all of Hans.
Tadamus did not hear Laird Delaval's gasp as Apwinwee's blade punctured his belly. The young warrior heard nothing but the near-constant ring of metal as he and his shaven-headed opponent exchanged vicious and furious flurries. He felt the stab in his shoulder, felt his dirk arm go weak, and heard the weapon hit the floor. Janofri did hear Delaval's gasp, a sound he had heard only once before in a far-off and long-ago battle in the Belt and Buckle Mountains. He reacted with a sudden and brutal straightforward thrust, stabbing his sword, then slashing it, then reversing it with a powerful backhand. He didn't get close to hitting his opponent, but he wasn't actually trying for a kill there. He drove the man back, and then he turned and charged across the way behind Tadamus and toward Delaval. He registered that Tadamus was in trouble, but there was nothing he could do at that time, for before him the woman was into another wild exchange with Delaval.
No!
Janofri felt a slug in his lower back. He knew it to be a stab from his pursuing opponent. At the same time, he watched the Baronese woman's sword slide deep into King Delaval's chest. He finished his charge, unable to interrupt his own momentum, slashing Spinebreaker down hard against the woman's blade, but too late, of course. For that only jarred the impaled Laird. Janofri stumbled forward, taking Delaval with him hard into the far wall. Somehow, Janofri managed to hold his footing and hold his blade, turning about with his back against the wall. He saw the woman, in obvious distress, looking down at her sword. Nearly half its blade snapped off. Whatever comfort that might have given Janofri, though, ended as she thrust her arm at him and launched the remaining piece of her weapon. It took him a moment to realize that it had gone through his throat. He slid down to a sitting position. Janofri heard Tadamus' cries, one after another, as the two men stabbed at him. He didn't see any of Tadamust's desperate last stand, though, for he could not take his eyes off the slight woman walking toward him. She bent low before him, stared into his eyes, and gave that wicked smile once more, then yanked her broken sword out of his throat. The lines of allies couldn't have been clearer to Dame Gwaidra as she listened to Branson relay his tale of capture, escape, and ultimate victory over ancient Baden. Beside Branson stood the fallen monk Cormac and the barbarian woman Milkela, with a pair of Powries behind them. Across the way, to the left side of the room, sat Father de Gilb and his entourage, including Brother Jand, whom Gwaidra knew was the link between these wildly disparate groups. Jand was a good man, an honorable man, who put moral duty first and foremost. Gwaidra hoped that to be the case, for de Gilb had made no secret of his loathing for Cormac.
We had enough allies to get through the Ancients' defenses.
It was not our place to go. I could not know of your predicament, Dame Gwaidra.
We have already been over this, good father. No one holds you or your brothers at fault for the choice you made in retreating from the glacier.
No one?
And you slew Baden?
It would do great injustice to those around me, these 4 and 2 other Powries, for me to make such a claim, lady. It was my blade that took his head, yes, but only through the sacrifice and efforts of those around me.
However, it was done. It is appreciated.
It was done for a price. And now, good lady, with your generosity, I would ask that you extend that reward. I would have my writ of passage. I will go and collect my wife and her mother, and travel haunts as a free man, as I was promised.
Yes, you shall have it.
And I insist upon a similar writ for Cormac and Milkela.
No. Cormac does not answer to the laws of the lairds, but to that of the Order of Abel.
Are you saying that Chapel Abel will not honor my wishes?
I beg you not to do this, Dame Gwaidra. Brother Cormac betrayed us.
Have you anything to say in your defense?
I followed my heart. Everything I did because I believed it to be the will and manner of Blessed Abel, the calling of my order.
Betraying us to the barbarians.
Ending a needless slaughter. You held the men of Michaela's clan prisoner. We had no right.
You know nothing, you insignificant.
Silence!
The Alpinadorans of the neighboring islands would have all died at the base of our chapel before surrendering our captives to us. I could not tolerate that slaughter. There was no need for it.
So what did you do?
I freed the 4 men and showed them the way out of our dungeon to rejoin their people. The Alpinadorans left our island. The battle ended, and so ended the death of Alpinadorans and of monks.
Dame Gwaidra turned to de Gilb, her expression cold.
A simplistic review.
Then do elaborate.
The men we held were not captured, they were rescued. Rescued from certain death and healed of grievous wounds through the power of Blessed Abel by the brothers of Blessed Abel.
That does not give us the right to hold them as prisoner. You cannot so coerce fealty to faith.
Our manner is of no concern to Dame Gwaidra. My orders came from Father Artelevan of Chapel Abel. To him alone do I answer.
True enough, but a writ is mine to give, and so I do, to both Cormac and this woman, Milkela, though I would like to speak at length with you both before it is finalized.
Yes, Dame Gwaidra.
I would ask for writs for the other heroes of the fight.
Bloody caps!
Dawson McKeague was wide-eyed behind Gwaidra, and, indeed, the Lady of Vanguard too seemed more than a bit disconcerted at that suggestion.
Come forward.
Name's McQuiggick, and me friend's Bickelbrin. Come from the Julianthes, but spent 100 years on that lake Mithranadun with our friends.
And your friends are still there?
Still on the rock.
You do not wish to rejoin them?
Oh, seen too much of that smoking lake. Not for going back, unless going back for taking them off with us.
But more than a few are wanting off that rock.
You ask much of me, Branson Garabond.
We gave much to you, at great risk.
I cannot grant Powries the writ to walk freely through the lands of men.
Branson stood up very straight and crossed his arms over his chest.
Were I to grant you passage free of battle throughout all of Haunts, would you agree to lay down your arms?
What? they're attached to our shoulders! You saying we got to cut off our arms to stay with you?
Your weapons. Were I to grant you passage, do I have your word of honor that you will not take up arms against any man or woman? That you will not do battle with any men?
Even them that's deserving it.
Even them. No battle, not ever. If I am even to consider giving you the writ Branson desires, then you must promise me that you will not ever again spill human blood. Can you make such a pledge?
I don't hear you whining that we spilled Bodden's blood. Last time I looked, he was human. Headless, but human. Aye, and we dipped our caps in his blood, and mine's shining all the better. Where we come from, them needing a crackin' gets a crack.
That is not the way among men.
Ah, but them men with money and land and power, and them women with such, they get to pick them needing a crack. And when the crack's given, what?
It is by the law, good dwarf. The law is bigger than men and women.
Bigger than most. Not bigger than the lairds and the priests, from what I'm hearing. Even a Powery might walk free. What if a laird or lady says so?
I do not know. My writ for you might hold no weight beyond Vanguard.
McWiggich spat upon the floor. Dame Gwaidra looked at Branson and shook her head.
This is beyond my power to grant.
Branson narrowed his eyes.
But I will offer this. When the weather breaks and the winter is no more, I will send you both back to the lake with wagons laden with supplies and with a map to take you and your kin to Brinewind, a port in eastern Vanguard. From there, I will supply you with a boat and star charts so that you can sail for your distant home.
McWiggich stepped forward and fell to the floor, where he sucked up his spit. McWiggich stood up straight and smiled at Gwaidra.
I am not sure what that means.
It means I ain't spitting at yourself anymore. It means me and me friend are liking what you're saying.
You would turn them free on the coast to lay waste to innocence.
They did not kill me, though they surely had the chance. When Father de Gilb cast me adrift, beaten and dying, the Poweries took me in.
More the reason to hate them.
Enough, Father de Gilb, you weary me.
And you overstep your province with Cormac and now with these two little murderers. I assure you that Chapel Abel will hear of this, all of this.
At the same time, they learn of the death of ancient Bodden, no doubt. And learn that Dame Gwaidra has led them greatly in their battle with the Samhastes.
Who are you?
The man who helped save the life of the one not with the trouble, it would seem.
Perhaps you should not be so secure of Dame Gwaidra's writ, Highwayman.
If you would counsel Father Otto Leven to ignore my writ, then you would counsel him badly.
You war with the Samhastes, and you would war with the Brothers of Abel, too?
Chapel Pellinor, all the chapels of Vanguard, exist by my grace alone. Do not ever forget that.
You are satisfied with her decision?
Cormac spoke to McWiggich and Bilkerbrin when they were alone with Milkela.
Oh, she didn't attack us, and that's something.
She assured you safe passage.
Yeah, and we're knowing it, and we're not thinking bad of her. She did good by us. We're knowing that. It don't mean we won't kill her one day and dip our caps in her blood, though. We'll be taking the wagon and the boat, and off we're going back to where we're belonging.
Cormac reached up and grabbed his cap, pulling it from his head.
Will you want this back?
Are you wanting to give it back?
No. I wear it as a reminder of some unusual friends. I wear it to remind myself not to be hasty in judging others until I know them.
To get you killed to death? We'll let you live to put a burr in Prague's fat arse, you don't. Work for him, and you'd been gutted on the beach that first day.
Cormac fell back as if slapped.
How am I to know when you're speaking true and when you're speaking in jest?
You're not now, and not ever.
Are you friends, McWiggich and Bilkerbrin?
What? We've been friends for 100 years.
To me?
If we're ever in the forest or on a boat and we see Cormac or Milkela in trouble, the No will help you. And we'll be thinking many times of the one human wearing a powdery cap, and glad how he came by it, kicking Prague's ugly face.
Cormac patted each on the shoulder appreciatively as he left with Michaela to go to their room across the hall.
I will miss those two.
The world seems less colourful already.
As she finished, she led Cormac's gaze down the hall where several grim-faced guards stood ready with long halberds and armoured all in bronze.
Dame Gwaidra did not err in granting them passage.
You speak to convince yourself, not me.
Cormac looked at his wife carefully and glanced over his shoulder at the closed door of the Powries' room. He wondered if he was a fool, for had he been in charge, he would have trusted that pair of dwarves, would have given them a writ of passage.
No other laird would have honoured that writ.
You know nothing of haunts.
I saw the looks on the faces of those here in Pelennor. McWiggich and Bickelbrinn would not have much of a life in the lands of your people. What life, I wonder, might Michaela find there?
A fine one.
I have little desire to be caught up in the endless drama that so marks your church.
Branson spoke to Brother Jand.
You know little.
I know much. I spent years as a slave in service to the Brothers of Chapel Pride.
A slave? Surely you exaggerate.
I lived in a hole in the floor and spent my days emptying chamber pots. True, in exchange they gave me bits of miserable cold food, and my dungeon wasn't open to the snow and the rain. They let me go.
The Brothers of Chapel Pride?
Chapel Abel. They let Dawson McKeague take me here to serve Dame Gwaidra, though they knew that Delaval and that pathetic excuse of a man Yezelnik would have rewarded them greatly had they turned me over for execution.
But instead you were pressed into service you did not desire.
Aren't we all? I do not think Dame Gwaidra wanted this war, nor did Crate and O'Connor and Vorna, nor Brother Jond.
The blind monk smiled widely at that, as if he saw something Branson could not.
What is it?
It does my heart good to hear you speak like that, my friend.
The door swung open to the room, and Father de Gilb and Brother Giavno entered.
What are you doing here?
He is here at my invitation. I've known this fine young warrior for many weeks now. We've shared the road of adventure.
You speak for him?
I do.
He befriends Cormac.
Cormac, who saved the folk of Mithranadun from certain doom, your chapel and clergy among them.
Beware your actions.
Cormac helped kill Ancient Bodden. While you ran away, he battled the greatest foe of your order and of Dame Gwydra's holding. Perhaps it is Father de Gilb and his fleeing monks who should beware their actions.
Leave this place.
Stay!
Brother!
Good father. I serve Father Premujan of Chapel Pelennor. I name this man as a friend, for he has stood beside me in my trials.
As you helped me after our capture.
I'd no more abandon him than I would abandon my beloved Abel, Father de Gilb. He is a man of good heart and great courage. A man we should coax to the ways of Abel, not a man to be shunned.
And Cormac? Have you made an assessment of the former brother Cormac?
Should he appeal to Father Premujan for reinstatement in the order? I will speak honestly of that which I know regarding the man.
And you believe that I was wrong in excommunicating him?
I make no judgments of that which I do not know, Father. I know little of this man, Cormac, but I will speak honestly to that which I have seen, heard. His work against Ancient Bodden was no small thing. But whether that absolves him of his actions on Mithranadun is not for me to decide.
Those actions should absolve him, particularly since he did nothing wrong on the island on the lake.
Be gone from this place.
If you will, Brother Jond, I think I will be going.
De Gilb didn't even look at him as he walked past, but Brother Giavno gave him a look that seemed regretful, almost heartbroken, almost apologetic. Exhausted from the squabbling in her audience chamber, from the incessant complaining of the unlikable de Gilb, from having to deal diplomatically with Powries, exhausted from her own excitement and anticipation of the possibilities now that Ancient Bodden was dead, Dame Gwaidra wanted nothing more that night than to fall into the arms of Alandres, the brother of Chapel Pelennor, who had become more than a friend to her. The moment she entered her private chambers, where Alandres was waiting, she knew something was wrong. The man hadn't dressed down into his nightshirt, but was still wearing his heavy brown robes, and hadn't untied his uncomfortable sandals. He half stood, half sat on the edge of Gwydra's desk, his strong arms crossed over his chest, his expression stern. Thinking him distracted by something extraneous, Dame Gwaidra walked over and reached up to stroke his face. He was looking right at her, when he stiffened away from her touch.
What is it?
Father de Gilb is a powerful man in the Order of Abel.
So is Father Primoujean.
Who supports Father de Gilb? And Father de Gilb has the ear of Father Arteleven.
I have not spoken to Father Primoujean about the new arrivals from Alpinador, nor does it matter much concerning my own words.
You should not diminish him or contradict him, particularly on matters relating to the Order. As with the man Cormac, it is not your concern.
Cormac? Who helped defeat ancient Baden and thus may have saved my people? That man, Cormac? That hero, Cormac, is not the concern of Dame Gwyndra, who rules Vanguard?
His disposition in the church is a matter for the Order of Abel.
When have I said that it is not? My argument with de Gilb stemmed from his remarks to my man, the highwayman.
Your threat to him, you mean?
Aland, what is this about?
He stood straight and turned his back on her.
Alandres.
Dame Gwyndra. Gwyd. I am a brother of Abel. I will always be such. My first and foremost love is forever my church and my prophet.
I have never asked you for more than that.
Haven't you? When you threatened the very chapels of my order, as you did with Father de Gilb, you placed me in an uncomfortable...
And I am the Dame of Vanguard. The people of this land depend upon me for their welfare, as they depended upon my husband before me and my father before him. I will always be as such, and first and foremost in my heart is my responsibility to the people of Vanguard. I have never asked you to betray your order, to place me before Abel in your heart, and yet you are doing just that to me right here and right now.
Your words to Father de Gilb
were not an idle threat, I assure you.
Brother Alandres stared at her hard, but there was no blink coming from the woman, no backing down in the least.
You should leave.
Brother Alandres nodded and walked past Gwyndra out of the room. Gwyndra wiped away whatever tears were daring to form in her eyes and walked across the room to her private stock and poured herself a large glass of boggle, a rare and precious wine, rumored to be made by woodland elves or some other such fairy folk. It had been a long day indeed. Laird Ethelbert couldn't hide the smile widening on his face as the scouts offered their reports. So it was true. His assassins had killed Delaval. Jezelnik had fled to Delaval City, taking much of his entourage with him, including his elite, well-armed and bronze-armored warriors who had been so devastating to Ethelbert on the battlefield of late. Many of the support groups surrounding Pride Holding were apparently peeling away as well, falling back to guard Delaval City or falling off simply out of confusion.
Jezelnik will become Laird of Delaval Holding.
Ethelbert looked up as he finished to see all his scouts and generals and advisors staring at him, hanging on his every word.
This boy, Jezelnik, who has no understanding of warfare and who has never bloodied his blade on a living opponent.
We have accomplished all that we hoped.
Ethelbert nodded to Howen, but then addressed another of the scouts who had not yet offered his report.
What news from the north? Has Milwellis pivoted?
No, my lad. Yes, my lad, but not toward us. He went north to Chapel Abel and the coast. From there he marched east, but then back to the west, as if unsure.
And now?
Back east of Chapel Abel, along the north reaches of Felidon, but still west of the Mantis Arm. He has not sought engagement since his victory at Paltry.
Because he thinks his legacy safe, and thinks the war nears its end. He paused because he expected the battle to commence here, an obvious route for Delaval. And while I was in retreat to the southeast, Milwellis could move east with ease, against holdings unsure of their allegiance to my obvious losing cause.
Obvious, my Laird Ethelbert, but the battle will not commence here as Milwellis anticipated, and our withdrawal will not be retreat.
Delaval's forces slide away. They are confused and demoralized.
Kieran Howen looked at the man slyly.
Perhaps the battle should commence here, and now. We had thought to make the attempt and withdraw post-haste, but since we have been more successful than we ever deemed possible, is it possible that Pride Holding is within our grasp?
They maintain a sizable garrison, but they are in confusion.
Do we dare not seize the opportunity, Merrick? What might be the gain, I wonder?
Pride Holding.
And Prince Jeselnik suing for peace on our terms.
And Banagran. Can we do it?
Kieran Howen didn't answer. He looked around questioningly at the scouts.
I can know by this very evening.
Calculate, then. We must act quickly if we are to act at all. Before Yezelnik's advisors, Laird Delaval's old, competent warriors, mitigate their confusion and protect their flanks. I believe we can do this. We have struck a mortal blow, but only if we press the wound before it is tended.
You see their eyes?
Lady Olam spoke to her husband as they were hustled through the streets of Delaval City toward the main keep, where Laird Delaval lay in state.
They revere you.
Prince Yezelnik had indeed noticed the many stares, hopeful, pleading, wounded all at once, their intensity nearly stealing his breath and the strength from his legs. Laird Delaval, King Delaval, was dead. Only then did the implications of that reality truly hit Yezelnik, the favored nephew, the Laird of Pride, the Prince of Delaval's haunts. His private giddiness turned to terror when he entered the audience chamber, the Hall of State, to see his mentor, Uncle Delaval, laid out upon a stone sarcophagus. The man appeared serene in death, his face chalky but relaxed, arms crossed over his chest.
I wish for more privacy!
Immediately, the guards began clearing everyone from the room. Yezelnik didn't wait, but staggered over to the body and fell to his knees beside it, overwhelmed. He grabbed his uncle's hands and squeezed the cold flesh. Delaval's robe opened enough for him to see the wound, still torn open, for in cleaning the man, the dried blood had been washed away. Yezelnik slapped his hand over the open gash and then pulled it away. He stared at his hand in horror, seeing a cut on his palm, his own blood dripping from the wound.
It is the sword tip, my lad.
You left it in him?
It is customary to disturb the body as little as...
You left it in him? The sword that killed him? Take it out! Take it out this moment!
My lad!
Pendergrast, the father of Chapel Delaval, shuddered.
Take it out!
This is hardly the time.
Now! Take it out of him now!
Pendergrast saw the horrified expressions worn by the people still in the room. The father of Chapel Pellinor moved hastily but awkwardly to the body of his fallen laird. He looked around again, his gaze settling on the still fuming Yezelnik, and then he focused on the wound, working his fingers to widen the gap in the torn skin. He started to pull, but it would not come free. Sweating now, Father Pendergrast glanced anxiously up at Prince Yezelnik again. The man stood resolute and unblinking. Pendergrast moved quickly to use his voluminous sleeve to try to mitigate the mess on Laird Delaval's chest. He turned at the sound of Yezelnik's approach, showing the obstinate prince the blade as he did, the slightly curving, etched, and decorated blade. Misreading him, Father Pendergrast moved the blade away, or started to, but Yezelnik reached out and grabbed him by the arm, holding it fast. Yezelnik grabbed the blade, taking it from the surprised father's grasp.
What is it, my prince?
I know this blade.
Indeed, Yezelnik did know the blade, being twice the victim of the man called the Highwayman. Castle Pride loomed above the tree line behind them. They had been pushed back to the very edges of their town, their backs literally to the walls of their outlying farms. One after another, the defenders of Pride glanced back at that keep, their last refuge, and it seemed to offer little hope against the ferocity of the advancing men of Ethelbert das Entel. The first force came against them, a disorganized mob of Ethelbert's leading line, seemingly oblivious to the defenders crouched behind the bluff. They came on almost casually, right to the fence. Up jumped the defenders, spears stabbing wildly. Before those retreating few had even crossed the field, however, Ethelbert's main line came out of the trees across the way. Now, with the defenders' position clearly defined, the attackers gathered in a tight group in the center and sent out lines to flank left and right. Without delay, they came on. The full weight of Ethelbert's center came against them, pressing and stabbing and slashing. The attackers pressed over the bluff, driving the valiant defenders of Pride under the sheer weight of their numbers. On came Ethelbert's hundreds, seeing the Tower of Pride before them, not so far, seeing victory, not so far. The men of Pride Town broke ranks and ran. The men of Ethelbert ran ahead even faster. Ahead of them all, the shouting started in the town. Among those retreating along the road arose fears that Ethelbert had a second force pressing Pride from the north. What else could incite such commotion in a town so far ahead of the retreat? Out of the gates of Pride Town he came, dressed all in bejeweled bronze armor and driving the chariot of Priday, a cart of war not seen since the former laird's demise. A rack of spears beside him, his legendary great axe waving high above his head, Bonagran came on in splendor, unafraid, eager for battle. Behind him surged the rest of Pride's garrison, some on chariot, most just running and waving pitchforks and clubs. Those on the road parted as he neared, for he showed no sign of slowing.
Charge ahead!
The road behind him crowded with soldiers, now running back to the south, back toward Ethelbert's approach. Bonagran rushed in front of it all and showed no sign of slowing the fabulous chariot and his mighty team. Ethelbert's leading line loomed before him now, but he didn't make any move to veer or halt. To those before him, he seemed in the grip of suicidal glee, but to those behind him, he appeared as the heart of pride, the champion, the warrior. Ethelbert's men in Bonagran's path set their spears for his charge, digging them in to skewer the team. But Bonagran dropped his axe to the flooring beside him and took up a spear, veering his team as he neared and letting fly one missile after another. Bonagran turned the chariot back in line and plowed ahead, for now the integrity of the block was gone, and now the armored team in the spiked-wheeled chariot crashed through. Then Bonagran had his axe. The chariot crashed through a thicket and nearly broke apart at the wheels, caught on some roots. Never slowing in the least, Bonagran merely leaped from the cart, great axe in one hand, spear in the other. No man would stand against him. His roar stole their strength, his axe sheared their limbs and crushed their bones and let their blood.
Rally, men! Rally!
The center of Ethelbert's line collapsed. The men of Pride, working in a wedge formation with Bonagran at their tip, pressed through, widening the breach, splitting Ethelbert's forces asunder. The spectacle of Bonagran, the great bear of Hans, commanded too much attention of the men of Ethelbert, allowing the charging forces of Pride to cut deeper, to gain more strength and momentum. It was Ethelbert's line that broke that day, the old laird and his forces retreating fast to the south. Silent as the shadow he crossed, Jameson Sequin moved along the line of pines, circumventing the drifts of snow with practiced ease. He knew this place, this tended grove, and he knew, too, that he was likely being watched. He knew the watcher, though, and had come to see that very man. Still, he kept his caution and covert manner, unsure of who might be gathered around, and one he expected was more than aware of his presence. A large raven flopped onto the branch of a nearby pine and looked right at him. The bird hopped down, and before it ever landed on the ground, transformed suddenly, and with a bright flash of light, into an old man, bald and with a beard braided by clumps of dung, dressed in light green robes, a heavy fur cloak, and open-toed sandals. Only a Samhaste priest could keep his feet from freezing to black with those feeble shoes.
One day I'll catch you unaware, or I'll grow tired of your trying.
Jameson knew it to be a good-natured threat. Despite all their differences, despite Jameson siding with Gwyddra against the troll and goblin hordes of Baden, despite Jameson's obvious disdain for the Samhaste religion, Wisterwig was not an enemy. Not a friend, perhaps, but not an enemy.
So, Baden's gone.
Killed by Dame Gwyddra, and by his own arrogance. He did find Mithranadun, and that is no small thing, of course.
You disagreed with his war?
It was not my place to agree or disagree. I do not remember Baden ever asking my opinion.
I love the hierarchy of learned men.
Spare me your incessant sarcasm, Scout. You come on behalf of Gwyddra, I expect?
Indirectly. As much for my own curiosity as for her needs. There's less activity now. I've seen no sign of goblins or trolls moving south.
Winter is on in full force in the Northland.
They fought through the winter last year. Ice trolls favor that season.
The old Samhaste made no move to respond.
Winter favors them in battle, but your folk aren't sending them to Vanguard.
Oh, if you have all the answers, why do you bother me, Scout?
I have all the suspicions.
I'm looking for the answers.
You asked that I would ease Gwydra's mind.
Ease the minds of lots of folk.
You presume that I have a responsibility to people who have turned their backs on the old gods.
No, I just think you're a decent enough fellow, despite those robes you wear.
They are quite wise for an idiot, yes? Or quite the decent murderer, don't you think?
I've never hid my feelings for your church or the other one.
You've never hidden your feelings on any matter, which is why I tolerate you.
Just tolerate? Should I be insulted?
We could banter like this all day long, I fear.
We have before.
I'm glad the war is over.
Is it?
You will not take my word to Dame Gwydra.
I can tell her enough without it, but I'm glad to hear it.
Mr. Wigg's nod showed that they had a mutual understanding and agreement here.
Who will be the next ancient? Wistawig?
That is for the old gods to decide.
And will the one they name start the war anew?
You speak of something a decade removed. We are not as impatient as the Brothers of Abel. The successor will not be named this year, possibly not even next year. And after that, he will have many months of work ahead of him in just informing the groves and calling in his disciples.
You surrender Vanguard to the monks?
Not so. We know that the Brothers of Abel will fail in the end. Their baubles are impressive until the deathbed, and there they have no answers, just empty promises. Those who follow them pass on unprepared for the judgment of the old gods.
And those dead ones will come back and discredit the monks.
The ghosts speak to us. In the end, we Samhastes, not the monks, hold the answers most needed. If I did not have faith in that, I would not wear these robes.
Jameson conceded the point with a nod.
Patience. It is a necessary virtue, and one perhaps that Baden lost in his last years. Events prompted change in Vanguard, and he wished that errant course corrected before his passing. We do not consider our ancient to be the sole proprietor of godly wisdom, Scout. You know that much, at least.
So many disagreed with Baden's war?
Oh, I thought it an unnecessary provocation. In the end, we will win, and we'll need not enlist goblins and trolls and powries and barbarians to achieve the victory, because we are right, Scout. Because our gods are true. We will win.
Dawson McKeag tried to stay seated, but he couldn't manage it. He kept getting up and pacing around the thick carpet, his eyes scanning the closed door at the side of the room. He knew what was going on in there. Gwydra had asked him to stay with her this evening because she had discerned the tone of Brother Alandres when he had arrived earlier that day, and Dawson trusted her instincts implicitly. The man straightened as the door opened and Dame Gwydra came through. One look at her told McKeag that his hopes for some reconciliation had been in vain. She stared into his eyes, her face very tight, and she nodded curtly, as if giving any further movement would cause her to dissolve.
He's a fool, then.
Dame Gwydra walked past him and patted him on the shoulder as she moved to sit stiffly on the divan, eyes unseeing. Dawson was quick to her side.
For the best.
I would have ended our love affair if he had not. It was too much trouble now.
Now that the war's looking to be over. And ain't that the irony?
With ancient Baden looming, I had no time for quibbles with the Brothers of Abel. Now that Baden is gone, I expect that I and the Church will face some trying moments of disagreement.
Well, Andres wasn't man enough to keep him separate. He'd have kept jumping in at you whenever you took a stand against his masters. As with de Gilb.
All true.
If he loved you...
Gwydra put her hand up to stop that line of thinking short.
Once he did love me, and I loved him. It was not convenience that brought us together. Indeed, at the time we started this relationship, I thought it the least convenient thing in all the world.
But did he?
Gwydra eyed Dawson curiously.
I mean, there's no doubt the Brothers of Abel gained greatly through the relationship. Their fight with the Samhastes added a powerful ally because of Brother Alandre's loins.
Dawson!
The sailor shrugged, but didn't retract.
I would not have sided with the Samhastes in any event, and that much was clear before Alandres and I fell in love. As their grip on southern haunts eroded, ancient Baden grew ever more demanding and desperate and vicious.
I know. And Alandres loved you. I know that too. Though I'm wanting to punch the fool in the nose right now.
Well, you can't blame him for this. It's been a long time in coming, and it is for the best.
Still would feel good to punch him.
I am quite the fool. To get involved with a monk at a time such as this. Nay, to get involved with a monk at all. Oh, what pain have I brought upon my people. I have betrayed their trust for the sake of my own selfish needs.
You betrayed nothing. 'Twas Baden who betrayed you, who betrayed us all. He held Vanguard hostage to protect his losses in the south. He demanded of us, of you, that which you could not do. Were you to deny the folk the blessings of the monks' gemstones? Were you to let the sick and injured die because Baden didn't want the monks praying over them with the soul stones?
The situation wasn't so bad before my tryst with Alandres.
Before the war in the south turned the folk of Hunts away from the Samhaste, you mean? Wasn't about you and wasn't about your monk lover. Baden's desperation came from knowing that his priests were being chased from half the holdings of Hunts. And even where they stayed in their groves, the lairds weren't listening to them. Delaval and Ethelbert have the whole of Hunts in flames. And the folks are suffering. And that suffering they've turned to the Brothers of Abel and their gemstones and away from the Samhastes.
Gwaidra considered the reasonable rebuttal for a few long moments, then nodded and smiled her gratitude at this man, her friend, Dawson. Dame Gwaidra continued to pace the room long after Dawson had gone. She did feel much better than when she had walked out of her meeting with Alandres. Dawson was a valuable friend to her, unafraid to speak to her as a friend and not as his liege lady. Truly, he was a shining gem to Gwaidra. He kept her grounded, kept her humble, and she knew that his love for her was unconditional, that if she were thrown down the next day from her position of authority and cast penniless into the street, Dawson McKeag would treat her no differently and no less affably. Some of his honesty that night had stung, though, she had to admit. She didn't think that Dawson had mentioned the gains her tryst had brought to the Brothers of Abel simply to make her feel better. There was a ring of truth in his claim. Too much, she decided. And so, instead of going into her private chambers to don her bedclothes, Gwaidra, Dame of Vanguard, went into the cold winter night. The Brothers of Chapel Pellinor had just finished their evening prayers when she arrived at their door. Father Premujan did not deny her request for an audience, nor did he say anything when she entered the room and told his attendants, who included Father de Gilb, to leave the room.
May I help you, lady? This is most unusual.
I was visited by one of your brothers this night.
I see. And who?
I'll not speak around it. You know well of my relationship with Brother Alandres, and you know by now that the relationship ended this night.
Dame Gwaidra, I am not...
Father?
I know. Of course, I know.
As you knew of it when it commenced.
The father tilted his head and eyed her curiously.
Before it commenced, perhaps?
Now, how would I have known that?
Because you blessed Brother Alandres' decision this night and those months ago, when we first began our relationship.
Good lady, what do you imply? Do you believe that I sent Brother Alandre to your bed?
Our relationship benefited Chapel Pellinor greatly.
Indeed, you were a mighty ally in our struggles with Baden's Samhastes, but I expect that you would have supported us over him in any case.
A cool war of words and not a fighting battle.
True enough. So, now you fear that I orchestrated your relationship with Brother Alandres, that I sent him to you, hoping you would fall in love for the sake of Chapel Pellinor.
Gwaidra didn't answer the charge.
I did not. When Brother Alandres became smitten with Dame Gwaidra, he came to me and confessed in full, and he was a man in terrible conflict. He understood the implications of any advances he might make, both for the church and for his continuing role in the order. What would you have had me say to him, Dame? Generally, my orders frown on such relationships, of course, but we often make exceptions, or merely let the situation quietly run its course.
Quietly?
Such situations do not usually involve a laird or a dame.
And in this case? Which course did Father Premujan prefer?
That you and Brother Alandres would find love, and that such love would bring benefit to Chapel Pellinor and help us rid the land of the vile Samhastes.
Dame Gwaidra fell back a step, surprised by his forthrightness.
What would you have me say? What would you have had me do? I saw the gain to my order, to be sure, and did not dissuade such a beneficial outcome. But, my lady, good Dame Gwaidra, Not I nor any of my surrogates sent Brother Alandrace to court you. In no way. We simply decided not to interfere with nature's course. And now, this evening, no one here bade Brother Alandrace to bring an end to your relationship.
It is my friendship and trust with you that placed me on the side of your order against Baden's Samhastes, you know. My love for Brother Alandrace did not determine my actions.
But it spurred many of Baden's, to the great benefit of Vanguard in the end.
Gwaidra spent a long night thinking of her many days with Alandrace, days in the sun and in the snow. She laughed and she cried that night. She let the light and the darkness have their play in her emotions. For the next morning, Dame Gwaidra had to let it all go, had to be again the leader of her people in a time that was far from settled and far from safe.
The nearest Samhaste grove is empty, they say.
Cadale spoke to her mother, Callan Duarne.
How would they know? For who would go?
They went before the snows.
So before the snows, the Samhaste went away?
And he hasn't returned.
They're not knowing that.
And they're whispering that the war is over.
Every hope to hang on.
Cadale knew that her mother was only looking out for her with her constant words of caution, and she knew, too, that all the people in this new town, Tanadun, were hanging desperately onto any bit of hopeful information. They were all refugees here, all displaced from a place they had once called home, and all with family serving in Gwaidra's army against the terrifying onslaught of the monstrous minions of ancient Baden. A few weeks before, word had gone out that the local Samhaste had deserted his grove, and the people of Tanadun had taken it as a sign that the war had ended. But new reports of goblin or troll incursions had continued to surface. The war had rolled along. 3 of the families in Tanadun had lost loved ones soon after the initial reports of the deserted grove had begun to raise the hopes. But over the last 3 weeks, the reports of battle had slowed to a stop, and no news of further tragic losses had been delivered to Tanadun. That lull had added life to the excited whispers that maybe, just maybe, the tide had turned.
There's been no smoke over the grove. In the cold, even the Samhaste would need a fire.
So it might be that he's not there. Might be that he's dead, and you won't ever see Callan Duarne crying over the death of a Samhaste.
They're whispering that the war's over.
They've been whispering that since we got here, and we're all wanting it so bad that we're listening to every word.
I miss him. More and more each day. I know he'll come home to me, but I fear he's lying dead on a snowy field. And then I feel as if I'm betraying my love for doubting him. I don't know.
I do. I know that what you're feeling is what I'm feeling. Don't you doubt that I love that husband of yours. He saved my life as his mother and father saved my life. And yours. Keep your faith in him. Branson has overcome greater trials than most men, and it will take more than a goblin to kill him.
Cadale managed to smile at that, and a nod, and she turned from her mother to the cabin door, thinking to go out and retrieve more wood for the fire. She pulled her meager shawl about her as she went through the front door into the driving storm, her mother's scolding voice echoing in her ears. For weeks, Callan had been telling Cadale that she needed to eat more, to put some fat on her body for the coming winter. But Cadale hadn't found her appetite in a long while, and had lost quite a bit of weight since Branson had departed. She went to the wood pile on the side of her porch and bent to retrieve some, but as soon as she reached for the logs, a gust of wind flapped the shawl back over her shoulder.
A woman, poorly dressed and vulnerable.
A hand on her shoulder clasped tightly and spun her about, spun her to face her husband, standing right behind her, grinning like a happy fool.
Branson!
Callan ran onto the porch and joined in a hug. Branson extended an arm to bring her in closer and to loop his cape over her against the freezing wind.
How? When?
Branson hushed her by putting a finger over her lips, and he ushered both of the women back inside.
Tell me that you're home. That you're really home. That your days in the war
are over.
Oh!
I killed him.
What?
Dame Gwaidra knew that to win the war meant to cut off the head of the serpent. I did that. I killed ancient Bodden, who led the Samhastes, who sent the hordes against Vanguard. He is dead by my hand, and there is hope throughout Pelennor that the war is dead with him.
Hope, but we do not know.
It is over for me, by Gwaidra's own word.
Branson reached to his belt and pulled forth a rolled parchment.
She told me to kill Bodden for the reward of my freedom. to go wherever I would with her writ of passage in hand. We are free, all crimes forgiven. We can go wherever we want.
Cadale grabbed him again, one hand on either side of his face as she locked his gaze with her own.
Do not ever leave me again. Promise me that you won't ever leave me again.
I won't.
Don't make promises you cannot keep.
The war in Vanguard is no longer my affair. I am done here. I am done with war. I am done with running from guards. We'll find peace now. We'll live in peace, we three. I am at peace and in love, and happy with you beside me. The fighting is done.
I have scrubbed it, and I still cannot remove all the bloodstains.
Jeselnik held up the broken blade for Bonagran to view.
But enough so that we know this blade.
It looks like the highwayman's.
It is the highwayman's! I knew that beast would prove nothing but ill to Hans. I implored my uncle to hunt him down and kill him.
Bonagran rubbed his face, fearing where this might be going.
Oh, that he had never been allowed to walk out of Pride Town, with Laird Pride's blood on his hands.
It is not as simple as that.
Isn't it?
No.
You have redeemed yourself in any case.
Bonagran bowed.
I am the Laird of Delaval now, and the King of Hots. All of the holdings will accept that as soon as we rid ourselves of this troublesome Ethelbert. He is on the run to the south, in no small part because of the exploits of Bonagran the hero, the bear of Hans, I am told. You do smell like a bear, I'm sure of that.
Laird Ethelbert backed us into a corner with his bold attack. Truly, I did not expect that he would move so decisively.
But you turned him, broke his line, sent him fleeing.
We had no choice in the matter. Charge and win or die. We chose to fight.
No, Bonagran chose to fight, and his choice dragged along the men of Pride and those Delaval soldiers I left behind. That is the essence of a leader, and I intend to reward it.
As you will, my king.
I will name you the Laird of Pride. No more the steward, but the Laird, who will pass the ownership and title down to his own children.
I have none.
Then make some, dolt! Or name a nephew as an heir, as wisely did King Delaval. I will see this done as soon as we attend to pressing needs.
To finish off Ethelbert.
I will see to that. I have sent emissaries to Laird Panlamaris and his cowardly son Milwellis to dispatch his forces to the east and then south along the inner coast. I doubt that any will stand against him, but neither shall Ethelbert find his escape in that direction. We will push him right back to his city on the sea this time, and there will be no escape. The Lairds of the Mantisar will join with me now. Their ships will blockade Ethelbert. There will be no escape, and I will push the imbecile right into the Myrianic.
The man of Pride will march with you, my lad.
King! The coronation is a mere formality. Hans is mine.
My king.
And Pride is yours, Laird Bonagran. The men of Pride will march with me indeed, but not all of them. Not Bonagran, the new Laird of Pride.
The bear of Hans looked at him curiously. King Jeselnik handed the sword to Bonagran.
Find him! Find the highwayman, Bonagran of Pride. Find him and kill him. You can serve your king no better way than to serve me the highwayman's head on a banquet tray. Do that, and Pride Holding is yours and your family's forevermore. With borders we will expand.
Bonagran eyed the sword more closely, remembering when he had done battle against the man who wielded this very blade.
Find him and kill him!
There is talk that he will be put in line as heir to the lairdship of Vanguard.
Father de Gilb waved his arms frantically. Father Premujan shook his head.
Cormac is not even of Vanguard. Dame Gwydrae would do no such thing as that.
I heard it. Do you deny that he has been named a hero of the holding?
All who participated in the battle with Ancient Baden have been so named.
Brother Jean sat on a bench at the side of the hall.
Except the Powries, of course. Dame Gwydrae made up some other title for them, one that carries no consequence.
And you agree with the bestowment?
For the Powries?
For Cormac?
Speak freely.
Why, yes, I do. Of course I do.
He betrayed your brethren.
Dame Gwydrae is not of our order and does not answer to us. Her titles are secular alone. Despite your hatred for the man, you cannot deny that he bravely battled Ancient Baden. Had it not been for him, it is unlikely that Baden would have been overcome, and his fall is to the benefit of us all.
And if Cormac becomes Laird of Vanguard? What then for Chapel Pellinor and the Order of Blessed Abel in his Vanguard?
Father Premujan just shook his head at the ridiculousness of the premise.
I bid you, Father, for your own sake, to search this hatred you hold for this man Cormac. I've known him but a short time, true, but his character seemed to me in alignment with the precepts of the Order.
Brother...
He betrayed Blessed Abel to the barbarians.
Did he? Or was it Father de Gilb, frustrated after years of wandering the terrible environment of Alpinador, who clung to stubbornness beyond all reason and morality?
I will not be spoken to in such a manner by a brother.
Enough, Brother John.
The blind monk settled back on the bench, seemingly quite pleased with himself.
I will not have this. You will punish this brother severely, and I will have Cormac punished as well.
He is in Dame Gwydra's charge.
Then demand of the dame. Cormac parades around in a powdery cap, arm in arm with a shaman of Alpinador. He mocks us openly and with impunity. You cannot allow this to stand. His mere presence will erode support for us here in Vanguard and will diminish respect for Blessed Abel.
It was Father de Gilb who demanded of Cormac that he always wear the cap.
Father Premujan motioned to a pair of younger brothers to take the blind troublemaker out of the chapel.
And she is a most lovely woman, this Michaela of Jan Osum.
The brothers helped him to his feet and began escorting him from the room.
Calm in temperament, generous in heart, and fierce in battle. I need not see with my eyes to know that she is most beautiful.
Brother, go in peace.
Our order would be enhanced greatly if we could coax her to us.
No more so than if we purchased a mule. This Michaela is rather like a domesticated animal, don't you think? And with the appearance of one. I would ask you again to exact punishment upon Cormac.
He is not Brother Cormac any longer. He is not of our order.
He was of our order when he betrayed the emissaries of Abel. He was meant to die for his treason. Only through unfortunate circumstance does he still draw breath.
But he did not die, and so he was banished from your island, appropriately so.
It is different now.
What would you have me do?
Take him from Gwydrae to be judged by his peers. Take him in chains as a heretic.
He has suffered his entire life.
Into his 30s now, Riandu's face showed the strain of the last couple of years. Father Jarek of Chapel Pride had declined to a point of incoherent babbling, and Riandu had to take up the reins in these most trying times, with all of the responsibilities, but none of the imprimatur of the office.
And he suffers to this day, I am sure. Every step comes with the grimace of the pained stork.
The stork who killed Pride.
Riandu smiled knowingly, sadly. The stork hadn't directly killed Pride after all, but had simply ducked Bonagran's thrown axe, which had then struck down the laird. Bonagran's anger as he spoke Branson's name was rooted in deep guilt, Riandu knew. Much of his own guilt over Master Bathelace gnawed at him, and that was never a good thing.
Branson has moments of surprise, I agree, but you know his life story as well as any. The loss of his mother and father of Garabond Womack. He carried chamber pots. It was all he could manage. He lived in a hole.
I do not envy him his miserable existence. Do you recognize this?
Is that Branson's blade?
It would appear. How many like this could there be? This blade was pulled from the chest of King Delaval. How many like this one, Riandu?
In Bear?
In Hants.
We know that Ethelbert has many ties to Bear where such blades...
Enough! Our own stork was a party to the group who murdered King Delaval. So says King Yezelnik, and so it is true.
I know. Yezelnik came to Chapel Pride this morning. King Yezelnik.
I would remind you that your tone will hold consequences, Master Riandu.
You approve of his ascension?
It is not my place to approve or disapprove. It simply is. I am a subject of Pride Holding, which is indebted to and in alliance with Delaval Holding. We threw our fealty to Laird Delaval, who proclaimed himself king, and his successor was his choice alone.
You didn't answer my question.
There is no answer to such a foolish question. Yezelnik is king of Hants, by Yezelnik's word. Laird Ethelbert will try to foil him, but Laird Ethelbert will fail.
And since the king of Hants would see Branson dead, so Branson is condemned?
Yes. What do you know of his whereabouts?
No.
Brother, I insist.
There is word that he traveled through Palmaris town, heading generally east in the direction of Chapel Abel. I do not know if he ever made it there, for there has been nothing more. I do not even know if he truly made it as far as Palmaris town, for that has never been confirmed by the Chapel of Precious Memories.
When was this?
Months? A couple at least. Not long after his departure from Pride Town. Why do you care?
Because the king told me to care.
You're charged with catching him and killing him.
I should have done that long ago, for the death of Laird Pride.
No! No, you chose wisely. The people of Pride love you all the more for the mercy you showed.
His voice trailed off as Bonagran held up his hand, begging silence.
Branson is not an evil man.
That is not my decision. He is complicit in the murder of the king, so he is guilty in treason against the throne. So says Yeselnik, and so it is. It simply is.
Cadale stiffened reflexively when she heard the horses rambling into town outside her door. The last time she had heard such a ruckus, her husband had been taken from her. Branson gave her a hug and assured her that all was well. They went to the window together, where Branson pulled the curtain aside. They recognized Dawson McKeag immediately, riding a horse with an escort of several grim-faced soldiers and a single empty wagon.
To take us where we wish to go.
With winter coming on so strong.
Trust in Dame Gwyndra. I have her word.
Cadale motioned toward the window then. Branson turned to see Callan, who had gone across the road to borrow some spices, moving over to speak with Dawson, who smiled widely at the sight of her and tipped his floppy hat. Cadale started for the door, but Branson held her back and bade her to watch the exchange, the undeniably pleasant exchange. Dawson hopped down from his horse and even kissed Callan's hand. Suddenly, the men around him didn't seem quite so grim-faced any longer. The young couple went on to the porch.
Greetings!
Oh, have you found another battle to which to drag my husband?
Oh, no, good lady. Your husband's heroics in the Northland seem to have ended all that.
The war is truly over?
What we're hoping, at least. No fighting, no goblins, no trolls, and no Samhaste that we can find. I'm thinking that Dame Gwyndra's gamble did its work. And wouldn't that be a grand thing for all of Vanguard?
It would indeed. I hope it's true.
Then why have you come?
Dawson stepped back as if slapped.
I mean, you came here for us, didn't you? For Branson, at least, but it can't be time for him to sail the Gulf.
Oh, I wouldn't be putting my Lady Dreamer out now, so late in the season. Not if all the demon dactyls were chasing me.
But you are here with an empty wagon.
Guilty, my lady. We came for you. All three, with an invitation from Dame Gwyndra for you to winter at Castle Pelennor.
Back to Pelennor? Why?
It is more comfortable than here, of course. You've earned that, at least.
Branson knew better and shook his head in reply.
There's trouble.
He's done fighting for you.
Not that kind of trouble. I weren't lying to you when I said that all was at peace, good lady. No fighting to be found, and none asked of Branson. Nay, this trouble is with the Brothers of Blessed Abel.
A group for which I care little. I put them not so far above the Samhaste, to be honest.
Brother John, he calls you his friend.
I am.
And Cormac?
He's no longer of that order.
But the order isn't letting him go so easily. Father de Gilb is a fiery one, full of anger. Anger aimed at Cormac. Cormac's been arrested.
Father Primogen put him in chains?
Dame Gwyndra took him. She had no choice in the matter. Father de Gilb demanded it of Father Primogen. The big idiot de Gilb apparently has some power in the order, and with Father Arto Levan, who leads them all. He put Primogen in a tight corner, to be sure. Dame Gwyndra had no choice but to give in to de Gilb's demands and arrest Cormac for trial. She's got him, but rest assured he's comfortable and outside the influence of his former brothers.
To what end? Is he to be sentenced? He risked everything for Vanguard and fought with courage and strength. Without him, Ancient Baden would have won the day in your war.
There are rumors that he is to be tried before both court and church. If it comes to that, it will be fair, I promise. Dame Gwyndra will preside and will surely mitigate any demands of the brothers upon Cormac, with her knowledge of his heroics in ending the war.
What of Milcela, the barbarian woman, wife of Cormac?
She is well, and within Pelennor with Cormac. They are not ill-treated, I promise you. I came to relay all of this and to extend Dame Gwyndra's invitation. I hope you will agree to join us in Pelennor. Your presence would be a great boon to your friend Cormac.
I have already said everything on his behalf. What influence could I possibly bring to such a trial?
You still do not understand, do you? You, who dropped the head of Ancient Baden at Dame Gwyndra's feet, do not understand the power of your mere presence. You're a hero, boy. Your name is being whispered through every vale in Vanguard. To have you there, at Cormac's side, will surely carry great weight. It will bolster Gwyndra's hand in this argument and diminish de Gilb. You shame him, highwayman. For you went where he would not, and you did what he could not. Cormac's stature rises with the highwayman beside him. I beg you to join me. You will find Pelennor comfortable for the winter, and you will do a great favor to this man you call a friend.
Branson turned to Cadale, who nodded.
My ma, too.
Ah, but that I insist upon.
Callan's blush was not lost on Cadale.
I can go back, but it's getting cold, and I'm getting old.
Jameson Sequin spoke as soon as Dame Gwyndra walked into the room.
Do you need to go back?
It's done and over.
You have met with Sam Hastes directly?
A couple. One I trust. The other, well, he's a Sam Haste. But I don't see why he'd lie to me. The stories were consistent. This was Baden's stand. He wanted to take Vanguard as his own, since his order has lost southern haunts to both the warring lads, who just love those monks and their baubles.
Dame Gwyndra stiffened at that comment, a curious movement. Jameson looked at her quizzically.
The Brothers of Blessed Abel have powerful magic, you know. They can deliver messages over far distances in a hurry, it would seem.
I'm no expert on Abel gemstones.
They can. Not an easy task, apparently, and not without danger to the courier. So they reserve this practice for the most urgent messages alone.
Sounds like you have something important to tell me.
Laird Delaval is dead. Murdered by Laird Ethelbert.
One of them had to go.
But while Laird Ethelbert's assassins were killing him, Laird Delaval's men were chasing Ethelbert's army back to the south.
They'll keep fighting without a laird leading them?
They've a new laird, and not a promising one from what I could discern. The war rages, escalates even.
Idiots.
Beyond all reason, Father Primoujon told me. This war is to the death.
Oh, it is. To the death of haunts.
Southern haunts. Vanguard has found peace, it would seem.
It's true. No goblins or trolls or barbarians to be found. Most of Baden's priests weren't too happy with his decision to employ mercenary monsters. The priests are split now and fighting among themselves, and that's always a good thing. It'll take them a year or more to put a new ancient in place. I expect before that time you'll be hearing from many Sam Haste priests who want to make peace. They'll be asking you to allow them to hold their groves and tend to their followers.
Do you think they will have any followers in Vanguard after the misery Baden has loosed upon us?
Prideful bunch. And I never thought much of the intelligence of the average man or woman.
Vanguard knows peace on the battlefields, perhaps, but not peace of mind.
I'll go out on a thin trail of old turds here and guess that the Abel crowd is causing you misery.
They wish to try Cormac for heresy. They demand it.
Cormac? The tall one who went to the glacier and helped kill Baden?
The same. How well do you know him?
Cormac? I don't know him at all. I heard about him. Talked to him once.
How well do you know Branson?
The highwayman.
He arrived in Pelennor this morning at my request.
I traveled with him for a short time. Good fighter, that much I know.
Not unlike Jameson, in skill or in temperament.
I don't think I ever fought like that. Not that well, but I hope I had better sense than that one even when I was a young man.
Not unlike Jameson in his disdain for the Sam Haste and the Brothers of Abel. Oh, and for the Lairds of Hants.
I'm liking him all the more.
Spend some time with him.
That in order.
A request. I think you might counsel him well.
Ah, you mean you want me to make sure that he likes Dame Gwyndra more than he likes the other lads?
Gwyndra smirked at him, and Jameson couldn't suppress a return smile.
You've earned that much from me, at least, since you're the only one with a dactyl demon's dam.
My husband was a good man.
You do well by his memory.
You loved my father.
Hard man not to love. We're more lads like him. No, we're more people like him. I might spend less time in the forest.
Then you'll spend some time with Branson?
For you, pretty lady. Of course.
He stood alone in the center of the circular room, but he did not bow his head, nor did he remove his powry beret, even after Father Primoujon, after whispering with Father de Gilb, ordered him to do so. Instead, Cormac calmly looked over at Dame Gwyndra.
It is required of me in this your chamber to remove the cap?
She shook her head. Cormac didn't even bother to glance back at the monks. From the front of the room, near the door, Branson watched it all with a grin and a growing respect for Cormac. Premujan called upon Father de Gilb to open the trial with an explanation of the man's alleged crime. Branson listened intently through it all, hearing of the battle at Chapel Isle, where the monks had rescued and were saving 3 wayward Alpinadorans when the barbarians came against them viciously. After days of successful defense and another prisoner taken, and, de Gilb declared, with the barbarians ready to break and retreat, Cormac had snuck into the room and ferried the Alpinadorans away, betraying the Brotherhood, scorning his superiors, and condemning the 4 Alpinadorans to eternal damnation.
Father de Gilb, it would appear that Brother Cormac, former Brother Cormac, did no more than to grant men their freedom. Were they, the Alpinadorans, incarcerated for any particular reason? Had they committed criminal acts against Chapel Isle?
They owed their lives to us, to Blessed Abel. Only through the power of the gemstones did they draw breath, for we found them adrift on a lake, grievously, nay, mortally wounded.
But they wished to leave after you saved them?
De Gilb squared his shoulders and did not reply.
Do you consider their incarceration their cost for your efforts, then?
I had my charge from Father Arteleven of Chapel Abel. My Alpinadoran guests would have come to our way. Perhaps they would have then become emissaries of the good word to the rest of their heathen folk. That is a more important healing than the closing of any physical wound.
The captured Alpinadorans would have come to Blessed Abel?
They were not captured. They were saved, and yes.
Never!
All eyes went to Milkela.
Not like that.
It is not your place to speak here.
Unless Dame Guidra requests it of you. And she does, Milkela of Alpinador, so please, continue. What do you know of this incident? Were you there?
I was among those attacking the chapel, even as the man I love was defending it.
You admit to a crime punishable by death?
Continue without fear of retribution. You are charged with no crime, and you will not be.
Among the prisoners was a very powerful shaman of my people, one who would not even willingly accept their gemstone magic, even at the price of his own life.
And you, too, are a priest of that barbarian religion.
No longer. Like Cormac, I have come to see that neither side is right. Father de Gilb is wrong when he said that we were nearing the end of our assault.
We were slaughtering you at our wall.
We would have kept coming to the last. Those prisoners were our brethren. We would not abandon them, whatever the cost. It is not our way. Which is why, when Branson came to us with word of ancient Baden, even though I was out of favor with the leaders of Jan Ossum, all the tribes came together to defeat the wicked man. Unlike the brothers of Abel, who ran away.
Have you anything else, Father?
The disposition of the Alpinadoran converts is not your concern, nor are my orders regarding our stance against the tribes of Mithranadun. We were at war with them for years before this incident. I saw the men we rescued as perhaps a mediation of that continuing conflict. But again, I need not explain myself to you in this matter. I was sent to Alpinador, a place outside Dame Guidra's province, by the order of Blessed Abel, acting upon lawful commands issued by Father Arteleven, whose sovereignty in these matters Dame Guidra and all the lairds acknowledge. This man betrayed my orders, the lawful orders of the Order of Blessed Abel, and by doing so, endangered us all. It is as simple as that.
Have you anything to say?
Father de Gilb was wrong and immoral in his actions. We had no right to hold the Alpinadorans. Father de Gilb's decision to hold the men in our dungeons brought actual war to us. It is true that we had battled the barbarians on the lake for many months, but not lethally. Our fights were more gamesmanship than serious conflict. Until that point. After the prisoners were taken, we were killing them at our wall, and they were killing us. Not as often, but we had fewer to spare. It wouldn't have ended until one side or the other had been completely destroyed. I could not allow that insanity to continue. If the cost of that is my life, then so be it. I already accepted such a judgment from Father de Gilb, delivered to me by a brother who was as a mentor to me. I could not allow the killing, senseless and without gain to either side, to continue. I freed the prisoners, as Father de Gilb charges. In the same situation, I would do it again.
Would anyone else speak?
Branson was about to answer that call when blind Brother Jean tapped his cane on the hard floor.
I will, who know you well, Dame Guidra, and who went to Alpinador on your behalf to end the carnage of ancient Baden.
Please do.
I was not at the island, of course, but I watched. With my ears, I witnessed the efforts of Cormac against ancient Baden. He was nothing short of courageous and valiant, fighting for Vanguard and for the good of us all. In the weeks that followed, I had many opportunities to speak with the man, brother to brother, and I find him to be of exemplary character and human decency. And with all respect to your office and judgment, Father de Gilb, my heart grows heavy indeed to think that our beloved order has cast out a man of such fortitude and character.
Brother John, you will remember your place. Sit down and shut up before
I will speak for Cormac.
All eyes fell on the highwayman.
I will echo Brother John's words to a one, except to add that it does not surprise me to see the Order of Abel so confused and wrong-headed regarding the disposition of an honest and decent man. Such a monk is a rare thing, I fear, and one who does not fit their tenets.
How dare you?
Father de Gilb, please.
You have no standing in this, Dame Guidra. This matter happened beyond Vanguard and within the domain of the Order of Blessed Abel. Cormac is ours to discipline.
Cormac helped Vanguard win a war.
Nonetheless, you know that I am correct.
I will speak for Cormac.
All eyes in the room, most notably those of Father de Gilb and Cormac himself, fell to the speaker, Brother Giavno, Father de Gilb's second.
This is madness wrought of foolish pride. As our stand against the Alpinadorans was madness, and murderously so.
Brother!
Giavno whirled to address Father Primogen.
Our time in the Pinador was trying. We lost men and good brothers to the weather and the beasts, and yes, to Alpinadorans. Worse still, we knew by the time we had arrived on the lake called Mithranadun that our mission was futile. We were not going to convert any souls in that barbarian land. I do not know if Cormac was right or wrong in what he did. I do not know if Father de Gilb acted wisely or acted a fool in keeping the Alpinadorans against their will. We punished Cormac for his betrayal. I beat him near to death with a scourge, and we cast him adrift on the lake to die. But he did not die. And how did he repay us for our punishment? By returning with that man there to warn us of impending doom. Were it not for them and for Milkala and her people, ancient Baden would have succeeded in dropping the edge of a great glacier in our lake, washing us all away to our certain deaths. Enough, please, Father Primogen. Let Cormac go.
He looked to Cormac as he finished, tears in his eyes.
I am proud to say that this man was once my friend, and I'm sorry to admit that I failed him miserably.
Dame Guidra looked to Father Primogen. The two shared telling nods.
Are you satisfied, Father Primogen?
I am.
Father de Gilb claims this situation a matter of the Order of Blessed Abel. Despite my strong feelings here, I am forced to agree.
Then I would argue that Cormac is no brother of the Order of Abel, that his title was lawfully stripped by a man empowered to do so. When he was put in that boat and cast adrift, he became the charge of Dame Guidra, and not of Father Autoleven or his emissaries.
But I defer to you, for your guidance at least.
We have had our justice on the brother Cormac. It is up to Dame Guidra to decide whether his actions merit further punishment or celebration. I have witnessed the cost of this war with the evil ancient Baden for many months now, my good lady. I would counsel you to leniency at the least.
Go free, Cormac, with my great, great appreciation for your heroic efforts against the most evil ancient Baden.
The snow fell heavily in spurts this day, but the temperature was most pleasingly moderate, leaving the air dancing with large, lazily drifting flakes. Unlike most winter vanguard storms, it was not a day where one had to remain huddled beside a fire, though surely many chose that route. Dame Gwaidra, wrapped in a dark blue shawl, was glad to be out, feeling very much like a little girl in a friendly snowstorm. Walking beside her, Branson felt similarly at ease.
I trust you are enjoying your stay at Castle Pelennor. I've been so busy of late that I have had little time to look in on you and your lovely family.
We have never been more comfortable, of course.
Always expecting the mule's arse rent, yes?
Branson stared at her, mouth hanging open as if he had no idea of how to respond.
You don't know that old saying?
The mule's arse rent?
Mules are frustrating creatures, particularly if you have one you don't know well. The mule's arse rent is the extra and unanticipated cost of renting such a beast when it is returned with boot prints on its arse.
Branson just stood there, gaping.
An old saying is all. Or is it my use of the crude term that surprises you?
You constantly surprise me, Lady Gwaidra.
Good. To my point, though. You fear that I have some ulterior designs in bringing you here. Even above hoping that you would speak for Cormac at Father de Gilb's spectacle.
The possibility has crossed my mind.
You do not trust me.
It's not...
You have every right to be suspicious. My man Dawson deceived you initially to trick you to Vanguard, and I demanded of you that you fight on my behalf.
I understand now that you had little choice. After meeting Ancient Bodden, I better understand your desperation.
And you forgive me?
Forgive you? You saved my life in tricking me here. I understand that.
So we are friends?
Of course.
Branson stopped abruptly and stared hard at Dame Gwaidra.
Oh, but you are insufferable, Branson Garabond. You owe me nothing, of course. I did not demand that you return to Castle Pelennor, did I? Nay, Dawson explained Cormac's time of need. We trusted that you would do the right thing.
Perhaps I'm growing tired of doing the right thing.
You say that because you suspect that I brought you out here for something other than a friendly conversation.
Branson shrugged, not denying it.
I wanted to tell you what is happening in the world, the good news and the bad. You, above many, should know.
I, above many, hardly care.
I don't believe that. But even if true, you should be told, and I owe it to you to tell you myself.
I do care about Cormac.
Well, that is part of it. Part of the good news, I am happy to say. Brother Giavno's outburst at the trial has caused a great furor in the Order of Abel. Father de Gilb is outraged to this day, of course, but he finds few allies. He is a friend of Father Otto Leven, so it is said. But still, Father Primoujon, at the urging of our friend Brother John, has decided that he will travel beside Father de Gilb to Chapel Abel in the spring on Cormac's behalf. There is even talk that Father Primoujon, who is a good man, I assure you, will ask that Father Otto Leven overrule Father de Gilb and offer Cormac reinstatement in the order. This is a fight that will grow within the ranks of the monks, and it is a fight long overdue, I think.
Anything to alter their smug faces would be a good thing, and yes, it is long overdue.
Worth witnessing, you believe?
That brought a suspicious, even knowing scowl to Branson's face.
Jamestown Sequin assures me that our war here in Vanguard is over. My plan was born in desperation, I admit, and yet because of you and your companions it appears to have worked. The Sam Hastes have no stomach for continuing the fight, and without Barden guiding the monsters from the north, they have not been seen in weeks.
What would you have me say?
That this news pleases you, that you care at least.
I do. Do you think I feel no pain when I see others torn and broken? Do you think me so selfish that I care not at all for the people who are mere victims in the plays of those who seek power above all?
You wanted no part in this fight, or of the fight in Hans.
Because it is a fool's errand. Do I kill for Delaval or for Ethelbert? For Pridey, who ruled my home holding and who brutalized his own people? Do I kill for the sake of the Order of Abel, who would hold a man as flawed and vicious and ultimately wrong-headed as Father de Gilb in such high standing?
So we are all alike? We lairds and ladies and fathers and priests?
I have seen little to convince me otherwise.
You wound me to my heart.
Clearly uncomfortable, Branson shifted and reached toward Dame Gwaidra as if to pat her on the shoulder, but even in that he failed and flailed, so at a loss.
I understand. I, my man at least, deceived you and sent you off to a war of which you wanted no part. You do not offend me with your honesty, highwayman. Far from it. I find you refreshing. Only one other man would speak to me in such a manner, and he, Dawson, I consider my closest friend.
You humble me and shame me for my harsh words.
I appreciate you for what you did and for who you are.
Then accept this as an apology of sorts. Were you to wind back the days to my arrival in Vanguard and offer me a choice to go after Bodden or to leave, a choice and not a bribe conditioned on your writ, I would fight for you, of my own volition. I would go to Alpinador and again deliver the head of that foul creature.
You have no idea how happy I am to hear those words from the rogue known as the Highwayman.
Don't take it as an invitation to press me back into the service of your court.
The war is over. Do keep your blade in its sheath. I ask nothing more of you, but I wish to make you an offer. Father Primogen and the others, including Cormac and Milcala, will sail to Chapel Abel as soon as Dawson deems the Gulf safe for passage.
Cormac should not do that.
He is safe. His trial is ended and cannot be redone. I intend to go with them, so long as the peace holds up here, and I am not urgently needed in my court. I would like you to sail with me. You and your family, I mean. I don't know that I will be needed at Father Otto Lieven's chapel. I expect not, truly, but there are other matters in the Southland I wish to discern, not the least of which the disposition of my writ of passage for Branson Garabond, Caydale, and Callan. Laird Delaval is dead, Branson. But Laird Ethelbert cannot claim victory, since he and his army are being pushed back to his holding in the most furious fighting of all. I do not know what will transpire across Hants, but the situation is obviously dangerous.
Dangerous and none of my business.
You say that now, as you said it when first you came to Vanguard.
Would you have me save the world? Is there another Bodden to slay?
I know not what needs to be done, nor do you. I go to learn and to see if there is any way in which I might use my standing to help the people who suffer because of the prideful fighting between two powerful lairds. Do you not wish to learn the same? Do you not wish to learn if you are truly free to walk the lands of Hants? You owe that much to your wife, I would expect. And to Cormac, as your friend, if there is anything you can contribute to his argument against Father de Gilb.
I will go. I know not how long I will stay, and I intend to hold you to your promise that I will be delivered to a location of my choosing.
Our agreement holds.
You believe that I will wish to entwine myself in this fight.
Dame Gwaidra turned away. Branson watched her dance off through the continuing snowfall. Was she asking too much of him?
Or am I demanding too little of myself?
The world, his world, was on fire. How far could the highwayman run?
The woman has shaken me to my core, has taken my expectations and twisted them into unrecognizable knots. I am not unused to such unsettling realizations of the true nature of the powers of Hants. From Father Jarek and the brothers of Chapel Pride to that horrible Pridey who so disfigured Garabond, my father, I come to understand that many of the qualities that put a man in power in the first place seemed also to disqualify him from properly tending the flock in practice. So much had this axiom become a mantra for me that I was hardly surprised by the idiocy of Prince Jeselnik, who was truly an exaggerated collection of every flaw I had ever seen in those who had attained power. Jeselnik, so much a caricature, did not surprise me in the least and did not shake me, other than to make me shake my head in resignation. I had known minor exceptions, of course. Brother Riondu comes to mind, and even Brother Bathyles had moments of great decency. But truly, Jeselnik the liar, the fool, the pretend hero, the hapless lover, judging from his wife's desperation, and ultimately the coward, embodied the extremes of my expectations of a laird. How appropriate it seemed that he who would stand above the lairds would be even more the fool than they. But now I have come to know Dame Gwaidra. I hardly know how to speak to her, to view her. I have to admit that she frightens me. I don't believe her to be secretly sinister and conniving, quite the opposite. The idea that there is no underlying deception and selfish intent about the woman is a notion foreign, one that mocks me in my certitude and endless petulance. Nay, she doesn't frighten me, except that she makes me afraid that she will shame me. For if this perception of goodness I believe of Gwaidra is indeed the truth of Gwaidra, then who am I? No hero, certainly. When the snow fell deep this cold winter in Vanguard, the people of Pelennor struggled to retrieve enough wood to keep warm. With the drifts piled high, the forest was not safe for individuals or small groups to venture. So Gwaidra, as she has apparently done many times before, held a grand ball in Castle Pelennor, with all invited. All. Every person about the town of Pelennor. And with the great celebration came a feast that lasted for days. And during that time, at Gwaidra's behest, Dawson and her soldiers ventured often into the forest and retrieved piles of wood for the folk of Pelennor to take with them as they at last departed the castle. And Gwaidra ate with them and danced with them and led them in song. I looked upon her and wished that she were not so atypical a laird, that all the people of Hants, of all the world indeed, could be so blessed to live under the care of such a ruler. She shames the callous heart of the highwayman. She frightens me because she did something to me. Dame Gwaidra made me, at long last, and against all expectation, hope. Hope. She made me hope. She made me believe that the world could change. But hope is not as easy an emotion as is surrender. For that is what I have done, Dame Gwaidra has shown me to my great discomfort. When the stork became the highwayman, the stork surrendered. I care not for the war in the south, so I declare. I cared not for Gwaidra's war, so I declared. I fought only because of Gwaidra's deception and blackmail. Beyond Cadale and Callan and my own needs, I declared myself removed, uncaring, not responsible. She shames me, and the hope I feel when I look upon her scares me. Who would I be had I been raised in Pelennor instead of Pride? I doubt that the highwaymen would exist, and that is a notion that bothers me profoundly. But how might that persona of the highwaymen have grown in such a climate as Pelennor? Would Father Primugin have treated me as the brothers in Chapel Pride treated the stork? Would Gwaidra have allowed it? No, not up here. Up here, even the relationship between Castle Pelennor and Chapel Pelennor is a very different one than I experienced in Pridetown. Back home, the brothers were terrified of the lad and would not go against him even when they knew he was wrong. But here, Primugin and Gwaidra are friends, and she supports him in his work, most of all when his work is benefiting the people, the common folk. Both Gwaidra and Primugin act as if they serve the folk, and not as if the people were put here as pawns for their pleasure. Perhaps it is the harsh climate of Vanguard and the simple pragmatism the difficult environment demands. Up here, the folk stand as one or die alone. Would the common folk suffer the selfishness so typical in the southern lairds and nobles? Would they sit idly by, freezing and dying, while their leaders of castle and chapel hoarded the winter supplies? I doubt they would, but as I reflect on this matter, I realize that I am applying a pragmatism to my observations of character that is unfair to Dame Gwaidra. I so clearly see her heart in the way she dances in a snowstorm or sings to the people of Pelennor. She would be a good leader of good heart wherever her holding, and had he grown among the pines of Pelennor, the highwaymen would not exist. And Garabond Warmack would still be alive, alive and friend to Brandonard and Senwi. So it is not Guidra I fear in the end, but the hope she lights in my heart and soul, and the way she forces me to feel responsibility beyond the boundaries of my own needs. Had I known the light that is Guidra before, I wonder what I might have answered when she came to me with no threat or deception and asked me, for no reason other than the good of the folk of Vanguard, to go north and do battle with ancient Baden. She has shaken my beliefs to the core. Branson Garabond.
We're driving them hard!
Erelus was a nobleman from Pride who had so distinguished himself in the fighting that Bonagran had given him one of the 10 chariots in his elite team. Bonagran could only nod above the din of pounding hooves and rolling wheels. They had started to the north on the hunt for the highwaymen, as Yezelnik had demanded. That alone had bothered Bonagran more than a bit, given the highwaymen's reputation among the commoners. Word had caught up to them after their departure, though, that King Yezelnik was soon to be engaging the forces of Laird Ethelbert far to the east of Pride, along the western banks of Felidon Bay, the long inlet that separated Hants proper from the large peninsula of the easternmost regions known as the Mantis Arm. Yezelnik had recalled Bonagran with all speed, and so the good general had followed his orders, wheeling his group of 10 back to the south and then east, rumbling to the limit of the horse's strength along the cobblestone roads. They were getting close, Bonagran knew, and that was a good thing, for more than a few of the 20 horses drawing the war chariots would need to be replaced.
Smoke in the northeast! Stay east!
Within a half hour they came upon the stragglers of Yezelnik's rear guard, and they learned southern flank. Bonagran pulled his chariot up beside the beleaguered footman.
You are Farmer Grease?
Oh, Laird Bonagran.
Where is King Yezelnik?
Grease half-heartedly waved generally north, towards smoke on the horizon.
The town in smoke?
Nay, be Millwellis, we're hearing. The king's due north of us. Might even be back to the west a bit.
Bonagran didn't have to probe further to get the hidden meaning there, that Yezelnik, as usual, was safely to the rear of the fighting.
Can you go to him? Might I be speaking without getting your spear in me chest?
What are you about?
About to die, I'm guessing. Go and tell King Yezelnik, I beg you.
Tell him what?
He's got a spear heading straight east, and the front groups are making great gains. The enemy are falling back before them. None to the south of us. None of us, I mean, guarding our flank. But there's a road there.
Bonagran looked to the east, then the south, trying to get a feel for the situation. Farmer Grease was a veteran of many battles, as were most of the men of Pride.
Mighty spearmen are the folk of the Mantis Arm, who spend their days harpooning the fishes.
They've crossed the bay.
Aye, Prince Millwellis hit them hard in the north and cut them off from the mainland. He's built a fortress at the north tip of Felidon to keep the men of the peninsula on the peninsula. Bye. They got boats aplenty.
You're being flanked to the south. While the Felidon Bay villagers retreat, their allies from across the bay are sliding in beside you and behind you.
Grease didn't have to answer.
How many? How far west have they pushed? And how far east are the front runners of your surge?
I can't be known, but they're there. They're falling too faster for us, letting us push east and stretch thin. These folk are no strangers to the ways of battle. They've been fighting Poweries all their lives.
Why are you men back here? If your line advances with all speed, then why are you so far behind?
Farmer Grease pointed down at his foot, which was heavily bandaged but showing blood through the wrap.
All of us here have been taking hits and can't keep up.
And when you heard of the southern flank, you hesitated more.
Grease and many others shifted uncomfortably.
Good fortune that you did. And good fortune that you were rested.
Bonagran turned to his charioteers.
We go south! And these men will run behind us. We'll cut the enemy off along the road. Your men come in behind us and turn fast to the east. Our enemies will be en route and retreating. So run among them and kill them.
One of them that's already crossed the road.
The chariots will hold the road.
For the Bear of Horns!
He hated that nickname. Hated being compared to some animal. But he couldn't deny its power to rally men. But he surely needed that energy and hope at this time. Flames hungrily ate the thatched roofs, billowing thick black smoke into the air. Men, women, and children rushed about in stark terror as the horsemen weaved through the village, launching torches onto the roofs, launching spears at the pursued, or just running down the smaller ones and trampling them underhoof. Prince Milwellis of Palmaris town kept his horse running. This village, of no name worth remembering, had sent some men to the north to what, Milwellis still wondered. To parley, to defend? In either case, they had utterly failed, since Milwellis, eager to be the first to Jansenchester, the target city of King Yeselnik's diversion to the coast, just sent his large force swarming over them and into their village. Out of the corner of his eye, Milwellis noted a man darting behind the corner of a building. He kicked his mount into a short gallop, spinning around the corner, spear ready, to find the man huddled with his back against the stone, his hands open, held defensively against his chest and belly.
Oh, please, good sir, please don't kill me. I'm with no one or nothing but just a fisherman, I am.
Ease, ease, good man.
We're just simple folk.
Then no real loss.
Milwellis thrust his spear into the man's gut.
I would carve the crest of Palmaris town in your foreheads for your treachery against King Yeselnik, fool, but I haven't the time.
A large group, moving east to west.
Erilus was perched up in a tree.
Slipping in behind Yeselnik's line as they spearhead east.
Heartbeats?
Hundreds, 500 perhaps.
Bonagran nodded and motioned his man down from the tree.
You follow as swiftly as you can.
Bonagran spoke to Grease and the 50 other footmen he had rounded up.
We will turn them and send them running. And the quicker you are among them, the more confusion they will find. So, for your own lives, warriors, run!
As soon as Erilus stepped up into his chariot, Bonagran set his own off along the road, the other 9 quickly sweeping up in his wake. He set his team into a full charge along the last span to the enemy crossing. More than 36 warriors from various villages of the Mantis Arm were within striking distance of the road. Bonagran's armored team and chariot roared down at the Ethelbert soldiers. Men rushed about wildly, and some broke. From the north, where the other 9 charioteers similarly pounded into Ethelbert's forces, the 50 footmen howled, running on at full speed. The road was cleared in moments. Bonagran pulled his team up to the side, took up shield and spear, and leaped away. None could stand before him. All that Bonagran had hoped came to fruition in short order. The concentration of enemies moving to flank the southern end of Yeselnik's line fell apart almost at once, and those who managed to escape the catastrophe ran back the way they had come, to the east. Bonagran and his 9 fellows gave short chase, launching spears, inciting further terror. Grease and the others swept by.
To your chariots! Those who have already crossed the road will try to strike at us from the west. They are caught alone!
As predicted, the Peninsula warriors did come on from the west, trying to break through to secure their reinforcements. But this was Bonagran, the Bear of Haunts, the hero of pride, the hero of Yeselnik's haunts. Their spears were met by brutal and unforgiving charges of chariots. Not fast enough for one, who caught a spear in the back, and then another who took one in the back of the thigh, and then a third whom Bonagran hit with a flying tackle, burying him in the dirt.
I surrender! It's not my war! Children!
Bonagran held his slash, stood up straight, and hoisted the man to his feet beside him.
All quarter! These 2 are men of haunts!
Hail, King Yeselnik!
Bonagran scowled at his prisoner.
Hail, King Yeselnik!
Bonagran nodded grimly and pulled him back toward the road. Soon after, Grease and the others returned.
We ran them off for good, and many are down.
Well done. Now we turn west, and quickly. Those out there are cut off from their allies and families, and they know it.
How many?
It matters not. They'll have no heart for the fight.
Proud of his men and glad that he had again ably led them, Bonagran left the western fields of victory, driving for Yeselnik's position in the center of his extended line. As it seemed that the fighting had ebbed, all warriors he passed on his way told him that the enemy had retreated to the fortified coastal towns. Bonagran eased his pace so that his charioteers and footmen and their 100 prisoners, taken in those western fields with hardly a fight, as he had predicted, could somewhat pace him. He wanted them to arrive in view of King Yeselnik soon after he and the unpredictable young nobleman had begun their conversation. In dealing with Yeselnik, Bonagran knew it was always wise to somehow gain an advantage. He found the young king basking in luxury in a grand tent.
Ah, but the great bear has come. I expected your arrival this morning. You were seen not far to the west many hours ago. I told you not to tarry.
I happened upon a situation that needed to be addressed for the good of my king. I had not the time to ride to you and to correct the breach in your defenses.
Breach?
The success of your maneuver at your southern flank was obviously unanticipated. Huzzah for the men of Delaval, so obviously eager to please their new king. The Peninsular warriors made a fatal mistake. They tried to flank your spearheading advance by secretly advancing to the south of the southern end of your line. But they stretched themselves too thin. They are more used to fighting on the sea, methinks, or at the seacoast.
They heard a commotion outside the tent, and Bonagran knew that his men had arrived with the prisoners.
They were desperate against your bold gambit in the south, and so they erred.
He led Yeselnik and the other commanders present to the tent flap, coming in view of Bonagran's forces leading the long line of captives.
What is the meaning of this?
It means that our enemy's gambit has failed.
Yeselnik led Bonagran and the others from the tent to come in view of the new arrivals, Milwellis and his forces.
They have raised a line from the neck of the Mantis Arm to here. They have struck fear into the hearts of the fools who would oppose my reign. Never again will the men, what few remain of the Felidon Bay village, take up weapons in support of Ethelbert. The region is nearly secured. Do you notice anything absent among Milwellis's ranks?
Bonagran looked hard but found no answers to the curious and curiously leading question.
You did not hear of my edict?
Bonagran looked at him with puzzlement.
The days, the months, nay, the years of merciful war are ended.
Merciful war?
Merciful. The reason this uprising of Ethelbert's continues is because of false mercy. Only when the cost of their choices is clear to those who will oppose me will they cease in their folly.
What would you have me do, my king?
Tell me what is missing from Prince Milwellis's grand entrance.
Bonagran scratched his head, not wanting to answer.
Prisoners, the day of false mercy is ended. We do not offer quarter.
Bonagran swallowed hard, his mind whirling through the myriad of troublesome implications of such a ruthless edict. Why would any of those loyal to Ethelbert ever surrender with such a fate before them? He wanted to speak out, to explain to King Yeselnik that his own victory that very day would have been hard to achieve and would have cost him dearly had not the disoriented and fearful warriors of the Mantis Arm surrendered in those western fields. Surrendered despite outnumbering Bonagran's forces 2-1 because they knew there was no long-term solution to their dilemma.
Execute them!
I took them fairly, upon my word.
My word overcomes your word.
Yes, my king. But you cannot take from me my honor if you wish me to remain valuable to your cause.
Are you refusing me?
No, my king. I am asking your deference in this matter.
Yeselnik stared at him hard.
Just kill them quickly and be done with it. My liege, allow me.
Prince Milwellis stared at Bonagran as he spoke, as if this request was surely elevating him against the champion of pride, whom many believed to be Milwellis's primary competitor for the favor of King Yeselnik.
As a reward for my efforts in the north.
Yeselnik motioned for Milwellis to proceed. The fearsome prince of Palmaristown eagerly climbed back upon his horse and motioned for a few of his most deserving and trusted comrades to follow.
It would seem the situation here is well in hand. I expect that you are not needed after all. Take your charioteers and return to the hunt of the highwaymen.
Bonagran gave a curt bow and spun away, rushing to his chariot and motioning his 9 to follow quickly. Bonagran snapped his reins and sent his team charging away, hoping to be far from this place before the screams of terror and agony filled the air. A futile hope. Branson and Cadale stood arm in arm by the prow of Lady Dreamer as she bounced and splashed her way through the springtime swells. The sky above loomed dark and foreboding, and some drizzle had filled the morning air, but Dawson McKeague had assured them, and all the other nervous stiff-leggers, that it wasn't much of a storm.
Just a pall. Worse on the spirits than on the Lady Dreamer.
The couple knew his words to be sincere. After all, Dame Gwyndra herself was aboard. Dawson would never take a chance with the life of his beloved Lady of Vanguard.
Chapel of Bell. What will you say to them when we arrive?
Nothing, unless they ask. Then I will ask them why they found the need to torment my family. What threat was Brother Denard truly? Or are they afraid to learn, as Father de Gil was so fearful of the barbarians that he would kill them all before speaking with them honestly?
Oh, they will welcome you with open arms then.
They should hear the truth if they ask.
You would not have waited for that invitation a few months ago.
Father Primogen understands, and accepted Cormac despite great risk.
As he spoke, Branson glanced back across the deck to the sails of the vessels trailing them. De Gilb and his people were on one, with the notable exception of Brother Giavno. Giavno sailed on Lady Dreamer, with Father Primogen and his closest advisors, including Brother Jean, and with Cormac and Milcela as well.
Not so great a risk for the father. Not with Dame Gwyndra by his side.
This meeting at Chapel Abel will be interesting, even for me, though I hardly care for the affairs of the Order of Abel.
The Order of Blessed Abel.
Branson rolled his eyes.
But you will still offer your opinion if asked.
Your own mother was thrown in a sack with venomous snakes, then hanged by her wrists and left to die.
Samhain's justice, not a Belikin.
The Brothers of Chapel Pride sat silent at her trial, at her sentencing, and at her intended execution. And those brothers were more than passive in the death of Garibald Womack.
I did not mean to upset you.
It is the way of a difficult world.
Where will we live?
If Dame Gwydra's writ is accepted, anywhere we choose.
And where will that be?
Pride Town. Home.
I would like that.
So would Callan, I think.
And Branson, who offers it out of his boundless generosity?
It was my home on the lake. Although I am pained by the ending Garibald found, I think he would like it if we built our home there, in his memory. Also, if Jeselnik is laird, I would like it all the more simply because I know that Dame Gwydra's writ will bring frustration to the dimwit every day.
And how many times will you rob him?
No more. Dame Gwyndra says that all is forgiven. That is our freedom. Our time in flight from pursuing soldiers is ended.
Have you thought of becoming a father?
She looked up at him and smiled, then slowly nodded. The next hug was the tightest yet, and the warmest.
He uses Laird Delaval's own seal overlaid with a Y.
Father Artolivan held the rolled parchment to arm's length so that his failing eyes could make out the insignia.
He names himself Jeselnik Delaval, King of Homs.
Master Riandu was the courier of the parchment.
He would, wouldn't he? And before I read this, good brother, would you desire to forewarn me of anything?
King Jeselnik is in a foul mood. His beloved uncle was murdered, after all. Is there something you fear, Father?
Artolivan looked around at his attendant, Brother Pinauer, who seemed equally sadly amused.
We had a bit of a disagreement with Prince Milwellis of Palmares Town regarding our role in the disposition of prisoners. I expect that the young man of hot humor complained to King Jeselnik, who no doubt wishes to chastise us for our impertinence.
If he could think past the gains of the next day, he would understand Milwellis's posture to be one of disaster. I have little affection for the cold-hearted Prince of Palmares Town, I must admit.
More than I.
The events in the south move quickly. Since the murder of Laird Delaval, Laird Ethelbert tried to assault Pride Town. He was turned back by the brave men of Pride and a great champion whom I name as a personal friend. The battle has turned vicious and furious. King Jeselnik will see this through, whatever the cost.
Father Artolivan held up a hand for him to pause, then broke the seal, unrolled the parchment, and began reading. Almost immediately his jaw went slack, his eyes went wide, and he began to shake his head. He passed it off to Pinauer, who truly seemed as if he had been slapped in the face as he read it.
King Jeselnik demands the release of all the Delaval prisoners held at Chapel Abel and at any other chapels, and he wishes us to serve as executioners for those captives of Laird Ethelbert's army.
Impossible!
Artolivan thrust the scroll into his hand, and he couldn't deny the meaning of the words on the parchment.
What are we to tell our brethren at Chapel Entel in Ethelbert, or at any other of our chapels in holdings under the domain of Laird Ethelbert?
To barricade their doors and pray.
This is insanity.
It is the unbridled vengeance of a man answerable to no one but himself. The old graves of Hans are filled with the results of such folly. Speak freely, brother from Pride. What do you think of King Yeselnik's designs?
I must reflect on it, Father.
Truly?
Aye.
Be at ease, brother. We are all caught by surprise. We must all reflect. I will write and seal my response for you to take on your return to Father Jarek and Chapel Pride.
Thank you, Father Arteleven. There is one more matter, though I hesitate to even mention it in light of the gravity of the previous issue.
Come out with it. I am old, but my heart is strong enough for your surprises.
There is a man traveling the roads of Hons. His name is Branson Garabond, a man of my home holding.
Behind Arteleven, Pinauer shuffled nervously.
He is known as the Highwayman, a great warrior. But he also travels in the guise of an awkward and damaged man, often called the Stork.
Yes?
He is charged with the murder of Laird Delaval. It was his sword that slew the great man.
That news, of course, confused the two monks of Chapel Abel. As far as they knew, the Stork was still in Vanguard, a long way from Delaval City. They both did well to hide that fact, however.
If you find him and capture him, King Yeselnik will be pleased, no doubt.
You are pained by the prospect. You know this man?
For many years.
And you believe that he killed Laird Delaval?
He is capable of great anger. It is not unexpected given the tragedy of his life. The evidence seems strong, though I am surprised that Branson would go to the lengths of murder. I do not know.
He was seen west of here, along the road to Palmaris town, though that was before the onset of winter. I have heard reports that he went to Vanguard.
Those reports must have been in error.
Or it wasn't his sword.
I will report that back to King Yeselnik as well.
Father Arteleven let that sit for a few moments before nodding.
Is there anything more?
No.
Good. You have given me more than enough, I'm sure. Allow me to reflect on King Yeselnik's demands, so that I might properly fashion a response. But do tell me, how fares Father Jarek?
No better, no worse.
Your service in his stead is not unnoticed, brother. With the accidental death of Master Bathalaes, the chapel will likely fall to you in full.
Riandu shifted from foot to foot, too overwhelmed to reply.
Father Jarek is an old and dear friend of mine. I am glad that he trained such competent successors. I am sure that your work would please him, as it pleases us. Go with grace, good young Master Riandu.
Riandu quickly took his leave.
You need to reflect?
On whether or not it would be politic of me to publicly spank this young twit who thinks himself king of Hans.
What are we to do?
We are not to free the prisoners sent to us in good faith by Laird Ethelbert and his commanders. To do so would be to betray our word to the people we serve. And of course, the brothers are not going to act as executioners for a young king drunk with power. The Order of Abel was founded as a gentle alternative to the vicious Samhastes. We have won over Hans's people with the utility of our blessed gemstones, true, but also with our determination to reduce the suffering of men, not to play as the Samhastes in inflicting misery. This is who we are. We are not murderers and executioners. This is madness. Tell no one of this edict.
Of course, Father.
Oh, what a week of ecstasy and agony. To hear the grand news of Dame Gwydra's victory, and now to see the truth of King Yeselnik laid bare.
Perhaps Dame Gwydra will aid us in our conflict with King Yeselnik. Surely she will not agree with his brutal tactics.
How far out is Lady Dreamer?
3 days, perhaps 2. The weather has held across the Gulf, we believe. She departed only 4 days behind the advance ship. No one is faster across the dark waters than Dawson McKeague.
Write our response immediately. Advise King Yeselnik, all proper respect in the use of his formal title, that we will take his edict under advisement.
Delay?
Better that than to invite immediate war. We will indeed enlist Dame Guidra in this trouble, should she be willing.
Then the longer we take in replying, the better.
No, write it immediately. Not with our decision, but with a promise that our decision will be forthcoming in short order. I want Master Riandu as far from here as quickly as possible, before he is even made aware of the impending visit of the victorious Lady of Vanguard. Riandu is spoken of in the highest terms, and he seems a man of mature and moderate temperament, despite the unfortunate incident that led to the loss of Master Bathalaise. But I'll not have our true feelings revealed beyond this room.
Yes, Father.
Let us hope that Dame Guidra offers a solution.
Perhaps the solution will come from within, from the heart of Father Artoliven, who is closest to the spirit of Blessed Abel.
Master Riandu left Chapel Abel the next day, bound for his home of pride, and bearing Father Artoliven's rolled and sealed response, which, of course, wasn't really a reply at all. Brother Pinauer spent most of that day and the next two at Chapel Abel's high wall, staring out at the gulf. When at last the sails of Vanguard ships appeared in the distance, he rushed to Father Artoliven and then down through the winding tunnels and stairways descending through the hundreds of feet of rocky cliff upon which sat their home. Much of Chapel Abel lay within that mountain now, as the monks continually fashioned the deep limestone caves into chambers grand and humble. From the lowest chambers the two entered a long tunnel, its sides sculpted like the ridges of a clamshell, its air thick with brine and torch smoke. The fortified back door of Chapel Abel, hundreds of feet below the main structures, opened onto a small beach in a deep secluded bay. With Lady Dreamer clearly in sight, Pinauer rushed along the wharf past the brothers gathering up lines. He spotted Dawson, who often docked here. Beside him, to his sincere relief, stood Guidra herself. The young monk felt a sense of great elation at that, relief that she, this woman who might be the only hope against the insanity of Yeselnik, had indeed made the journey south from Vanguard.
Praise Abel, for he must have guided her heart.
Pinauer looked back to the approaching ship, and his smile became a look of concern. For moving up beside Guidra came another distinctive figure, dressed in black silk.
Aye, but there's that highwayman fellow. We should put him on a boat right back to Vanguard for his own sake. Before Yeselnik hangs him, I mean.
The ship moored alongside the long wharf then, monks and sailors fast tying her off, and soon the impressive procession moved down the plank to join Pinauer and the other monks working the docks. Pinauer was glad to see his old friend, Father Premujan, disembark beside Guidra.
All news from the north is good.
And so we have brought an eclectic entourage. Brothers of the Order and a priestess of Alpinador, a man of legend.
She looked at Jameston Sequin, whose name was known along the southern coast of the Gulf of Corona, then at Branson.
And one in the making.
And of course, the hero of Vanguard and all of Haunts, the lady who has renewed hope in our order with her victory over ancient Baden. It is a grand day in Chapel Abel, indeed.
A day of hope.
Every village along the Phaleiden Bay is ablaze.
General Kieran Howen reported to Laird Ethelbert.
We will find no allies from that direction, and the villages of the Mantis Arm have been cut off from the mainland.
They have many boats.
They have been battered, lad. I doubt they'll come forth and leave their families to the mercy of merciless Melwellis of Palmaris town.
But Yeselnik has broken off and moved back inland,
leaving Prince Melwillis of Palmaris and his vile forces free run of the inner coast. Now that both of them, Yeselnik from the northwest and Melwillis from the north, would seem to have entered into a race to see who might arrive at our gates first.
A good try, then.
I am not yet ready to surrender Ethelbert dos Entel to the putrid Yeselnik.
Surrender? Not Yeselnik or Melwillis will see the streets of my Entel, unless it is through the eyes of a disembodied head.
A good try, you said. You speak as if we have lost.
And we have, though we have stung our enemies profoundly. I fear that we haven't the resources to again march north and challenge for Hans. Nor would I deign to put the people of the holdings through a continuation of this.
Your men fight because they love you. You fought not out of self-gain, but because you were the only one who could slow the thievery of Laird Delaval. Most men of Hants understand this.
You are too kind, my old friend, and I do not doubt your loyalty or love, or that of many others like Mirik and the warriors of my holding. But for many of the others, the men and women of the other holdings, whose lairds decided that my gold was better than Delaval's, there is only misery and blood and agony and death. They hold my name no higher than the name of Delaval, or Yeselnik now. They fight because they are told to fight. They die because they cannot escape. They hate us all, no doubt, and hate their own miserable lives almost enough to make death a welcome alternative.
Kieran Howen didn't disagree, but the look on his face was one of utter dejection.
We are not surrendering, and not Yeselnik or Milwellis will march into Ethelbert Dosentel. That much I promise. We are now the great biting turtles of the Belt and Buckle's end stones. We close ranks and fight from positions where 10 men might fend off 100. And whenever our enemies carelessly venture near our point, we bite at them and teach them pain. And we are more than a huddled turtle. We have vipers to send forth, a most venomous group.
And when the vipers poison the attackers and send them reeling, do we march forth and drive our enemies before us?
Eager for another try at the Bear of Hants?
A worthy opponent, so yes.
I do not like battling that one. I fought beside him and Laird Pryday those years ago.
I remember it well. Would that Laird Banagran, I am told, had decided to ally with Laird Ethelbert.
Would that Laird Pryday had kept his loins and that his life. I thought to name Pryday to my line. He was a good man, but he lost his ability to continue his line, his balls taken by a Powry. Still, I blame myself for not acting forcefully enough to enlist him and his important holding. A holding become all the more important by the rise of the Bear of Hants.
To the vipers, then.
Are you ready, my prince?
Dmitri Retu held back his obviously eager horse. The scouts ahead had reported confusion and terror in the ranks of their enemies, with most fleeing south. This next charge, back to the east and the Mirianic, would take the rocky hill anchoring the southern bank of a large bay just north of the city of Ethelbert Dosentel. That strong position would ensure that no ships could put in and offload soldiers right behind their lines, and would also serve as a fine vantage point for the short run to Ethelbert City. Milwellis, victorious all through the morning and all the day before, beamed with glee.
King Yeselnik is still 2 days from Ethelbert City, and will be at her gates by evening.
Is that a bad thing, my prince?
Harcourt was another of the commanders. He was the oldest of the generals who had set out from Palmaris town with Milwellis those weeks before. He had also fought with Panlemaris, Milwellis's father, in the Powry Wars and in many sea battles when Panlemaris had seized control of the western reaches of the Gulf of Corona, thus ensuring Palmaris town's place among the most highly prized and important ports in all of Hants. Milwellis looked at him curiously, not understanding how the prospects before them could possibly be considered as such. Still, his father had made it clear to him to heed well the advice of the veteran Harcourt.
You fear that I will outshine the king? Do you think me impolitic?
No, of course not. And you have earned all honors. Your march south will be remembered throughout Hants for generations to come. Already the bards are writing the songs of Milwellis's great victories, and never will a Palmaris town ship be out of the reach of a friendly port, since you control them all now, from the river through the southern coast of the Gulf and down the length of the Mantis Arm. All glory to Milwellis. Young prince, you've done your father proud, and no easy task that.
But
King Yeselnik is new to the throne, and the throne itself is new. As such, he is no doubt unsure.
Unsure and insecure. So we are faced with a dilemma. I desire credit to Palmaris town's brave warriors for the taking of Ethelbert Dosentel, but I fear to walk too tall above Hans's new king, to whom my father has pledged fealty. What am I to do?
The way he had asked, grinning from ear to ear, told them that he had already sorted out the solution, and so the knights just glanced at each other with confident nods and waited for Milwellis to explain.
I will take my leave of you now, riding west to King Yeselnik's line and camp. You proceed as we had planned. You will have no trouble smashing to the city's gate, and when I arrive, King Yeselnik will find his path clear to victory. Ethelbert dos Entel, the greatest prize of all, presented to him by my minions. All glory to Yeselnik for leading the march into the city, but all the men of the king's many holdings will know that it was Palmaris town and Milwellis who truly won the day.
Aye, but your father has raised a son who will well lead Palmaris town and more.
With a stern look, Milwellis dismissed the others. As they walked their mounts away, he brought his horse up very close beside Harcourt.
You find me too forward in front of the others?
I have never heard such compliments flowing from the lips of Harcourt. I find them unsettling.
Perhaps you have never deserved them before.
Milwellis sat up straight as if the man had slapped him.
I promised your father that I would counsel you and protect you particularly from yourself. This is not an easy business. Oh, killing our enemies is simple enough, and a task you've learned well.
But the politics of it.
Trickier by far, and more so given that our new king is a man of exceeding vanity and unworldliness. Would that Laird Delaval had known an heir as worthy as Milwellis.
You say so only because you fear you have angered me.
I speak only because I do not fear to anger you. My loyalty is to Laird Panlamaris first, and I was fighting beside him before you were born. He charged me with fulfilling his own role beside you, to criticize when needed, and to counsel always.
And to praise?
Only when deserved. As now, there are two men in particular making names in this war, yourself and Bonagran, the champion of pride.
He is a peasant.
The warriors love him, and Yeselnik has named him Laird of Pride.
That does not change his peasant blood.
And the warriors love you, and you have the advantage, young prince, for they fear you as well. All who watched the burning of the Felidon villages understand well the severity of Prince Milwellis, and fear is a tool that will serve you well in the days after Ethelbert's certain defeat. As King Yeselnik sorts out his new and vast domain, he will wisely and warily defer to you.
All Hans's coast for Palmaris town, eh?
That is your father's greatest wish, one that you have made possible, even likely.
My choice in going now to Yeselnik, wise?
Brilliant beyond your years.
Ride with me.
With honor.
I, General Dmitri.
Dmitri Retu laughed with his knights. This was his first command, handed to him by Prince Milwellis himself when Milwellis and Harcourt had departed. The mission seemed straightforward enough. The armored horsemen had a clear run to the hill and a clear trail up it. The fact that their enemies held the higher ground seemed inconsequential and had been to this point. For the Ethelbert defenders hadn't bows strong enough or spears heavy enough to inflict any real damage against the bronze plating, and hadn't the heart to continue the fight anyway, having been in retreat for days now. A few stubbornly kept their positions along the hillside, a few light spears had reached Dimitri's band, and an enemy occasionally climbed on rocks, sword or long spear in hand to block the way. But Palmaris town knights had ridden right through the diversions, ignoring the flimsy missiles and cutting low the peasants, who wore no armor, who carried shields of ill-sewn leather, and who wielded weapons that bronze armor easily turned. In a gallop more often than a trot, Dmitri Retu led his men up the side with the goal clearly in sight. Through the slit in his full helm, Dmitri hardly noticed the bare features on the shaved-headed man who appeared among the branches of a tree to his right, or his strange black clothing. The stranger disappeared into the thick boughs of the pine. The knights charged forward. The pine tree leaned over suddenly as if to grasp at them. It was the black-clothed stranger, holding its top branches and leaping to the side, his weight and momentum taking the tree down with him in his descent. He came across Dimitri's horse, both men disappearing in a swirl of green. and the knights gasped in unison as the tree swung back up, a flailing Dmitri affixed to it, the stranger sitting in Dmitri's saddle. The nearest knight leaped his horse ahead and readied his sword to slash at the attacker, but as if he had anticipated that very movement, the stranger slapped the mount and it reared on cue, bucking and double-kicking back. The stranger whirled Dmitri's mount around and produced a strange weapon, 2 black poles as long as a forearm, fastened end to end by an equally long length of dark leather. He held one of the poles and sent the other spinning as he brought his horse in line to pass by the next charging knight. As they passed, that curious twin-poled weapon snapped in against the back of the knight's bronze helm. The warrior from Bear turned to bring himself straight between the next 2 knights in line, and they adjusted their swords accordingly, thinking him mad and foolish despite his impressive display. Just before the 3 horses passed, the stranger leaped to stand upon his saddle and sent his leather-tied sticks into a whirling display. The 2 knights tried to ignore the diversionary movements, tried to focus on taking the warrior's legs out. The horses passed. The knight stabbed repeatedly, and the stranger from the southland danced and leaped and worked his sticks into a spin, into a forward-rolling action before him. He caught the flying pole tight under his right armpit suddenly, leaped the stabbing blades and landed sidelong. He back-kicked his left foot just as he released the trap pole from under his arm. The knight across the way fared little better, the back kick hitting him with a force he could not have anticipated and at just the right angle to lift him from his seat. The trailing knights, wanting no part of this southern creature, tried to turn aside, but other southerners appeared from the brush, leaping at them, kicking at them, stabbing them with long and thin poles. Only one managed to turn about completely, thinking to ride away to warn Prince Milwellis. He broke free and fought hard to balance his mount, refusing to relinquish the gallop even though he was in a steep descent. As the sounds of fighting receded behind him, he gradually relaxed and tried to ease his horse, but realized his folly when he noted movement within the brush to the side of the path. Another black-clothed warrior, a woman. She closed in a confusing blur, springing to her hands, then over to her feet, then up into the air in a dizzying spin. With stunning speed, she moved toward the trail, and the knight knew that he could not get past this somersaulting demoness. She came out of her curl as she descended, her muscles and momentum driving her extending legs out to crack against the knight's shoulder and neck. He didn't even realize that he was clear of his saddle and mount and flying free to the ground. Didn't even realize that the horse, this black-clothed demoness from Bear was now astride, was his own. He hit the ground and all consciousness flew away.
Unworthy enemies.
Merwal Yana looked at the dead knights with disgust. Afwin Wee glanced around her, her gaze focusing on the one of her warriors who was writhing on the ground.
Not so unworthy.
It was not their worthiness, but the Iragu's own error. His leap fell short of his target.
Afwin Wee nodded, then indicated Merwal Yana's bloody nunchuck, the 2 poles tied with leather. With a grim nod in reply, the fierce half-Togairu, half-Baronese warrior walked over to his badly wounded companion and again sent his weapon into a spin, catching the flying pole under his arm. His muscles bulged and strained as he pulled against the hold, taking sure and merciful aim at the base of Tiragu's skull. Merwal Yana released the trapped nunchuck pole and it snapped forward to devastating effect. Tiragu lay very still. Caught in the top branches of the swaying pine, Dmitri Retu rolled around just in time to see the execution of the wounded Baronese warrior. Somehow, that cold-blooded act, killing one of their own with such impunity, brought the first-time general to a new plane of terror. His fingers turned bloody as he desperately forced them under the rim of his helm and under the fine silk rope tied around his neck and hanging him from the trunk. All of his knights had been slain within moments, the black-clothed southerners moving about them with deadly precision. He dared hope that maybe they had forgotten him or believed him already dead. He closed his eyes, tightened his neck muscles as much as possible to fight the choke, and tried to go very still. The one who had caught him, the tall one with the shaved head and the strange weapon, moved to the low boughs right below him and pulled forth from them a silk rope, the other end of the one binding him. Dmitri understood. Just a moment before the southerner tugged it and the clever knot unwound, and the young general crashed and bounced to the ground in the midst of his victorious enemies. Prince Milwellis and Harcourt did not receive the greeting they had anticipated when they at last came to King Yeselnik's encampment. Traveling through the tree-lined dells of the region, they had not seen the developments in the east along the shore until they crested the tall hill to stand beside Yeselnik and his commanders. Milwellis noted immediately that the king's eye was not turned to the southeast and the city of Ethelbert Dosentel, as he had expected, but to the northeast.
You are here!
What is this about?
Your army is being routed, and you are here!
Routed? They should be at the gates of Ethelbert by now.
They've lost a league of ground!
Did Ethelbert come at them with all his force? Even then we should have routed—
Our scouts saw no sizable force moving from the city gates. Are you certain that your men simply did not retreat?
No.
More scouts went out from Yeselnik's camp soon after, and more came in, with reports of dead Palmyrastown soldiers and the main force in fast retreat. Milwellis wanted to ride to them, but Yeselnik would hear none of that.
He's more interested in making sure that he's surrounded by strength.
Harcourt and Milwellis wandered about the encampment. Milwellis looked at him incredulously, but finally nodded, glad again that his father had thought to put this candid and seasoned warrior beside him. Long after the sun had set, the riddle of the retreat was finally solved, for some of Yeselnik's scouts returned with a pair of Milwellis's men, both wounded.
Demons! They walked invisible through the trees.
Demons?
Not demons. Men, sure enough, and women. Southerners. Beasts of bear. But they're demons when they're fighting, none should doubt.
A sizable force?
A handful.
Backed by?
Just a handful. And our knights are all gone.
Gone?
Dmitri Retu?
All gone. They went up the hill, and the demons came down.
You saw them? Up close?
Yes.
What weapons did they wield?
Strange ones for some, swords for a couple, and one used a half-sword.
Yeselnik looked at him curiously.
Broken, maybe, but half a sword, and with a jagged tip.
King Yeselnik looked as if he might topple over. He turned to regard his commanders and Milwellis.
What is it, my king?
The assassins who killed King Delaval. Where are these enemies now?
The two looked to each other and shrugged, then turned back sheepishly to the king.
The fighting has stopped, my king. The enemy disappeared into the hills, likely exhausted.
King Yeselnik began glancing around, eyes darting nervously from shadow to distant shadow.
And so the war continues. Ethelbert has diverted disaster. We cannot push him into the sea.
One of Yeselnik's commanders spoke up.
A full attack, north and west, my king. A few assassins will not stop the prepared lines of our army.
No. We should not remain here, not now. Ethelbert has turned the tide against us. He is wounded and battered and will not come forth. And so we can go, quickly.
Go?
To lands more familiar and more to our liking. Yes, that is the course. We will retreat to Pridetown or to Delaval.
Delaval was no defense against the assassins before.
But we will be more vigilant. We will back away and parley. Yes, parley. Perhaps Ethelbert will stay in his city and we can go. We can take the rest of Hans. Yes. I must consider our course. But not here, not now. Break the camp and be ready to depart.
A dejected Master Riandu walked into the small village of Eskald 3 days north of Pridetown. An inconsequential place, Eskald had no chapel and only a tiny keep, barely more than a stone house atop a cleared hill to serve as the castle for its laird. As he passed along the main road through the bulk of the houses, the monk saw that the people were all astir, and he knew that their agitation was not on account of his arrival. He turned a questioning gaze to one young woman whose response was a chin nod toward the laird's house on the hill. Following that look, Riandu noted a familiar sight. The chariot of Bonagran. Riandu moved up the hill. He didn't even have to tell the lone guard to announce him to the laird, for Bonagran was coming out the door even as he approached. Riandu thought that a good thing, for the laird of Eskald, a man of great mouth and little repute, by the name of Macwalk Boln, was one of the most insufferable and self-absorbed men Riandu had ever met. A visit with him would involve hours of time listening to the man recount the exploits of his long-lost youth, how he rode with Priday in the Powery War, which wasn't true, though the pompous laird had probably claimed as much to Bonagran, who had led Priday's forces in that very conflict, and how Laird Ethelbert had not come to attack Eskald out of respect, nay fear, of the heroic Macwalk Boln. The look on Bonagran's face, like it was locked in a permanent sigh, told Riandu that his friend had not been spared the recounting.
Has he saved the world this day?
Twice, methinks.
I did not expect to see you here. I have been told that the fighting has moved south.
All the way to Ethelbert Docental.
And you are north of Pride, on the hunt for the highwayman.
I have been tasked with that. King Yiselnik has determined that his finest general should don the mantle of bounty hunter, and this at a time when his greatest enemy might soon be pushed into the sea. What do you know?
His finest general. I am just unused to such aggrandizement from you. About you.
Be at ease, monk. Else I will show you the truth of the claim. What news of our masked friend?
He was seen on the road to Chapel Abel. He passed through Palmaris town, but he did not arrive at Chapel Abel.
One of the villages to the west of that place, then? Or did he pass to the east by the chapel and move along Felidon Bay? If that is the case, then he is likely dead. Milwellis offered little quarter to the people of the holdings who joined with Laird Ethelbert's cause.
The whispers claim that our friend Branson went to Vanguard before the winter.
The whispers are wrong, then.
Or that is not Branson's sword. He went to Vanguard before the winter, they claim, and claim with some confidence. It is rumored that Branson joined with Dame Guidra in her struggles against the Samhaists. And we both know that Branson has no love for that cult.
Bonagran suddenly appeared more tired, and he rubbed his face.
You believe that King Yeselnik will send you there in pursuit?
If the Highwayman is there, then he will, without a doubt. He wants our friend dead. More than anything in the world, he wants the Highwayman slaughtered.
If Branson is in Vanguard, then he couldn't have killed King Delaval. The distance is too great, and the seas and land impassable through the winter months. Surely King Yeselnik will understand this, and will rethink the best course for his finest general.
It would hardly matter. Yeselnik's hatred of this one was strong before the evidence of the Highwayman's complicity in King Delaval's death. Before King Delaval had even been killed. Twice now has our little friend robbed him, and both times shaming him in front of his his wife. To a man like Yeselnik, that is a more egregious crime than murder.
A vain man like Yeselnik, you mean, with an insufferable wife?
Your words, not mine. And words that will get you slain.
King Yeselnik has invited great strife within the Order of Abel. Father Artolieven cannot do what he has demanded of us.
Bonagran looked at him curiously.
To free all prisoners loyal to Delaval who were sent to the keeping of the brothers, and to kill all loyal to Ethelbert.
Bonagran's face screwed up for a moment, but then he just shook his head as if hardly surprised, as if nothing Yeselnik did would ever surprise him.
He will send you to Vanguard.
To the edge of the world and over it. Our young king is not in good humor. He is wounded by the death of Delaval.
And he is afraid.
And he is frustrated by Ethelbert's stubbornness and fight. Yeselnik is focusing all of those emotions on the Highwayman now, as if he is the source of all the prince's ills. He will not rest until he has the head of Branson Garabond.
So you are certain and will head straight away to Vanguard?
No, and I hope that I am wrong.
You are returning to Pride, then?
Though I fear my rest will be short.
And you will offer a brother a ride in your fine chariot?
No, but I am sure that Riandu is so forward that he will take one anyway.
They made Pride Town the next day, just as the first advance scouts of King Yeselnik's army were arriving with news of the stinging reversal at the gates of the southern city. The news that the war was still on in full, that Ethelbert had stayed the seemingly inevitable conclusion, was not as unwelcome to Bonagran as it was to Riandu. At least for Bonagran, it offered some hope that he wouldn't be sent to the cold north of Vanguard.
They'll not be any quicker because of your pacing.
Sitting beside Kay Dale on the long bench in the antechamber, Callan smiled.
He's blazing a fine trail across Father Artolieven's rug.
Branson did stop his pacing momentarily to regard the women. They had been waiting in the antechamber to Father Artolieven's audience hall for more than an hour, expecting to be called in to speak on behalf of Cormac, who was in front of the court of Chapel Abel, facing the impassioned appeals of Father de Gilb.
He's got Father Promusion speaking for him, and Brother Giovno even, and Dame Guidra herself. She had to preside neutrally over the court in Vanguard, but here she makes no secret of her support for Cormac and Milcala.
I've seen too much of the likes of men akin to Father de Gilb.
The door swung open and Father de Gilb stormed from the audience chamber. Brother Giovno came close behind the large and angry man and tried to speak. De Gilb turned suddenly.
Do not follow me, brother, else I will be spending my next days inside Chapel Abel's dungeon.
At first, Giovno looked as if he had been slapped, but as de Gilb stormed from the antechamber, the monk just shrugged at the three witnesses.
I'm guessing it went well for Cormac and Michaela?
Beyond anything I could have hoped.
Arm in arm, Cormac and Milcela moved from the audience hall.
Father Otto Leven would like to sanction our marriage formally.
Then you are forgiven.
And offered a return to the Order.
You'll not go back.
I've made no decision, but it was good to be asked.
Hurry along, then.
They would see you now.
Branson and the two women exchanged surprised looks, for they thought they had been brought here solely to speak on Cormac's behalf, which was apparently no longer required. With a shake of Cormac's hand and a hug for Milcela, Branson entered the audience hall, his wife and Callan close behind.
I had thought to be speaking for Cormac.
Branson walked to the center of the carpet. He faced a long table behind which sat Father Artolivan and Father Premusion, Dame Gwaidra, several other monks Branson did not know, and, surprisingly, Jamestown Sequin and Dawson McKeague.
It was not necessary. Cormac's character was well presented and represented. We have heard news of you, young man. Information regarding the highwayman.
It's good to be famous.
You are hunted, friend, accused of a crime against the throne of Hans.
I did not know that Hans had a throne. Just a bunch of petty lords with petty concerns and not a care at all for who they destroy to see their desires fulfilled.
Father Artolivan smiled and glanced at Dame Gwaidra.
A notable exception to the rule.
You are accused of a serious crime, Highwayman.
That I robbed that idiot Yezelnik in Delaval City? Of that, I admit my guilt. I robbed him as well in pride right after I rescued him from certain death at the hands of marauding Powries. I have already admitted my past deeds, though in my heart I fear that my biggest error was saving Yezelnik from the dwarves. Dame Gwaidra's writ of passage was offered with knowledge of those thefts.
Laird Delaval, King Delaval, was murdered in the same tower where you robbed his nephew.
At the same time?
No, recently.
While you were in Vanguard.
I am sorry?
King Yezelnik.
King?
He proclaims himself King of Hans as the rightful heir of Delaval, who similarly demanded the title. He believes you complicit in the death of his uncle, King Delaval.
My arms are not that long. I did not know the man. Why would I want to kill him? And if I hadn't killed the loathsome Yezelnik, then why would I go out of my way to kill his uncle?
Your contempt for the new King of Hans is noted, as is your proclamation of innocence.
I have been in Vanguard throughout the winter, with Dawson McKeague, and with Brother John and Cormac after him. How could I have been involved in a murder in Delaval City?
We are not your judge and jury. We know that you could not have been involved in this tragedy, but King Yezelnik will not be so easily swayed, I fear, given all that I have heard of him.
What does that mean?
It means that my writ of passage to you may not be enough. It means that you and Caydale and Callan should remain here, or even sail back to Vanguard with me when I go.
Branson stared at her hard, angrily, suspiciously.
I honor the writ of passage and will not detain you in any manner. You and your family are welcome at Chapel Bell.
Branson never blinked and never stopped staring at Gwaidra.
Yezelnik claims that Branson, the highwayman, killed Delaval.
We know otherwise.
We do, but he does not, nor do the lairds who do his bidding. It was Master Raiandu of Chapel Pride who delivered the news only right before we arrived here.
Branson's face brightened at the name.
You know him?
Oh, quite well, I am told. And if it means anything to you, young man, I think that Master Raiandu doubted in his heart the claims against you.
We will work to clear your reputation.
If Yezelnik is king of Hans, then your work will be in vain. Know that he will always hate the highwayman, as much because of his own failings as a husband and a man as because of the robberies. His wife was rather taken by a man who would fight against enemies instead of sniveling inside the coach. If Yezelnik is your king, then as much as I would have thought it impossible, my estimation of the nobility and leadership of Hans Holdings has sunk even lower. He is a fool and a fop, a vain and preposterous coward, and—
Enough, Branson. We will work to clear your name, as Dame Gwaidra insisted. We are interested in justice.
That is not my experience with Laird or brother.
Enough. We ask that you remain here for your own sake and the sake of your family until we can clear away all this confusion.
Or we will be sailed to Bear.
Give us time.
And now you will excuse us, for we have other matters to discuss.
No. I wish Branson to sit with me as we discuss the situation.
Father Artolivan looked at her with surprise and something less than enthusiasm.
He has earned it.
She turned to Branson and motioned to an empty chair at the end of the table.
He may be quite important as this goes forward, The highwayman is not unknown in haunts and not unloved by many of the people we seek to serve.
Would the two of you please excuse us, then?
Cadale moved up and kissed Branson on the cheek and squeezed his hand, then took her leave with her mother. For all his bravado, Branson felt quite unsure of himself as he moved to take the seat between Jamestown and Gwaidra. He sat quietly as the group began discussing Yeselnik's new edict regarding disposition of prisoners. He wasn't surprised by the foppish, self-proclaimed king's lack of simple morality, of course.
And you will react how?
We must refuse this man who calls himself King of Hunts.
And I will support you, of course. Let us hope that King Yeselnik will listen to reason on this matter.
He won't. He is stubborn and vain beyond description.
In that case, we will be faced with more difficult decisions still. But we will forge our way through the obstacles as they are presented to us. For now, King Yeselnik awaits our further word on his edict regarding the prisoners. He will not be pleased, but we must follow what is right and just in concert with the teachings of Blessed Abel.
For some reason, the decision and declaration of the Father of the Order of Abel unsettled Branson even more than the unsurprising news of Yeselnik's continuing and escalating stupidity. He left the meeting much later on, his thoughts spinning both for himself and his family, and their place in the world, and for the larger issues of Hunts and this new king who could be nothing more than a catastrophe. The couriers went from Chapel Abel soon after the meeting had adjourned.
How do you fare with the new order of the world?
Branson turned and greeted Cormac as he approached.
I am not surprised by the actions of Yeselnik, to be sure. I have encountered the man a couple of times in the last months. Neither meeting has left me impressed with his wit or his wisdom.
I mean regarding Branson. You expected to walk Hunts a free man.
And so I shall.
By your stubbornness and your sword? Is there not the matter of your wife and her mother to consider?
Dame Gwaidra
is powerless against Yeselnik at this time. Her writ of passage will not be honored for a man believed to be the killer of King Delaval. And honestly, it would be foolhardy to not rescind the order. If you go and present that document, then she too will be complicit in the killing of King Delaval.
I had nothing to do with that. I was beside you, was I not?
And you believe that matters?
No.
So what will you do?
I don't know. Dawson McKeague has pledged to sail me wherever I wish to go. Perhaps to Bear.
Jacintha?
Branson furrowed his brow in puzzlement.
The principal city of the Desert Kingdom. Just south of the city of Ethelbert Dos Entel, around the Belt and Buckle Mountains, whose rocky spurs jut into the Mirianic as if God himself did not want the men of Hunts and of Bear to mingle.
Jacintha, then?
It is a strange place with strange ways.
A fine choice you offer.
Father Otto Leven will not expel you or your family, nor will he turn you over to Yeselnik's soldiers if they come.
So, you offer me imprisonment in a chapel of faith I do not hold true, or a journey to a strange and dangerous place. Shall I thank you for creating great contentment within my tumultuous soul?
Vanguard.
Again he drew a puzzled look from Branson.
It is a wondrous place, full of freedom and personal responsibility. It is the perfect location for one who wants no part of the politics and intrigue of Hunts or of Bear, I am told.
Will Cormac be there?
And Michaela. Dame Gwaidra speaks of dividing up her vast holding into smaller duchies, and has hinted that she will offer one to me.
And you would like the highwayman as a subject?
Or as a neighboring duke?
I thought you just said...
I did, and I hold to it. I only mean that if you wished more for yourself and Cadale, then you will find an ally in Dame Gwaidra. Do not doubt. She expressed deep gratitude to me when we spoke quietly about a possible appointment, though she counseled me to consider Father Otto Leven's offer to return to the Order of Blessed Abel.
And will you?
I would be a liar if I said that I was not intrigued. Great healing might be accomplished between the Order of Abel and Milcala's shaman brethren, and between Vanguard and the Alpinadoran tribes. Father de Gilb did great damage on Chapel Isle. Our battle with the many tribes of Mithranadun...
And de Gilb's refusal to join in the common cause against ancient Bodden.
Perhaps I can do some good.
As a monk or as a duke?
That is the question, is it not?
Why not as both?
It was Cormac's turn to wear an expression of surprise, which shifted to one of intrigue.
But what for you?
I wish at some point to travel to Bear. I must. But Haunts is my home, and I do not count that lightly. And there is another matter. Haunts is Callan and Cadale's home as well, and they should be free to remain here and wait for my return, particularly Callan, who long ago grew weary of the road.
You would trust Yeselnik to honor the writ of passage for them, and not imprison them to use against you?
Of course I would not.
And so we are back where we began.
I will go to Pridetown to test Dame Gwydra's writ of passage. And if it is not to be honored, I will do what I need to clear my name and to demand the commute of any claims made against me. I served honorably under a bargain from a Honsular lady. I expect, when the truth is known that I could not have participated in the murder of King Delevor, that my covenant with Dame Gwydra will be respected.
You will march south and demand all that?
I will journey south more quietly and learn and adapt. I am the Highwayman, have you not heard? And the Highwayman has many friends in Pridetown.
And many enemies.
That is what I intend to learn.
She knew. The truth permeated Branson's thoughts as he navigated the corridors and courtyards of the sprawling complex of Chapel Abel. He had tried to hide his decision from Cadale for the time being, out of cowardice, he admitted to himself. But she had seen through him, and his tenuous and halting answers, stuttered even though he had the soulstone firmly tied against his forehead, had led Cadale to more incisive and determined questioning. By the time Branson had managed an appropriate dodge to the larger question of his intentions, Cadale had already confirmed her suspicions. She knew, Branson believed, that he was planning to leave her once again, despite his promises to her in Vanguard. The look on her face as he had walked out of their room that morning, a combination of resoluteness and sadness, had nearly made him change his mind, had nearly turned him toward a different course, perhaps back to Vanguard with Cormac. But now, as he walked the ways of the great chapel complex, as he heard the familiar dialect of the many men hard at work, Branson understood that he must go at once to Pridetown, to confront Riandu with the hard evidence, the letters of proof from many reliable affiants. He had to believe that somewhere, somehow, even in the holdings of Yeselnik, the truth would ultimately win out, and he would be exonerated, and that Gwydra's writ of passage for him and for his family would be honored. If there was any justice in the world, this course would be the correct one to walk. But Cadale knew. His inner tumult slowed his steps as he neared Father Artolivan's chambers, and he slowed further as he came to hear loud arguing from behind the solid oaken door. Right before the door, the words became clear, as did the voices of Fathers Artolivan, Primujan, and de Gilb.
You would have me kill them? These men who were given to Chapel Abel and put under our care on condition that for them the war had ended?
We must choose between Yeselnik, who will win, and Ethelbert, who hides in the south. The greater movement of the kingdom is beyond our control. Delaval won and gave his winnings to Yeselnik, and thus Yeselnik is the king of Hans.
That simply?
Yes, unless you know of some great army stirring to oppose him.
His victory over Led Ethelbert seems assured by last reports.
Then we are to recognize Yeselnik as king of Hans. What other choices before us?
Recognition with precondition, perhaps. We can force King Yeselnik's hand on this and other matters, promise our fealty, but only to a goodly king.
You think yourself the king.
Father de Gilb!
If Yeselnik is the king of Hans, then the decisions are his to make. We cannot say that we agree here and disagree and therefore will not abide there. Is he the king of Hans or is he not? And if he is, then we are bound to honor.
I will not murder unarmed prisoners.
Then you should not have involved our order in this secular business of war.
Father!
It is true. We heal the wounded for both sides. That is a good thing, and all the chapels agreed. But then you agreed to turn our most holy and important monastery into a prison?
A prison that sent men to the aid of Vanguard.
That matters not at all. Father Artolivan took it upon himself to involve the order in matters where it did not belong. You cannot make such a stand and then decide at a later date that you don't like the outcome.
We retained our neutrality.
Until one side or the other gained the advantage. For surely, had Ethelbert won the field, his demands upon you would be equally harsh and distasteful.
I do not believe that, nor do I believe that Laird Delaval would be possessed of such cruelty.
Then you are a fool, and you have softened to the point where your leadership is a danger to the Order of Abel.
Father!
I demand a council of fathers.
Denied.
You cannot deny it alone.
Denied. 2-1 then. Find more fathers of similar humor to yours and make your request at a later date.
And until then, know that I will not execute the men of Laird Ethelbert, taken under honor and sent here under promise of my protection.
And the men of Laird Delaval?
Are here as agreed. King Yeselnik will not have them turned free to serve his cause until the war with Laird Ethelbert is settled.
Our order has gone soft. As with Cormac, who betrayed us.
This was about Cormac all along.
It is about a church that forgets the harsh lessons of the wider world. A church so steeped in false hope and idealism and tolerance that it ensures its own inevitable collapse.
If I gave you a sword and the order from King Yeselnik, would you kill the prisoners with your own hand, Father de Gilb?
Yes, because I look beyond the lives of a few and the immediacy of our current situation. War is cruel, and need be. To end it swiftly, and to make the mere thought of it cause men to piss in their britches.
You sound like a Samhaste.
You are dangerously wrong in your decisions, Father Arteleven.
If you believe that, then find enough support among the brethren to force your counsel. Truly you tire me. I sent a man of spirit and hopefulness to Alpinidor those years ago, a mission that I thought de Gilb might accomplish in bridging the differences between our ways and those of our northern brothers. This man who returns to me these years later hardly resembles the one I knew.
Because I am wiser.
Because you are hardened and stubborn.
Branson managed to jump back a couple of steps and tried to appear as if he was just arriving when the door was flung open and the large monk rushed out. With only a cursory glance at Branson and a dismissive shake of his head, de Gilb stormed away.
Greetings, Branson Garabond. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit so early in the day?
Your pardon, Father. I have made a decision and wish to inform you first of all.
A decision? I did not know that you were faced with a question.
Concerning my destination and my place in the world. I will take my leave of Chapel Abel this day. With Dame Gwydra's writ of passage in hand, I will go to clear the name of the highwayman.
King Yeselnik will kill you.
Yeselnik seems not to be a reasonable man.
I know him well, and I do not disagree regarding his temperament. But there are others I know to be reasonable and just.
You will build support for your cause?
That is my hope. And I hope that Father Arteleven will lend that support.
To the side, Father Premusion shifted uncomfortably, as did Brother Pinauer, who had walked into the room behind Branson.
I will speak truthfully to that which I know, of course. What more would you have from me?
A second writ of passage.
You cannot ask this of Chapel Abel. We are in difficult straits with King Yeselnik as it is.
And with some in your own ranks.
You appreciate the difficulty I have in openly defying King Yeselnik at this time on this issue?
I do.
I cannot offer you any imprimatur that would serve you against the king's men. But perhaps I can fashion some writ to add my voice to Dame Gwydra's, some imprimatur to ensure those favorable to your cause that I witnessed Dame Gwydra's testimony on your behalf and found it credible.
That would be most helpful.
Your wife and her mother are welcome to remain here at Chapel Abel. I trust you will not be bringing them along on your undoubtedly perilous journey.
I have to go. If Yeselnik is to be king of Hons, then I have to clear my name and regain the freedom I earned from Dame Gwydra.
King Yeselnik is a stubborn one. He will not be easily swayed.
Branson, knowing Yeselnik better than any in the room, nodded, but he smiled as he did, and in a flash drew out his magnificent sword.
For the third time I will put him at the tip of my sword. I suspect that while his eyes are seeing the sharpened edge, his heart will see the truth of Branson.
Brilliant. I only hope that Hans will forgive you for stopping short your deadly blade.
Father!
I would like for you to stay, Highwayman, though I know you cannot. Return to me if you find the time.
To retrieve my family, of course.
Oh, and to sit with me. I have only heard small stretches of the history of Branson Garabond and this hero known as the Highwayman, and of the Stork. I would like to hear the whole story.
Ask Kaydale. She can tell it as well as I, since she was there for most of my steps. Even the awkward ones of the Stork that as often as not left me face down in the mud.
Sometimes in the mud of Chapel Pride, with buckets in hand.
Branson looked at him surprised that he knew so much.
Small stretches of your history. And there is one more thing.
Father Artolivan reached up and touched the front of Branson's black bandana, tapping right atop the soul stone hidden beneath it, and secured to his forehead. He turned to Pinaur and pointed to the desk, and then pointed more emphatically when the younger monk hesitated.
I have had a long discussion with Brother Cormac.
Pinaur walked over with a small decorated box. With obvious reverence, he handed it to Artolivan, who held it before Branson as he slowly opened its hinged lid. Branson's eyes widened as he stared at the contents. A small star-shaped brooch, no more than a fingertip across at its widest point, centered with a soul stone and containing in its 5 tips other stones of various colors. He recognized the ruby at its top point, flanked left and right by malachite and a particular type of agate known as cat's eye. The striated stone set in the bottom left point he thought to be serpentine, and the other he knew as quartz, but a cloudy variety whose properties Branson did not know.
This was made for Laird Delaval's grandfather, ironically, in the early days of the Order of Abel. To Father Abel's surprise, the Laird refused it, despite its obvious powers, since we were not as accepted back in those days, when the Sam Hastes dominated haunts.
He lifted the brooch and slowly turned it so that Branson could better see its wondrous craftsmanship, including small hooks and pins on the backing.
It is fashioned of silverel, the same metal as your unusual sword, and edged in graphite, the stone of lightning.
What does it do?
Separately, the gems are each possessed of their own blessing.
They are all enchanted.
It is a fine item. It was crafted to be sewn to the chest, above the heart, but perhaps on your forehead.
To the cloth?
To the skin itself.
Branson's eyes widened in surprise and a bit of trepidation. He calmed quickly as he remembered the fight on the road with Dame Gwydra's raiders when his bandana and stone had been knocked away and he had been helpless against the troll enemies.
I have spoken about you at length with Brother John as well.
Women in Bear wear gemstones in such a manner. They call it tika, and it is considered quite beautiful.
And those are simple and mundane jewels. Magically speaking, I mean. You will find these stones useful in other ways.
He handed the brooch to Branson, who slowly lifted it to his forehead with one hand, slipping free the other soul stone as he slid the new one in place. He closed his eyes and fell within the flux of energy offered by the gems. His Kichi Kree, his line of life energy, remained straight and strong as with the other soul stone. And other possibilities flitted through his thoughts, a jumble at first, but gradually sorting themselves out. Possibilities.
You would give this to me?
An extraordinary gift for an extraordinary man. It does my old heart good to see that brooch, so long in the coffer upon your forehead.
And it looks quite good.
Branson left Artolivan's quarters with his bandana in his hand, and he walked with the sure gait of the highwayman, not the awkward stumble of the stork.
You hate me.
Branson spoke after a long and uncomfortable pause. Kaydale looked up at him across the room.
For a hero, you're sure for saying some stupid things. She's no more for hating you than you are for her, and you should be able to see that clear enough in her eyes by now.
Of course I don't. But I am afraid, and I'll miss you dearly, as I did in Vanguard those weeks you were gone from me.
I know, but I have to do this. My name is clear, as Dame Gwydra agreed.
We'd be free enough in Vanguard.
I've spent most of my life trying to figure out how and where I belong. Haunts is our home. Pride is our home. Even if we choose not to live there, we should be able to return at our leisure.
When we left, you left a dead laird behind.
But even that is forgiven by Gwydra.
By Bonagran?
I don't know, but I will find out. I want Brother Riandu, Master Riandu, I mean, to know the truth of it, to know that I am no criminal, and that his order at the very highest level has deigned to honor and accept me.
Because of your life at Chapel Pride. Because of the way Riandu and the others treated you.
Branson couldn't deny the obvious truth of Kaydale's observations, so he just slid back from her a bit and shrugged helplessly.
If Bonagran or Yezelnik catches and kills you, I'll never forgive you.
Then you don't hate me?
I know you have to do this. I only wish I could go with you.
Not now.
I know.
Here, you hero.
Callan took a couple of steps toward Branson and tossed him his bandana, which she had been sewing. He caught it and examined it, then slipped the now thin eye mask on.
The dashing highwayman.
They know who I am. And now I need not hold a gemstone in place. There is no point to the disguise.
Yes, there is.
The common folk of Pride know the highwaymen more than they know Branson Garabond. Your reputation is your advantage against Bonagran.
Branson's step was sure-footed but much less animated as he walked out of Chapel Abel that afternoon. He was confident that his course was correct, and that he had justice on his side. But the thought of leaving Caydale for an extended period yet again, even though he expected to be gone from Chapel Abel for no more than a couple of weeks, wounded him. He glanced back to see Dame Gwyndra and Dawson McKeag watching him from the wall, Gwyndra nodding her approval. Caydale was not there, though, and Branson was glad of it, for had his beautiful wife been watching, he would have turned and rushed back to her.
You've got a longer road before you if every step forward is taken with half a step backwards.
Branson relaxed when the speaker, Jameson Sequin, walked out of the shadows. Branson glanced all around and back the way he had come, back toward Chapel Abel, which was long out of sight by then.
What are you doing out here?
It's been a long time since I've walked the ways of Hans.
Vanguard is part of Hans.
Haven't been here in more years than you've been alive. Thought this would be as good a time as any to reacquaint myself.
Heading where?
You know that better than myself.
I'm going to Pride Town.
I am going to Pride Town.
Dame Gwyndra believes I need a bodyguard.
Doubt that, since she sent you against Bodden.
But she asked you to come with me on my journey.
Was my idea.
One she thought wise.
I'll give you that much. But I do want to walk the ways of Hans again, and I know more than a bit about staying out of sight and out of notice. I think you'll find that helpful.
I am no novice.
Could have fooled me the way you were dancing down the path. And if I was one of Yeselnik's men with a bow, you'd be lying dead in that brush.
Branson just stared at him hard.
Oh, but quit pretending. You know I'll be helpful. You know I won't slow you down, and you know you don't want to walk alone. You also know, but you're too proud to admit it, that you might learn from my long experiences. Sure, you know how to fight. You're as good as any I've ever seen, and I've seen many. But you could learn a few things about when to fight and where to fight from, I'm thinking.
Branson didn't reply, but his visage did soften.
You know you don't want to go alone.
Branson couldn't resist that smile and returned it.
Now, good thing we got a long road ahead of us, 'cause you got a lot to learn, and I got a lot to teach you.
Young brother Pontius ran along the road to the west, his precious cargo, the edict from Father Arteleven, set in a scroll case and slung over one shoulder. He hoped to reach Palmaris town, his goal, before sunset. Suddenly, he felt very vulnerable there alone on the road with so important a letter, and those feelings only increased when he heard the clip-clop of a horse and the rattle of coach wheels behind him. Pontius veered off the side of the road, moving down into a gully behind some brush, where he crouched and looked back the way he had come. He relaxed when he saw the horse, adorned in a bridle that showed the evergreen symbol of Chapel Abel and his beloved order. He knew this horse, and recognized the small wagon it pulled. He scrambled back up to the road, waving for his brethren. He reached up, but froze in place when the coach's door flew open, and Father de Gilb leaned out, lifting his head over it and scowling fiercely at the young courier.
Father! I do not recall hearing an invitation for you to ride with us.
No, Father. I assumed that the coach from Chapel Abel would afford a brother a seat.
You deliver Father Arteleven's message to Laird Panlamaris?
That is my duty, yes, Father.
Do you know Laird Panlamaris, boy?
No, Father. I met his son when Prince Milwellis passed through Chapel Abel.
And your impressions of the young man?
I didn't know him well.
The large and imposing father then motioned toward the bench seat beside Josal.
Do join us. I wish to see the look on Laird Panlamaris' face when you deliver to him the notification of Father Arteleven's treason.
Brother Pontius swallowed hard and never stopped staring at Father de Gilb as he made his way onto the seat beside Josal. Behind them, the door closed, and Josal urged his horse back into motion. They made the great port city by mid-afternoon. Ordering Josal to stay with the coach, de Gilb escorted Pontius into the castle and, again, this time as a diplomat and not a navigator, had them at their destination in short order, standing before the throne of old Laird Panlemaris.
De Gilb, young fool, is that really you?
Panlemaris was a grizzled old man, still thick and strong, and carrying the scars of 1,000 fights.
Not so young anymore, Laird.
Aren't you supposed to be an Alpinador, converting barbarians to the light and the stones?
Too stubborn and stupid a lot for that. I could not convince them, so I killed a bunch instead.
Your order is better for it. I've met a few Alpinadorans in my sailing days. Not one worthy of civility. Fierce warriors, though, huh? So, I count those among my finest kills. So, what brings young de Gilb to my humble city?
Not so young, though I wish I were. And there is little humble about the grandeur that is Paul Morris town. I do believe that your fine city has grown as powerful as I have grown old.
The flagon of mead for that man.
An attendant scurried from the room.
And we have prospered under the fine friendship of King Delaval. May the old ones see fit to seat him at their table.
Aye.
And you must know, de Gilb, that everyone in the world seems young to me.
Father Arteleven?
No, perhaps not that one. The gods don't want him, so they make us keep him. Your pardon, brother. I do not suffer that one well.
Your son would agree.
The rebuff of Milwellis will be remembered the next time Father Arteleven calls upon Palmaris Town's fleet for transport or supply or defense.
Smiling all the wider, Father de Gilb reached around Brother Panticius and removed the slung scroll case.
I expect none of those to happen anytime soon.
He handed it to Panlemaris. An attendant rushed up and took the case, popping off one end and rolling wide the scroll. Panlemaris read it quickly. The man sat stone-faced. Another attendant came in with Father de Gilb's flagon of mead, and the monk took his first swallow.
You would drink with me after delivering this?
Brother Panticius took a step away from the throne.
I? Not I. Brother Pontius here delivered the note. Would that it had never been penned, but Father Arteleven would not heed my advice.
You know what it says?
Yes.
Panlemaris fixed a withering gaze on poor Pontius.
He is a courier and nothing more.
Then get out of my chambers!
Bowing with every backward step, mouthing words though no sound came forth, Brother Pontius executed a graceless departure.
Has Arteleven gone mad, then?
De Gilb shrugged.
Yeselnik wins, has won! Ethelbert is pushed to the sea and will not break out. More of Hans's holdings pledge fealty to Yeselnik daily.
De Gilb nodded.
This is treason.
It is far worse than you think. They harbor not only the prisoners from Ethelbert's army, they hold in chains not only the men loyal to King Yeselnik, but there is another in their chapel who is much sought after. They harbor the highwayman.
He murdered King Delaval.
Dame Guidra has provided him with a writ of passage, forgiving all crimes.
She forgives the murder of the king? How many brothers are at Chapel Abel?
Less than 300.
How many prisoners of each side?
I know not the exact count. A couple of hundred of Yeselnik's men, perhaps twice that of Ethelbert's.
Would that my son were returned from the Myrianic coast. He has many of my finest commanders and warriors with him. Well then. It wouldn't do for Milwellis to have all the fun, would it?
What will you do?
Since Yeselnik's decree, I've got more men free of duties, what with fewer prisoners to watch. A couple hundred monks, a few hundred others.
Dame Guidra is there with 4 ships of men.
Skinners and drunkards, no doubt. She won't follow the course of Arteleven. She's nobody's fool from all I've heard. She'll get on her boat and go home. This isn't her fight.
You've got to know what they see. If you were up on that rock, where would you be looking? What movements would catch your eye?
Branson squinted in concentration as he followed Jameston's pointing hand.
We're over there by the stream in that stand of oaks.
There are a million places to hide, and surely there is no path invisible to all of them.
Am I telling you anything different than those who taught you to fight? Is there any perfect defense or a swing that can't be parried?
Measure your enemy. So where would enemies most likely hide and wait? What vantage points are most likely, and how to avoid them?
You couldn't have admitted that an hour ago and saved me my talking? Pretty wife you left behind.
It's been a long road.
But we've just left.
Not from Chapel Bell. For so many years my life moved in a slow and straight line. Everything around me was solid as stone, even when I wasn't.
When you were this Stork fellow, you mean?
Even as I began to find those moments of escape from the Stork, there were so many constants. It was as if the world was there, one place known to me, and I could play with it as it amused me. But now there is so much tumult, so many things changing.
Now, you've got others depending on you. That's the only real difference. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. You got your wife now with child, and a mother all needing you. So you're more careful with every step and smiling less because you got something to lose. For the first time in your life, you've got a lot to lose.
Thank you for pointing that out.
And you're making the biggest mistake of all. You got more to lose because all the world, all your world, is better. But you're smiling less. You're letting those bad maybes bury the good that is.
What?
Lighten your step. I spent many hours with Callan on the boat. She told me of a masked man who challenged the Laird of Pride and defeated him. She told me of a masked man who leaped from a Samhaste bonfire to slay a powerful priest, of a masked man who saved Yeselnik, then robbed him and stole his powdered wife's heart at the same time. Oh, and then robbed him again in his own castle for no better reason than to witness the foolish expression on his face.
It does seem as if everyone is prying into my past.
Everyone but yourself.
What does that mean?
It means you're forgetting to remember where you came from and how far you walked. It means you're losing your joy and your worry. You see Powries raiding a coach and take 'em on, then take on the men in the coach when you're done with the dwarves. You see a high castle wall and decide to climb it for treasures you don't even want. Now there's a man I want to walk beside.
I'm right here.
No. Wish that you were.
They were apart for nearly half an hour, Jameston continuing along the road south.
If I was one of Yeselnik's Burmen, you'd be lying dead in the brush.
Jameston froze at the sound of his own words coming back at him. He slowly turned to regard Branson, sitting easily on a branch, his legs dangling, his mask down over his eyes low enough so that the star-shaped brooch showed clearly on his forehead.
And how did you know to be there instead of up on that rock?
Because I know that you know what your enemies are likely to see and from where they're likely to be watching. They can't see you from there. You were careful to make sure of that.
Good to know that you listen to me, boy.
More than you realize.
Father Malskinner and Brother Honig of the Chapel of Precious Memories entered the keep of Laird Panlemaris somewhat tentatively, expecting an angry berating from a volatile man. Brother Pontitius had stopped by the chapel of Palmaristown before his return to Chapel Bell to inform the monks of the stern and defiant message he had just delivered on behalf of Father Artolivan.
Ah, good. I always count on Father Malskinner to be on time.
I trust that your son is well?
Since your church has taken its stand, he had better stay away from Ethelbert's swords.
The brothers would not refuse to care for any man's wounds.
Yes, any man of either side. Under Father Artolivan, your order has perfected the art of...
neutrality.
Cowardice.
Panlemaris' arm sliced to his side. Immediately, a dozen men dropped their halberds level with the monks and closed in on them in a nearly complete and inescapable circle. The two monks were herded together as sharp bronze spear tips prodded at them.
Laird Panlemaris, I protest.
I expect you would.
What is the meaning of this?
Your father Artolivan has declared opposition to King Yeselnik. So it follows that he has declared his opposition to me, loyal to Yeselnik as I am. If your leader is going to declare war, you would be wise to be better prepared than to walk into your enemy's castle.
I demand that you release us.
The prodding of halberds quickly had the two monks moving toward the room's side door.
Take their gemstones.
I demand you release us to the Chapel of Precious Memories,
where my guards are even now collecting the rest of your treasonous band. Your chapel is my chapel now, monk. I will have your inventory of gemstones and all the gold you have taken from the people of Palmaris Town these last decades. Your welcome in my domain is at its end.
Brother Fatus had spent many of his days down at the dock section of Palmaris Town, and so knew the group of men who walked into the Chapel of Precious Memories. These were the dockmasters, even the harbour master himself, tough and disciplined and loyal to Laird Panlemaris. They were armed, though they came in with their weapons sheathed, but Fatus felt the hairs on the back of his neck tingle. He alone among the brothers of the Chapel of Precious Memories had been to Chapel Abel in recent months to warn them of the approach of the highwayman, and so he appreciated the gravity of Father Artoliven's declaration, perhaps most of all. He had seen the prisoners of both Ethelbert and Delaval, and understood the insanity of King Yeselnik's demand that one group be freed and the other executed. These men and women worked side by side at Chapel Abel. The lines of loyalty had been blurred to nothingness, and not one of them, by Fatus's estimation, would prefer to be sent from Chapel Abel if that meant going back to the front lines of the awful war. Even offering complete freedom and land, Dawson McKeag had been unable to convince more than a handful to sail with him to Vanguard. Thus, King Yeselnik's declaration had been a fool's writ. But for Father Artoliven to make such a bold response as relayed by Brother Panticius was no small thing. Brother Fatus knew Laird Panlemaris well, too. He had watched the man swell with pride over the last few months as his son scored great victories across the land in the name of King Delaval and now King Yeselnik. Panlemaris remained unwavering in his support for King Yeselnik. These armed loyalists were not in the Chapel of Precious Memories by accident or coincidence, nor was the sudden and unexplained absence of Father Malskinner and Brother Honig a coincidence.
Tell the brothers to quietly slip into the streets.
Fatus spoke to a nearby pair of monks.
Move to the eastern gate with all haste, and with as many gemstones as can be carried. Brother, with all haste, and beware the men in the nave.
Laird Panlemaris' men.
Shed your robes and go dressed as common folk. Go now.
Then, recognizing his duty here, accepting his lot as the highest-ranking brother within the chapel, Fatus went to the nave to greet the visitors. Less than half an hour later, Fatus was dropped in chains before Laird Panlemaris' throne. Throughout the rest of the day, he watched as brother after brother, often severely beaten, was brought in and dropped unceremoniously on the floor. The next day, Laird Panlemaris' dungeon swelled with monk prisoners, for only a handful of the 80 brothers of the Chapel of Precious Memories had managed to escape the city. Jameson Sequin was not a sound sleeper. Living most of his life alone in the wilds of Vanguard and southern Alpinador, the man had trained himself to react to the slightest of sounds or movements. His eyes opened wide this dark night, and he was surprised indeed when he looked to the side to see that Branson's bedroll was empty. The scout lay very still for a few moments, allowing his sensibilities to fully adjust to the darkness. He rolled to his side, tucked and set his foot under him, then rose up tall and gathered his bow and quiver. He heard another sound then, and followed it to a small clearing. Branson stood in the middle of the lee, working his fine sword furiously through a series of practice cuts and blocks, a brilliant dance of perfect balance, which again reminded Jameson of just how good a fighter this young man truly was. Jameson rested the tip of his bow on the ground beside him and leaned on it, enjoying the show. Branson turned in one mock attack to the side and then spun all the way around, looking right at Jameson. Jameson knew that he had been seen, and that confused him and unnerved him more than a little, for the night was not bright. Only a few stars twinkled above, and he was fully engulfed in the darker shadows of a stand of thick spruce. Branson couldn't have seen him from that distance, not viewing from the lighter open lee to the darker shadows. But Branson had seen him. Of that Jamestown was certain. The scout shook his head and continued to watch as Branson finished with a flurry, moving from a series of defensive poses and blocks to a sudden and violent forward movement, sword thrusting. The young man ended by lifting that magnificent blade high to his right. To Jamestown's astonishment, the blade erupted in a sudden burst of flames.
How the...
His surprise only heightened as Branson, seeming as surprised as Jamestown by the flaming sword, reached over with his free hand and felt the burning blade.
They're not flames, then.
Jamestown walked up beside Branson. He reached toward the fiery sword, snatching his hand back immediately. An all-too-real fire danced on the shining metal of that beautifully etched sword blade. Branson looked at him with puzzlement and shrugged.
I never saw your sword do that before. I've never heard of any sword doing that before.
It's not the sword.
Branson pointed to the star set on his forehead, 3 of the gems, ruby, serpentine, and the agate, twinkling.
Nice brooch.
I grew up among gemstone users in Chapel Pride. My connection to the stones and their powers is considerable. The cat's eye let me see you as clearly as if you were standing in the midday sunlight.
He looked at his sword as he spoke, and with a thought, winked out the fires, leaving the Silverell blade unscathed.
Full of surprises.
Even to myself.
What else can you do with that toy you get stuck on your head?
I don't know. Yet. But I will find out.
Jamestown stared at him for a few moments, then headed to the campsite.
Long walk tomorrow. Not many hours left before we started.
Branson nodded, though Jamestown wasn't watching him. The young man didn't immediately follow. Instead, he stood under the stars, staring at his sword, trying to sort out the unexpected benefits the brooch had shown him, and wondering what more might yet come. They were off early in the morning, Jamestown setting a swift pace. Signs along the road indicated a village not too far in the distance, and Jamestown wanted to get there before they set their next camp.
Maybe we can try out that writ of yours, or you can just wear the deerskin coat and pants and keep your hat on your head.
No. My clothing suits me. I am Branson the Highwayman. I will not hide who I am. Dame Gwyder says I need not.
The man who calls himself King of Haunts says you do.
I expect that I will have to visit with the man who calls himself King of Haunts, then.
To convince him?
To take his money. To make his wife swoon for no better reason than to see the anger on his face.
Then he'll want you dead even more.
Then I'll have to kill him and hope his successor is more reasonable.
Took my advice, did you?
In response, Branson hopped and skipped lightly, landing in an exaggerated, heroic pose.
I should thank you.
Oh?
You don't have to do this.
Dame Gwyder's a friend, and she's better served if you learn to keep your head on your shoulders.
This isn't about Dame Gwyder. Not entirely, at least. So thank you for teaching, and most of all, for reminding me.
You do have a way of talking in riddles, boy.
Reminding me to smile. And to enjoy this, as trying as it may be.
Well, what's the point otherwise?
There is none. And so I thank you, Jamestown Sequin. Because of you, I have remembered my past, and what I have overcome to get to this point.
Jamestown gave an exaggerated deep bow.
I've been in love with Kaydale since I was a boy, you know.
Good taste.
But I never, ever dared believe she could love me in return.
Because you were the broken boy, the stork.
Branson stared at him, but couldn't respond past the lump in his throat.
You figure she loved you after you found a way around that infirmity. So now you doubt that she...
Never. I doubt nothing about Kaydale.
And you shouldn't. Easy enough to see in her eyes. Kaydale loves Branson, not the highwayman. Kaydale's always loved Branson. But she probably wasn't sure that he could ever love her. Could you?
What do you mean?
When you were the stork, could you have loved Kaydale?
I did.
And you would have married her, even if you hadn't found the answer to your problem in the gemstone you wear on your head?
Jamestown, of course. I have loved her. No, I would not have let her marry me.
I know. And I know that she wouldn't have let your condition stop her from wanting to marry you. Don't ever let yourself think that you weren't good enough for her, boy. You're still the stork, and he's still you, and Kaydale loves you.
There was a new spring in Branson's step. He was feeling quite good about himself, about the possibilities of the gemstone brooch, and about the woman he had left behind in Chapel Pride. That step did slow as the sun lowered in the west, however, as he and Jamestown moved down the cobblestones into the heart of Escald. They heard the whispers coming at them from every direction as they entered the town. Obviously, the highwayman was known.
You've made quite a name for yourself, boy.
We're not far from Bridetown. And yes, something important happened there of which I was more than a small part.
They appreciate it.
The pair made their way to the village's common room, where all eyes turned upon them as they took seats at a small round table. The serving girl began to move their way, but the tavern keeper, an older and severe-looking woman with short hair curling tightly to her rather square forehead and a small but tight frame, held the serving girl back and went to see to the guests herself.
You got some belly for walking in here open?
A fine day to you, good lady.
It could be.
Would you prefer that we leave?
Makes no never mind to me. Go where you want, but go looking over your shoulder if you got any sense between your ears.
I have a writ of passage from a Hans lady.
One loyal to Ethelbert or Yezelnik?
I do not really know.
Best be hoping it's Yezelnik and that he's listening. So are you eating or drinking or both?
You would still serve us?
Am I looking like a soldier to ye?
A little bit, yes.
The woman told Jameson of a fine stew and a finer brew, and that seemed like just the thing for the road-weary duo. When she went to get her meal, Jameson kept up the small talk, chattering to Branson about the weather and other nonsense. So out of character was the man of few words that Branson looked at him strangely.
I thought that squirrel was going to jump down and bite your neck.
Branson's jaw hung open at the gibberish.
What with the two by the door staring at us like that? More than a fairy-tailed rat can take.
Branson's mouth started to form the question, what, when Jameson's words began to register. He used the hopeful distraction to get a look at the men by the door. That quick glance confirmed Jameson's concern as valid. Grim faces staring intently, too intently. He turned back to Jameson and began talking about a squirrel chasing a skunk, the pair by the door, enough in view out of the corner of his eye for Branson to see them depart.
Trouble.
Do we eat or do we leave?
If you leave, I'll just eat yours too.
Their meal went off quietly. One of the two curious men who had left returned to his previous seat by the door and did a poor job pretending that he wasn't staring at them.
Try not to look too intimidating and we'll have a bit of fun.
The pair passed right near the spy as they exited the tavern. Jameson dipped the tip of his tri-cornered hat to the tavern keeper. Branson tossed a mischievous wink at the seated man. Outside, they found the street strangely empty, the long shadows stretching into a wider darkness as the sun fell below the western horizon.
We should not remain here through the night.
I thought you wanted to test that writ Guidra gave you.
Not here in some village whose name I hardly know. Pridetown is only a few days' march south of here.
Got more friends there?
And probably more enemies.
Best get your thoughts back to what's around you.
Jameson drew him from the inevitable memories inspired by being so near to Pride. Branson perked up immediately, but gave no indication that he and Jameson were on to whomever might be watching them. Branson began using the techniques Jameson had shown him. If there were men in the area watching him, where would they be? And if they were watching the road and not the two men walking in the brush to the side of it, then where? Branson felt his blood pumping, felt the rush of adrenaline coursing his veins. The brooch on his head called to him then, a confusing jumble of possibilities. And a pathway, he saw suddenly, an invitation. He grabbed Jameson's shoulder and motioned for him to stop, then closed his eyes and let his spirit fly free of his corporeal form, sliding through the brooch into the open air. Invisible, propelled by will without constraint, the disembodied spirit of Branson Garabond darted all about the area impossibly fast. He passed near one would-be ambusher, crouched in a tree, and marked the spot thinking to move along. He sensed the man's thoughts completely and honestly. As expected, he was here hoping to catch or kill the highwayman. The man was thinking of the bounty, of the glory, of how King Yezelnik and Bonagran would reward him when he brought in the highwayman's head. Not surprised, Branson again started to move along to will his spirit back, but he couldn't. Suddenly, Branson felt a compulsion he had not known before. Unable to mount a defense or argument against it, he found himself sliding into the ambusher's body. A wall of outrage and denial came up against him, the man instinctively battling against this awful intrusion, this invasion into his very being. He flailed mentally and physically, and the movement cost him his balance, and he tumbled from the branch, crashing through the tree to land in a shocking jolt against the hard ground. The jarring landing expelled Branson's spirit instantly. A wave of disorientation overwhelmed him and left him lost in the ether. He saw one spot of light, warm and inviting, and instinctively made for it. Back in his own body, Branson nearly swooned and fell over. A hand slapped over his mouth and held him fast, then pulled him to the ground. He realized where he was when he was finally able to open his eyes and see Jameson staring at him incredulously. Branson could only shrug in response, since he wasn't even really sure what had just happened. It was the fallen man. Branson had felt more than one of the poor fellow's limbs breaking. Others nearby shifted in the branches and the brush, wondering if battle was upon them.
They're here to kill us.
Well, yes.
Jameson held up 4 fingers and pointed toward the noise. Branson somehow understood and nodded, slipped his mask down over his eyes, and started that way. The scout pulled and strung his bow in one fluid motion, then moved off the other way, disappearing into the brush. Circling wide of the fallen man, keeping him between them and the road, Branson noted more movement. After his spiritual flight, he knew exactly where to look. He made out one man creeping toward the writhing victim, another in the tree, as well as a third. Another man appeared along the road the way Branson had come.
I just fell!
An arrow slicing through the tall grass cut him short.
I'm shot!
A second arrow cracked into the wood at that location, a perfect shot that pinned the speaker's hand to the branch.
Down to the northwest! And here!
Branson sprung into their midst. He cut a downward stroke across the back of one man's legs. The second man thrust at him, but Branson's powerful blade picked off that thrust with enough force to send the sword flying from the man's hand. Branson's elbow hit the man hard in the nose. Branson turned on the man he had slashed, still standing exactly as Branson had left him, reaching back to grasp his torn leg. He stepped to gain momentum, then leaped and laid flat out, his legs tucked tight. He landed lightly and sprang back up just as the man Jameson had shot in the hand dropped to the ground before him. His right hand bloody and tucked in tight, he brandished a dagger.
You would make me kill you?
Branson punctuated his question with a sudden thrust that left the tip of his sword resting under the man's chin. Branson dove away, an arrow coming at his position. The knife man stumbled away. Branson let him go, focusing instead on the 2 archers who had a bead on his position. One archer, as Jameson's next arrow took one through the upper arm. The second man sent off another arrow, and it cracked into the tree by his face. Branson let it go, leaving the man to Jameson, as 3 more men appeared directly across the road and coming hard for Branson. 2 brandished shields and swords, the third a shield and bronze-tipped spear.
I arrest you, highwayman!
Branson met their charge with one of his own and hit them with a barrage of thrusts and slashes. Branson tossed the sword to his right hand and heeded the call of his brooch, though he knew not what it was saying. Driven by some subconscious thought, he thrust his arm and the blade high to his right. Branson managed to glance up at his blade as the flames danced about the carved silverel blade. Branson jumped between them. His brooch screamed new possibilities. He grabbed the half-spear of the man to his left, neutralizing any immediate attacks, and sent his sword in a down and around parry at the sword coming at him to his left. He caught the blade with his own and continued his movement, sending both weapons up high, then turned and snapped off a succession of quick elbow smashes. The spearman bold-rushed from the right, or started to, but Branson quickly let go of his spear, planted his hand against the leading shield, and let the power of the brooch flow through him. Before he even realized what he had done, he noted the spearman flying backward, as if he had been thrown from a catapult. Branson spun past the one remaining foe coming in hard. Again, the highwayman invoked the power of his new brooch, and the attacker stopped suddenly and turned, slashing with abandon. He kept on fighting as if against some unseen demon. Jameson walked up to Branson and looked at the swordsman with puzzlement. Then back to Branson. The highwayman merely shrugged, took a step forward to the side of the fighter, tapped him on the shoulder, and when the man finally glanced his way, smashed him hard in the nose with the pommel of his sword.
What was that about?
Branson pointed to the tip of the brooch holding the smoky quartz, the gemstone of illusion.
I guess his eyes were crossed.
Gather them that aren't dead and disarm them.
Branson started to round up the rogues, slapping them up to the road with his sword, when he noticed the first man Jameson had shot in the gut curled on the ground.
That one's near dead.
Branson went to the mortally wounded man. He eased the man onto his back. The arrow was deep into the man's belly, his guts all torn up. Branson put one hand up to his brooch and set the other firmly on the man's stomach, the arrow shaft tight against the crook between his thumb and forefinger. He sent waves of healing energy into the man, almost anesthetizing him with a blast of concentrated warmth. Branson yanked the arrow out. Branson held the wounded man down and put his hand immediately back to the ghastly wound. Many heartbeats passed. Branson holding the pose, continuing the flow of healing magic. He found the man's line of Ki-Chi-Kri fluctuating wildly. He used the connection of the soul stone to coax it back to straight. After many minutes, the man's Ki-Chi-Kri finally settled.
The highwayman is not your enemy.
Branson straightened on his knees and turned to regard Jameson and the prisoners.
The highwayman is not your enemy. Now be quick and get your friend to a warm bed. Care for him, and he will live.
Branson walked back toward the group.
Go on then, and go fast, before I slip with this bowstring and put one of you down in the dirt.
They scrambled at that, past Branson, who seemed not to notice.
Good choice.
I couldn't let him die.
He tried to kill you.
He didn't know any better, but now...
Now what? Now you don't know, and the whole group might come back at us in a day or two.
You said it was a good choice.
Yep, and I figured out why that pretty K-Dale fell in love with you.
Branson just shook his head and, with a glance back at the group, followed Jameson into the brush.
If you're thinking this to be a clean war of minor wounds, then you're a fool. I hope you've got the stomach to kill a man when you need to.
I know a couple of former Sam Haste priests, a young thug, and a former laird who would vouch for me on that point.
Glad you can do it, and gladder still that you don't prefer it that way.
Alas, Brother Fortis.
Brother Pinauer spoke as his fellow monk from the Chapel of Precious Memories was shoved before the imposing line of Laird Panle Maris's considerable force. Pinauer leaned on the crenellated wall of Chapel La Belle's gate tower roof, along with all the principals of the Mother Chapel and the visiting dignitaries from Vanguard, including K-Dale and Callan. Hands bound behind his back, poor Fortis couldn't hold his balance and fell hard to the ground. A few feet behind the battered monk, sitting astride a large grey mare and dressed in splendid bronze armor, Laird Panle Maris didn't blink, and none of his attendants moved to help poor Fortis back to his feet. Panle Maris said something to the man standing beside his horse, who sprinted across the field to the man who was positioned not far below Chapel La Belle's imposing wall.
Your answer to King Yezelnik's edict is unacceptable. You will release the prisoners loyal to King Yezelnik. The others, and the highwayman, will be turned over to Laird Panle Maris.
The highwayman? How could he know?
The Gelb.
Brother Giavno shook his head.
Good. They think he's here.
K-Dale pulled her mother close.
It saddens me to see how far my old friend de Gilb has fallen.
Father Arto Leven seemed very weary and old indeed that day.
And all because of foolish pride.
What say you, Father Arto Leven? My laird grows impatient.
Dame Gwyndra stepped up beside Father Arto Leven.
I too rule a holding of haunts, a large one, and no enemy of, or stranger to, the sailors of Palmaris town. Make your Laird Panle Maris aware that an attack on Chapel La Belle at this time is also an attack on Dame Gwyndra of Vanguard.
The relay man looked to the courier, who nodded. He ran back across the field, and the dame's words were told to Laird Panle Maris. His answer came back immediately, for he obviously had known that Dame Gwyndra and her contingent were present at Chapel La Belle.
My Laird Panle Maris offers you sanctuary, good lady of Vanguard. You, and those loyal to you, may leave Chapel La Belle now by ship or through the front gate. This is not your disagreement.
My fight, you mean, for you come with swords.
The courier had no response. Gwyndra looked around at the monks, who were all staring at her with breath held, and smiled her assurance.
There your laird errs, my friend. This is my disagreement. I and my vanguardsmen will not leave Chapel Abel at this time. Tell Laird Panlamaris that Dame Guidra and Vanguard stand with Father Artolivan as guests in his good home. Explain that your laird too is welcome here, where we may speak of these pressing issues before rash decisions are made that cannot be undone.
Laird Panlamaris' response came back in mere heartbeats.
Father Artolivan's decree of disobedience to the throne, if it stands, thus does end all discussion.
It stands, and I stand with Father Artolivan. Pray tell your laird that he should consider very wisely his next actions.
The proclamation, so final and clear, lifted the hearts of all the brothers. Word went back and came forward, and the courier's pause as Panlamaris' response was whispered into his ear, foretold ill.
We have prisoners, Father Artolivan. Surrender the prisoners loyal to King Yezelnik. For these men who would not denounce you, your brethren, are declared guilty of treason against the throne of King Yezelnik and shall be punished accordingly.
Treason? They have done nothing!
They refused the leniency of Laird Panlamaris and the choice of the new father of the Chapel of Precious Memories, Father de Gilb. This is my Laird Panlamaris' last word. Release the prisoners loyal to King Yezelnik at once, or witness the consequences.
I cannot do this. But am I to witness the executions of innocent men?
Perhaps we should let them go.
And then he will demand that we turn over the men of Ethelbert for execution as King Yezelnik has decreed.
Guidra had no answer, but across the field, Brother Fatus did.
Abel! My prophet! My saint! Oh, Matula Mare!
Brother Fatus rolled over and managed to slip his bound hands around his tucked feet to bring them in front of him. He flipped up from his knees to his feet and began walking toward Chapel Abel.
My prophet! My saint! Oh, Matula Mare!
Oh, Matula Mare?
He's got Vanguard blood, he does. Oh, Matula Mare. In the arms of my loving mother.
What is he doing?
He is giving his soul.
Halt now, or face the consequences!
Fatus merely lifted his arms and eyes to the sky.
My prophet! My saint! Oh, Matula Mare!
Panlamaris motioned a spearman to his side and pointed emphatically at Fatus.
My prophet! My saint! Oh, Matula...
A missile hit him square in the back.
No!
The wounded monk miraculously regained his footing, impaled though he was, and resumed his march, his arms high and wide.
Kill him! Kill him now!
A barrage of missiles soared at Fatus.
My prophet! My saint! Oh, Matula Mare!
Those soldiers around him seemed frozen, awestruck, as were the witnesses within Chapel Abel.
My saint! Oh, Matula Mare!
Inspired, Brother Fatus was joined by a dozen other prisoners of Laird Panlamaris, who began to walk toward Chapel Abel. Spears reached for them. Riders broke from Panlamaris' ranks, cutting them down with heavy bronze swords, but not one stopped until the moment of his death. Ahead of them, Brother Fatus, impaled by 7 heavy spears, kept walking and singing. A rider bore down on the monk.
Shoot him dead!
We can't reach!
All winced at the expected moment of Fatus's death. Suddenly the rider's mount stopped and bucked, then spun about, hurling him to the ground. The horse began pawing the ground wildly, kicking and neighing as if it had gone mad.
My prophet! My saint! Oh,
open the gate! The gate!
When at last the gate opened, there knelt Brother Fatus, a look of complete serenity on his pale face.
Oh, Matula Mare.
Across the field, Laird Panlamaris began his charge. The monks dragged Fatus inside and scrambled to close and secure the gate. All eyes turned to Father Artolivan.
Turn them, with all the power of beloved Abel, nay, of Saint Abel, for we have seen now his miracle. Turn them!
Grim-faced, the brothers began sorting their gemstones.
Turn them back!
And at last the flashes ceased, and the ground stopped shaking, and the spots no longer danced before their eyes. Many men were down, crawling, writhing, burning. The charge had turned to retreat.
You are besieged! You shall never leave!
Your allegiance in the face of Laird Panlamaris has renewed my hope, Lady of Vanguard.
Father Artolivan spoke to Gwaidra as the group of leaders made their way across the courtyard toward the main chapel. Across the field, Panlamaris' army was at work setting tents, though many, including the Laird himself, had moved down to the small town of Weatherguard.
The inspiration for this day belongs to a monk I do not know.
I would ask one more thing of you, Dame Gwaidra. Laird Panlamaris will not be foolish enough to assail your ships, so your way home is all but assured. I ask you to take these men, Laird Ethelbert's at least, so that they may be spared the fate King Yeselnik has decreed. They deserve better.
Dame Gwaidra turned to stare directly at the old father. Everyone else stopped as well.
Good Father Artolivan, I would ask a favor of you, privately.
Of course.
The group moved toward the gathered prisoners and Brother Pinaur.
What trouble, brother?
None, Father. This is Malcolm of Delaval City, and Elifrith Pavu of Ethelbert Dosental.
Pinaur indicated a sturdy man with piercing blue eyes and curly black hair, the classic Delaval specimen. The other was a swarthy man, no less striking or imposing, obviously of the south, and perhaps with a bit of Baronese blood in him.
Of course. Greetings to both of you this troubling day. The events have unsettled you, no doubt.
We know of King Yeselnik's demands.
Yes.
I was a knight and led Delaval's army, among the elite warriors who rode with Delaval himself.
Well, this too is known to me. I am not so old as to have forgotten your pomposity on the day you arrived here at Chapel Abel, all broken and outraged.
Broken and near to death. And save the work of your brothers, I surely would have gone to my grave.
Praise Abel that you did not.
I do. We ask that you do not turn over my friend Elifrith and the other good men of Laird Ethelbert. Most of us have been here for more than a year, some for nearly 2. We've been treated well by the brothers, and we have come to know one another as friends and companions, not as enemies.
We will fight one another no longer.
I expected as much, and am glad for you that you have found your way from the darkness. I was just now arranging with Dame Gwaidra passage for all of you, or at least for those condemned by King Yeselnik's wrongful order, to Vanguard and freedom.
Malcolm and Elifrith looked at each other, a flash of hope fast giving way to looks of grim determination.
I would let my men make that decision.
And I mine.
But this is my home, and I will not leave it now, particularly not now.
What then? To return to your respective lairds that you may be once more pressed into battle?
Nay, never that. For too long we've been fighting and bleeding and dying for the wants of the lairds.
And you are weary of the battle, understandably so. But what then? Do you ask to live out your lives here in Chapel Abel?
Malcolm straightened again, as did Elifrith, and behind them all the prisoners, hundreds of warriors, stood as one and at rigid attention.
Not weary of battle, weary of the cause.
There is no cause in their battle.
But we're ready to fight if that's what's needed.
To fight? For whom?
For ourselves. To fight for you, and for those monks, and for that one Fortis, who showed us a good way to die. We are here at your call, trusting in your judgment. If you arm us and send us forth, we will crack open Laird Panlamaris' siege. Perhaps we could go out as if freed and chase them from the field as they naively welcome us into their ranks.
Father Artolivan was emphatically waving his hands to stop the line of thinking, for it was all too sudden for him and too overwhelming. He looked to Dame Gwaidra for support.
You are men I would be proud to have in Vanguard.
Gwaidra and Artolivan retreated fast for his private quarters, with Dawson and Brother Jean in tow.
It is all so unsettling.
Callan sat with Caedale, Cormac, and Milcela.
This day, I mean.
We have witnessed the depths of treachery, the horror of inhumanity, the miracle of faith, and the hope of men's souls in the span of a single hour.
I have seen it before, on a warm lake in the north. I am no longer surprised by the potential and the depths of the hearts of men.
What will it all mean? How will it end?
Brother Pinaur walked over as Caedale spoke. He regarded the four before nodding his chin toward a small window in the tower of the large chapel.
They are seeking the answers to that question even as you speak.
You know Father Artolivan well. What will he do?
You know Dame Gwaidra. What of her?
She will not abandon Father Artolivan to the whims of King Yeselnik. Of that I am sure.
Perhaps the whole of our church will flock to Vanguard, and southern haunts be damned.
And what would you do, Brother Giavno, if it were up to you?
I would not have left Mithranadun save to follow Cormac and Branson to the glacier and ancient Baden. Or at least I pray that, had the decision fallen to me, I would have had the courage of Cormac and Milcela.
Sit with us, brother. Let us solve the problems of the world and muse on the miracle of Brother Fatis.
A look reflecting both gratitude and great sadness flashed on Giavno's face, and he did indeed join them for a discussion that nearly mirrored that taking place behind the window in the tower.
I ask that you allow me to remain here at Chapel Abel, and that my ships can sail north and return, laden with soldiers.
Soldiers? To what end?
To the defense of Chapel Abel, to the support of your courage. I had not thought this war of southern haunts to be the affair of Vanguard, but I see now that I was wrong. This is no petty fight between warring lairds. It is a battle for the soul of haunts, and a fight whose victory or loss will determine the future of Vanguard, I do not doubt. For if he wins here, Yeselnik, a man who claims a throne that does not even exist, will turn his eyes and his armies north.
Because you were here when Laird Panlamaris was humiliated, both by Brother Fatis and by the complete rejection of his assault.
It would not have mattered, unless I promised fealty to Yeselnik.
There remains that option.
At the cost of my soul. For how could I give credence and fealty to a man who would murder the men of Ethelbert you hold here? How could I keep my own soul if I were to ally with a man like Panlamaris after what he just did to the innocent brothers of the Chapel of Precious Memories? I will not abandon principle and what is right for political expediency, Father Artolivan. I did not do so when ancient Baden demanded freedom to continue his reign of terror against the folk of Vanguard. A sorry and false woman I would be to turn my back on my fellows to the south.
This is truly an unexpected day. A day that will echo in the songs of the bards for lifetimes hence, perhaps. Or one that will quickly spell our utter doom. I do not know.
Aye, and that's where a measure of courage is needed. And without that measure, what's worth singing about anyway?
Father Artolivan looked at Dawson incredulously.
Do you understand now why I keep him around?
Do you understand the magnitude of what you are proposing?
I will annex Chapel Abel for Vanguard, but fear not, for you will continue with all freedom to do as your heart instructs. My action will be only to reinforce Vanguard's commitment to you and your brothers.
You will be declaring war with Delaval City and Palmaris Town, both of which can muster a garrison much larger than Vanguard's.
Then we will fight better.
Or die better, like Brother Fatis. I'm not knowing how long they will be singing of our choices this day, but the grandsons of the grandsons of the grandsons will be singing of Brother Fatis, of that I am sure.
For Brother Fatis, then, it is a good way to die.
There is one more thing that must be done this day. De Gilb will no doubt begin a rival order in Palmaris Town. It has already happened, I am certain, since many brothers were not among those executed on the field. Laird Panlamaris will seek to justify his stand here in any case.
Your reasoning is sound, I fear.
We have seen the miracle, all of us. The strength of Brother Fatus, the turning and bucking of the horse when Fatus was surely doomed before he reached the gates of Chapel.
You will finalize the beatification of Abel.
Blessed Abel. From this day forth let it be known that we are the Order of Blessed Abel, the Abelican Church, and that this place will be named Saint Abel. No, Saint Mirabel.
Here then.
Master Riandu handed Bonagran a long knife.
Do it yourself.
From the sill of a high window in Chapel Pride, Branson listened carefully to every word. A short while earlier, the monks had spoken of King Yeselnik's edict that all prisoners of Delaval be released and all those taken from Ethelbert's ranks be executed. Branson was glad of their reaction, particularly the angry foot-stomping of Riandu. For some reason he did not quite understand, Branson needed to believe the best of this man. Branson shrank back when Bonagran had stormed into the chapel, full of unfocused anger and agitation.
Do not try my patience. My road has been long and wearying. I've no tolerance for your stubbornness this day.
I have released the Delaval prisoners, against my better judgment, but for your own sake.
That was half the edict.
You would have me murder helpless captives.
King Yeselnik did not demand that of you.
Of course. I am simply to turn them over to you so that you might employ some valorless and immoral cad to stab them and beat them. How easy it is for King Yeselnik to make such a demand, his own hands clean of the blood. How easy it is for Bonagran to follow such a command.
Silence!
Then bloody your own hands, warrior!
Do you think these hands clean? In this war and a dozen before, do you think I have not killed many men?
These are helpless prisoners!
Many men undeserving, many whose only crime was to serve the losing laird. So stained are these hands that your own Abel could not wash the blood from them. There is no place in your heaven for Bonagran.
Then take this dagger and murder the 5 men of Ethelbert held within Chapel Pride. Cut their throats or stab their hearts.
Riandu held the dagger again, and Bonagran narrowed his eyes and stared at him angrily.
Because you cannot. You are a warrior, not a murderer.
This is an execution of the convicted, no murder.
Murder? These men have committed no crimes.
They are to be turned over. All loyal to Ethelbert are to be executed by order of King Yeselnik.
You'll not kill them.
Their loyalty to Laird Ethelbert dooms them.
You cannot ask a man to exchange his loyalty to an opposing lad. You know as much. But if they expressed loyalty to a third party, one neutral in the war, perhaps?
None who don the robes of the Order of Abel fall under the edict of King Yeselnik, certainly.
Of course. Because then they will serve the Order and not Laird Ethelbert. It is curious that you mention that, new Laird of Pride, for this very morning. All 5 of the remaining prisoners expressed just such an interest. I happen to have several extra robes that will fit them well.
I will see them dressed as such, and this very day, else they will face the wrath of King Yeselnik.
Do not hesitate. It is imperative that you react as soon as I indicate, true and fast.
My pleasure, my king.
Bronwyn was a 300-pound behemoth of a man. He carried his great axe casually on one shoulder and could wield it with one hand as easily as most men could wave a short sword. Bronwyn's head was shaven and looked as if it had been melted atop his massive shoulders, large rolls of skin falling down the back of that neck and great jowls that seemed to grow out of his collarbones in the front.
They may come to his defense. Their magic is potent.
One cut, me king.
Drawing power from the imposing brute so readily at his command, Yeselnik stepped a little more lightly as they ascended the long stairs of Chapel Delaval. Until recently, this church of the Order of Abel had been known as the Chapel of Weeping Brothers, a name dating to the slaughter of the first monks in the city who took their own lives rather than denounce Abel in the great tragedy of Cordon Row. Yeselnik and his entourage of a dozen armed and armored guards shoved past the brothers, who answered their knock on the heavy wooden doors.
Father Pendergrast, immediately! And bring forth all the prisoners delivered to you who have not yet been ushered north to Chapel Abel.
The prisoners, King Yeselnik?
At once! All of them, and in chains!
Jeselnik waved the young monk away emphatically. In moments, Father Pendergrast appeared with 3 of the higher-ranking brothers.
I sent one of your young brothers to fetch Ethelbert's men. To save you the trouble, of course.
You have seen the edict of Father Arto Leven of Chapel of Bell, who rules my order?
Of course. A meritless writ I will ignore, as will you. Where are the prisoners?
King Jeselnik, Chapel Delaval serves at your pleasure, as it served at the pleasure of Laird Delaval before you.
King Delaval.
Yes, of course, King Delaval. But we serve Father Arto Levan above all else.
Get the prisoners.
My king, I cannot.
Jeselnik gave a bored glance at the giant Bronwyn, who came forward suddenly and with a single chop of the axe cut Father Pendergrast apart from shoulder to hip.
Who is the new Father of Chapel Delaval?
The monks all stammered and stuttered, until finally one pointed to a man about the same age of Pendergrast.
Congratulations, Father. Now send your minions to retrieve the prisoners.
Never taking his withering gaze from poor, frightened, newly appointed Father Denigan, Jeselnik watched as a dozen ragged men were led into the nave in chains. Jeselnik smiled widely, a most wicked and pleasing idea coming to him. He reached to Bronwyn's belt and pulled the man's bronze short sword from its sheath, then tossed it on the ground before Denigan.
You kill the first one. Then hand the blade to the next most superior brother and on down the line.
I am no warrior, King Jeselnik.
Kill him now, or explain your failing to Father Pendergrast.
Hands trembling, Denigan picked up the sword and moved on shaky legs to the nearest of the prisoners, a young man barely out of his teens.
No! Please don't do this! I beg of you!
Do it!
Denigan dropped the blade to the floor.
Pathetic! All of you!
With a flick of his white hand, he motioned to 2 guards, who rushed to the chapel doors and flung them wide. More soldiers charged into the chapel.
Arrest the brothers and drag those miserable wretches from Ethelbert into the streets. Bronwyn, I trust that you will find ways to execute them that will amuse me.
He led Bronwyn's gaze over to Denigan on his knees now.
Wound him, but leave him with enough to make the journey to Chapel of Bell, bearing my response to Father Otterleven.
And your answer will be?
The brother who delivered Otterleven's treasonous writ put his head in a sack.
Bronwyn's grin nearly took in his ears. The next morning, Brother Denigan felt a heavy boot kick against his back, shoving him from Delaval's city north gate on the eastern side of the great river. In his hand, he held a sack that bore the severed head of Brother Piastefan, the courier from Father Arteleven, his mouth locked wide open in a final horrified scream.
With all haste to Chapel of Bell, and you, monk, tell your Father Arteleven that when I am soon finished with Ethelbert, the Order of Abel will be held accountable for all his treason. This is our time of great need, the moment of triumph for the line of Delaval, and I will never forget that Arteleven and your church did not stand with me.
Denigan managed to shift to a sitting position and looked back vacantly at the young tyrant.
Oh, about that boy you were too weak to kill. We stripped him naked, bound his hands, and put him in a sack with some poisonous snakes this morning. Perhaps you heard his screams. They lasted a pleasantly long time.
I knew that Jeselnik was an impulsive child, but this surprises me.
Branson spoke to Jamestown when they regrouped in the woods behind Chapel Pride.
You knew he had done as much. We heard this at the other chapel, and you said then that Jeselnik's murderous mind didn't surprise you.
Not Jeselnik. Nothing bad that ever comes from him would surprise me. The reactions of Brother Rayandu and Bonagran, however. I never thought them so possessed of moral boundaries, especially not Bonagran.
Is that the reason? Or are both of them weary already of King Jeselnik?
Could it be that King Jeselnik is so far beyond the moral boundaries that even the always callous lairds will be put off by his demands?
Or it might be that these callous lairds you speak of have a bit of sense and know that they can only ask so much of those they dominate before they find the tines of a pitchfork aimed their way. It didn't take too much convincing by Gwaidra to get the people of Vanguard to turn and fight against ancient Baden.
Jeselnik is an idiot.
An impetulant one for sure.
Impetulant?
Aye.
I don't know that word.
but you know what it means.
Impatient? Impetuous? Petulant?
Yes. It's from an old hunter's song, the Her Story of History.
Her story?
You can figure that part out.
True, but why?
When you live alone in the forest, you learn to speak little and listen a lot. Putting words together to make a quicker point saves your breath.
Crazy V would have had a her story.
And a good one. And more than a few who knew her would be embarrassed by the tales told of V.
Embarred? Red-assed? What did you call him?
Who, Yezelnik?
Impetulant?
It fits him, don't it?
Better than any. King Yezelnik the Impetulant. We should put it on his headstone. Soon.
Then let us start the carving of King and Stone.
Jameson paused and let the moment slip aside, watching Branson as the young man glanced back toward Pride.
You are proud of the lad and the monks. Their actions in dodging Yezelnik's verdict gives you hope.
I cannot deny that. My relationship with Brother Riondu is complicated.
He's the closest thing you've got to family after your wife and mother. Is it time for us to go and see him?
Branson nodded, but did not move.
You think it harder to test that writ of passage now? Now you're hoping they might honor it, and now, with such hopes, you're more afraid of how you'll feel if they don't. Put your mask down over your eyes and walk openly through the town. The people here will remember you. They saved you once. Maybe once again.
The gasps of recognition began as soon as Jameson led him from the forest and onto the main road far across the way from Chapel Pride. The pair moved toward Chapel Pride with many people following in their wake. They knew the highwayman here in Pride Town, and they loved him. They walked through the chapel's outer wall, a flood of memories greeting Branson the moment he stepped again onto Chapel Pride's courtyard. Up the white stone path, the doors to the chapel proper were also opened, brothers peering with obvious apprehension. Branson moved into the large foyer, Jameson beside him, and before he could even ask the astonished young brothers standing there to see the leaders, Master Riondu appeared, flanked by several others.
Branson! What are you doing here? Are you mad? You left under a condition of a strict penalty.
Good to meet you too.
And I return to insist that the condition be revoked.
Are you a madman?
Branson reached over his shoulder and produced Dame Gwydra's writ of passage from the scroll tube he had tied diagonally across his back.
On the contrary, I find this to be a most glorious day, Master Riondu.
You!
Any intention Branson had of parleying here, of letting Dame Gwydra's writ carry any weight for him, disappeared as he swung about. Great axe in hand, a look of sheer outrage on his face, Bonagran didn't seem to be in any mood for talking. The laird charged, his axe upright before him. Branson drew his sword with his right hand, pushed Jameson to the side with his left. When Bonagran went into his sudden spin, axe flying to arm's length, Branson was already moving. He shifted to his left, dancing past the retreating Jameson. Bonagran recovered almost immediately, stopping his short swing as soon as he realized the highwayman's dodge. Reorienting himself, he squared up with his opponent.
Are we to do this dance again? And who will die this time when you throw your weapon at me in frustration?
That last question made Bonagran narrow his eyes with anger. Branson countered with a sudden stab of his sword. Bonagran stepped ahead and threw forward his right hand, the lower on his axe, punching the handle at the highwayman's face. Branson dropped under it and came on lower this time. Bonagran had to throw his feet out behind him wildly to save his shin.
Read it!
Master Riondu still held the writ of passage rolled in his hand.
I did not return to Pride to fight you.
I told you to stay away, forevermore.
Things have changed.
The worse for you.
Bonagran leaped up and forward, clearing the highwayman. The warrior landed in a forward roll and came up and around with a great sidelong slash designed to keep the highwayman far away. The sword blade hit the axe handle before Bonagran could build any momentum. The highwayman slid it right up to slam hard at the crook between axe handle and head.
I don't want to fight you!
Hold, Laird Bonagran!
Bonagran pulled his left hand free of his trapped axe, retracting immediately, and moved to slug the highwayman. Bonagran flew backward before he had barely begun the swing, jolted by a blast of lightning-like energy.
You cheat with gemstones!
He has a writ of passage from Dame Gwyndra of Vanguard, forgiving him his crimes of theft and praising him for the great victory in the north.
What?
I fought for her. I killed ancient Baden of the Samhastes and freed her people from the grip of horrible war.
That means nothing to me.
In return, Dame Gwyndra has pardoned me for my past difficulties.
A writ of passage.
Does that include your murder of King Delaval?
My what?
I thought not.
Bonagran came in hard, swinging left to right. The highwayman chopped a shortened downstroke, sliding his sword again along the blade to hook the axe under the head. He continued his rotation through the backhand, high over their heads, then down to the left and low to the right, where an extra shove of that sword nearly swung Bonagran around. The Laird of Pride fought to hold his balance, but didn't even recognize that the highwayman had disengaged and turned his sword with such precision and speed that the tip was in at Bonagran's throat before he had begun to move his axe again.
Are we to continue this folly all day? Read the writ of passage.
You murdered King Delaval!
His sword is whole.
The highwayman glanced back at him curiously, then looked to his magnificent blade.
He repaired it!
What are you talking about? My sword, my mother Senwi's sword, has never been broken.
The sword that slew King Delaval was broken in half, in the man's chest.
Surely not a blade like this.
Exactly so.
Riandu replied, pointing to Bonagran. When he looked to the Laird, Branson saw Bonagran drop the top half of a delicately curving blade from a sheath on his hip, a scabbard that Branson had thought for a long dagger, and empty since no hilt had shown there.
The blade that killed King Delaval! So much like your own. Too much like your own.
Branson turned his blade over before his eyes, noting the unmistakable similarities.
Where did you get that?
From King Delaval's chest. And for it, King Yezelnik has declared you guilty of murder.
But it is not my blade.
It is too similar. Possessed by one of like mind and training as you.
I was in Vanguard when Delaval was murdered. Dame Gwyndra will confirm my claim. Last time I was in Delaval City was before the winter, and there Delaval...
King Delaval!
King Delaval. He was very much alive when I left, and I have never returned. That is not my sword, and I have never seen another sword of this type in my life until just this moment.
Bonagran stared at him hard. If he was softening at all to Branson's reasoning, he wasn't showing it.
Does the truth not matter?
Not to King Yezelnik.
What is this insanity that has gripped all of Haunts?
Branson spun around, sheathing his sword in a single fluid movement to address all in the chapel.
Is there no limit to the misery these lairds will inflict for the sake of their own gain?
Enough of your speeches!
You have seen Dame Gwyndra's writ of passage. She offered to me and my family a full pardon in exchange for my actions on her behalf against ancient Baden. Will you honor her decree?
Your family? Callan Duwarding and her daughter, you mean?
Yes.
For them, yes. For you, no. Not until you clear your name with King Yezelnik, and I think that is unlikely.
And if I do, am I to be welcomed back in pride with Callan and Cadale beside me?
Yes.
Bonagran?
Yes. I'm sick of it all.
I did not mean for you to kill Pridey. But I went to his tower to protect my love, and I would do so again.
Silence. I have given you what you desire, and that is all I can. Ask no more of me. Understand, highwayman, that I'll not tolerate any of your indiscretions should you ever return.
I will return.
King Yezelnik will never agree.
But my family, you said...
They can return to Pride Town at their leisure. That poor woman Callan never deserved the sack, though her sniveling lover surely did. The Samhastes are long gone from Pride Town, so I care not if the Duwarnes walk here openly. But you remain another matter.
I will clear my name.
I am tasked with killing you.
Care to try again?
Branson!
Be gone from my town and my holding.
I ask two things of you before I leave.
The Bear of Haunts put his hands on his hips and stared at Branson hard.
First, I would speak with Master Riandu.
You have until noontime hour.
And second, allow me that broken sword.
It is not mine to give.
Let me study it at least. Please. I believe that to be a Jester 2 blade.
Like your own.
Perhaps.
Bonagran tossed the blade to the floor at Branson's feet. With trembling hands, the young man picked it up and turned it over and over, pointing it away from his eyes so that he could study the break. Wrapped metal, just like his own sword. Only the Gesta II were known to create such blades.
Then Laird Ethelbert has hired Gesta II mercenaries from Bear.
No.
It is such a blade.
Gesta II are not mercenaries. They cannot...
That blade slew King Delaval. The wielder of that blade, part of a small band by all reports, and dressed as you are by all accounts, scaled the castle walls and defeated King Delaval and his elite warriors in short order.
May I keep this?
Bonagran held out his big hand. Branson reluctantly set the sword blade in it. Branson turned to Master Riandu.
In private?
The monk nodded and started for a side room.
Noontime. Then be far from Pride, and return not other than on pain of death, unless King Yeselnik has declared your innocence and freedom.
Master Riandu's visage and posture changed noticeably when he and Branson were away from Bonagran and alone in a side room of Chapel Pride.
My heart warms at seeing you walking so tall and straight.
You saw it before I left, when you took me to kill Laird Pridey.
But that was because of the Soul Stone.
As is this.
Branson brushed his long hair aside and indicated the brooch set in his forehead. Riandu moved closer, eyeing the marvelous piece of jewelry.
Yes, but even so, you seem more comfortable and stable.
I am.
All the gems. Are they magical? Where did you get such a marvelous piece?
They are, and this was put upon my forehead by Father Ottolieven of Chapel Abel.
Father Ottolieven gave that to you?
I just said as much.
It is... unexpected.
That he would offer it, or that I would take it?
Both.
I served Dame Gwyder in exchange for her writ of passage. I dealt a great blow to the Samhaists when I took ancient Baden's head from his shoulders. Father Ottolieven knows that I am no enemy to him or his church. Does Brother Raondu?
Of course.
Branson eyed him doubtfully, then smiled as he produced a second parchment, the writ from Father Ottolieven. He handed it to Riandu, who read it with eyes so wide that they seemed as if they might roll from their sockets.
I understand your actions here, Branson. Perhaps better than anyone. I saw the punishments you endured at the hands of the people of Pride at the demands of Laird Pridey.
Punishments my innocent father endured at the hands of the Samhaists and Laird Pridey?
At the hands of Chapel Pride. What am I to say, old friend? I did not approve of the treatment of Garabond, nor do I think the treatment offered to your mother and father fair or wise, though I was not involved in those decisions. I was not a voice of power from within Chapel Pride.
Riandu's voice trailed off when Branson put up a hand.
I am glad that you were not punished for your actions at Castle Pride.
Master Bartholomeus did not recover from his fall. I am not proud of how I attained my current position, but I am grateful to Father Ottolieven and the Masters of Chapel Abel for their understanding and faith in me.
I have not forgotten the sins of your chapel. But neither have I forgotten the day you helped me with the chamber pots, or when you washed the filth from me. I am not your enemy, Master Riandu.
It does my heart good to see you standing so straight and tall. I do not lament the passing of the stork.
Even if in his stead comes the highwayman, whom King Yeselnik hates above all?
King Yeselnik is wrong.
The startling words had Branson lifting his eyebrows.
And more the fool for the edict issued to Father Ottolieven. He would have our order act as executioners and go back on our promises. Does he believe that the holdings of Hants will rally to his flag when he would so callously murder the many men whose only crime was to serve the lads they had known all their lives?
I watched your conversation with Bonagran earlier this morning regarding the disposition of the prisoners, who are now brothers, it would seem. I was in a high window overlooking the nave.
I would not have allowed the prisoners to be killed.
You handed Bonagran the knife.
Because he would never have killed them. Bonagran is no murderer.
Garabond.
His fire has dimmed with the wisdom of age. He has served the people of Pride well as steward and now as laird. They have come to trust him and love him, and they follow him into battle.
I hope you are right, for the sake of the people of Pride.
Will you return to Pride Town when you have cleared your name?
Branson replied with a grin that revealed nothing. For only when he had heard that question had he realized that it hardly mattered. The entire reason for his journey to Pride, to secure a home for his growing family, hardly mattered to him at that time. The Geste Tu had come to Hants. While Branson was meeting with Master Riandu, Jameson Sequin walked out of Chapel Pride and over to the next impressive structure, and soon found himself standing before Laird Bonagran.
Jameson Sequin at your service, good Laird of Pride Town. Come from Vanguard to your door.
If you wish to ingratiate your Lady Gwydrah to me, you would have been wiser to come into Pride Town separate from the highwaymen.
Wouldn't have even have found my way to your town.
You find this amusing?
All of it, in a sad manner. Guess that's why I spend most of my time walking the forests of Vanguard and Alpinador.
What do you want?
I'm a good friend of Dame Gwydrah and empowered to speak for her. I'd be a sorry emissary if I didn't pay a visit to the lad.
A visit? Shall I set a banquet table?
I'm not your enemy, nor is Dame Gwydrah.
The politics of this world are not mine own to decide.
Oh, just yours to laugh at, helplessly. Oh, I see that in your eyes, Laird Bonagran of Pride. Tired of war, tired of stupid lads and stupider kings, and stupider reasons for men killing men.
You pretend to know more than you do. I have no time for your pointless banter. You came seeking audience, and as you claim to be a spokesman for Dame Gwydrah, I granted your request. Do you have anything of value to say, or are you just here to annoy me? Do not try my patience. Other men who have done so have lost their heads.
That wouldn't be a wise choice for you. Gwydrah's got no fight with you, nor do I, and I doubt King Yezelnik would appreciate you starting a war with Vanguard.
What do you want?
I want to tell you of Branson, the highwayman. He had nothing to do with the murder of King Delevor. He was in Vanguard, maybe even Alpinador at the time, and I've been with him every moment since he sailed across the Gulf with Dame Gwydrah.
Gwydrah is in Hants proper.
Left her at Chapel Bell. I'm not thinking she's pleased with what she's seeing here in the south.
That is not my concern.
But the highwayman is.
And?
He had nothing to do with the murder of Delevor.
So you believe that matters a whit?
Not in your world, but I think it does to you.
Bonagran stared at him hard.
He's a fine fighter, that one. He could have killed you.
Your insults do not serve Dame Gwydrah here.
No insult, just observation.
Bonagran continued his unflinching stare.
But he didn't stick you, did he? And he could have, in the fight you started.
Do you have a point here, other than to insult?
No insult intended. I'm only saying so because I'm thinking you should take a closer look at this young man you call the highwayman. There's more to him than you think.
Thank you for your advice. I will inform Dame Gwydrah that her observant emissary is a wise man.
Branson had nothing to do with Delavor's death. That doesn't matter to King Yezelnik, but I believe it matters to you.
Take care your words.
Branson's not the reason you're so mad right now. I see the twist in your face, Laird Bonagran of Pride. You know what is right and what simply is. When what simply is doesn't match with what is right, it sticks you harder than Branson's sword ever could.
You presume a lot, emissary.
I've seen a lot, good lad.
Is there anything more?
I'll pass along your well wishes to Dame Gwydrah when I see her again.
Dame Gwydrah sat on the balcony of her lavish room at St. Mirabel, looking across the expansive courtyard to the front wall and beyond, where the first flickers of evening campfires began to sprout among the ranks of Laird Panlemaris's besieging force.
Second thoughts?
Gwydrah turned to regard Dawson McKeag, managing a slight smile.
He says that he is the king of Hants, and so he may well soon be.
We do not know how far south the prince managed to go. And some of the monks here who've been to Ethelbert Dosental say that it's a formidable city.
Let us hope. If Laird Ethelbert can hold back the tides of Yeselnik, then our chances here are greater indeed, but...
But if he comes against us with all he's got, then you're wondering if you chose right in standing by the monks, because we're sure to lose. But you knew that. And didn't we talk about the songs they'd be singing when we're long gone from the world?
I know.
But now that it seems real, you're wondering about what your choice will mean for them that follow you.
Perhaps we should sail for Vanguard. All of us, with the monks and the prisoners too.
That'd take a lot of boats.
Or fast ships turning back.
To what purpose? He'll come for you. For all of us.
We know the ways of Vanguard. Yeselnik does not.
I'm thinking his armies will cut new ways.
It may be the wiser course. Perhaps the people of Hants will have no will to...
We'll not abandon St. Mirabel.
Father Primogen entered through Guidra's partially open door with brothers Giavno and Jean beside him.
Not for Chapel Pellinor?
Father Artolivan has made a bold stand, and we stand with him above all. Brother Fatus has shown us the way.
The way to die.
St. Mirabel is the most defensible structure in the world, both in natural blessings and constructs. The brothers have built and fortified this place over the decades. The only approach by land is up a steep hill, and a slow-moving army. We all witnessed the fate of Laird Panlamaris' charge. The small, narrow harbor is nearly unreachable by any who do not know the rocky reefs about it, and it too would be easily defended by merely a handful of brothers with the proper gemstones. A single sinking could prevent other sizable ships from even attempting the approach. And even if Yeselnik's sailors somehow gained the wharf area, the tunnels are easily defended, or if need be, easily shut down.
You inspire confidence, Father.
Look again to that wall, milady. The wall of St. Mirabel is thicker and taller than any in Hants. And forget not that behind the wall wait scores of brothers well trained in the use of potent magic.
I saw as much when Panlamaris dared approach.
Then we're decided. St. Mirabel is part of Vanguard, if Father Artolivan agrees.
He is on his way here this very moment, to do just that, as he indicated when first you proposed it.
And this chapel will hold strong against King Yeselnik. A safe harbor for any who want no part of his haunts.
Would that it were that simple. When Yeselnik is through with Ethelbert, he will likely reinforce Panlamaris' siege.
St. Mirabel can hold forever and longer. They have access to all the water and food they would ever need.
I do not doubt the might of this sacred place. When I first sighted St. Mirabel from Dawson's boat, my heart leaped in awe. I do not doubt the strength of this place or the resilience of those who reside here. Of all my holdings, this one, on the front line of the expected war and under siege even now, is the one for which I least fear.
Lady?
While we are trapped here, what mischief will Yeselnik wreak behind us in Vanguard? With a few of the great warships of Delaval or Palmaris Town to blockade us, what might those still in Vanguard do against the approach of Yeselnik's thousands, should he choose that route? To whom will they look to lead them, with Dame Guidra, Father Primogen, and so many of our finest warriors, here south of the Gulf?
Never said it'd be easy.
Almost as if to accentuate Dawson's point, Father Artolivan knocked on the partially open door then and shuffled in, and old indeed did he appear.
We are part of Vanguard. St. Mirabel is within the domain of Dame Guidra. That is my decision, though I do not come to it easily. Your generous offer is accepted, good lady. May Abel watch over us all. You will forgive me, but I must retire early.
Father Primogen nodded to Brother Giavno, who rushed to catch up to Father Artolivan and help him back to his private quarters.
I worry for him. These are difficult times. All the more so because of the decline of Sam Hastes, making this a time that should be the golden age of our church.
It will be, if good people stand strong.
Stand strong and sail swift.
That is indeed our plan and our need. We can hold St. Mirabel. Of that I have no doubt. But you must lead my ships with cunning and skill. We cannot allow Palmaris Town to seal off the sea routes and control the coast. You have been beside me for so long, my friend Dawson. And now what I ask of you is no less than I asked of Branson, John, and the others in sending them after ancient Baden. We must be mobile, quick, and strong. The fewer options we offer to King Yeselnik, the more likely he will be to accept any terms or compromise.
Fair winds and following seas.
Callan Duarne moved tentatively toward her bedroom door, surprised by the knock. She expected it to be Cadale, of course, and feared that something might be troubling her daughter at this late hour, for indeed the night was past its midpoint. She flinched, her rich brown eyes going wide to see Dawson McKeague, his floppy cap in hand.
What trouble?
Oh, no trouble, pretty lass. Or might be for me, but nothing to get yourself upset about.
It is very late.
Begging your pardon.
Given. But what's the matter?
It's about you and yours going to Pride to live. That's what I'm hearing.
That is the plan if Branson can manage it.
There's no water near Pride.
No water?
No sailing water. River or ocean, I mean. I'm sailing in the morning, not knowing when I'll be back.
Going home?
I'll be on the Lady Dreamer for all season, until winter puts me in dock, either here or back in Port Vanguard. That's not what I'm wanting, but Gwaidra needs me, and that's a call I'll never let pass.
So you have come to me to say farewell?
I'm not wanting to, pretty lady. Not since the first time I saw you.
Dawson!
I know I'm not proper here, and I'm not knowing how to tell you otherwise, but I had to tell.
He stopped then. He had to, for Callan Duorne came through her doorway and wrapped him in a great hug and a passionate kiss. She hadn't even realized how much she had longed to hear words like that from this man, hadn't realized the depth of her feelings for Dawson, so busy had she been in the teasing and light-hearted banter with him. So she kissed him with passion she hadn't shown since the long-ago night when a wicked Sam Haste and the people of Pride Town had mutilated the one man she had ever dared to love and had thrown her in a sack with a snake for her crime of loving him. Clearly nervous, and clearly not knowing what he was supposed to do next when Callan broke off the kiss, Dawson glanced around. Callan tugged him into her room.
Ma?
It was long past breakfast, and it was typically Callan who awakened Cadale for their morning meal. Cadale knew Callan to be a prompt and responsible woman, and her unusual tardiness this morning brought real fears to her daughter.
Ma?
She pushed open the door to come face to face with Dawson McKeague.
What?
Then she noticed Callan standing off to the side of the shade-darkened room, wrapped in a blanket and apparently nothing else.
Ma? Oh.
Callan started to call her, but Cadale didn't wait and reflexively slapped Dawson across the face.
Ow!
Then in horror, Cadale threw her hand over her mouth, her eyes darting from Callan to Dawson to Callan to Dawson.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know!
Cadale ran off down the hall.
You got yourself a strange girl there, Callan.
Have you met her husband, then?
Oh, can't wait to see their kids. You think the girl's sensibility's scarred?
I think her surprised, and I think her happy, because she's always happy when I'm happy.
And you are?
Fool.
Callan kissed him, sealing his lateness for his meeting with Dame Gwaidra. Branson stood with Jamestown in the forest to the east of Pride Town. Jamestown leaned on his bow, watching the young man, who seemed confused about his next steps.
You'll not find an easy path to clearing your name. Back to the north and Chapel of Bell, then. Be good to see your family. Let Dame Gwaidra take the lead in arguing your case with the idiotic Yezelnik. That's my advice.
You go and do that, with my gratitude.
What's that supposed to mean?
My road is southeast, to find the other half of a broken sword.
You're thinking to kill the murderer and bring his head in and toss it at Yezelnik's feet? Much like you did with Bodden?
Branson shook his head through every word.
Bring him in alive, then, so he can speak the truth that you weren't involved.
Still, Branson shook his head.
Say it, boy.
I'm not going to fight with the one who killed Delaval.
Then how are you to clear your name?
I'm not sure I care any longer. So please tell Cadale and Callan that they may have to remain at Chapel of Bell a bit longer.
Bonagran said
I would not trust their safety outside Chapel of Bell, particularly if Yezelnik or his lackeys come to understand that I go to find he who killed Delaval not out of anger, or for vengeance, or for their perceived justice.
Then why? Because they like you. Like your ma, at least.
Just a two. Long have I wanted to embrace the mystics of that which has guided me from stork to highwayman.
Jamestown considered the words for a few heartbeats, then nodded and shrugged.
your road to choose.
And you will go north?
Only follow in your own steps. This is your journey.
Because that is what Dame Gwaidra asked of you. But now I travel for myself and not for Dame Gwaidra.
Doesn't matter to me. I travel for myself and I've been enjoying the road beside you. And that's the whole point of it, isn't it?
Enjoyment?
Aye.
There is more than that.
Never.
I met Jameson Sequin on a road east of Pride Town. I had first been introduced to him on a winding trail in Alpinador, far, far away, when he had intervened to help me and my companions in a fight with trolls. His reputation preceded him by only a few sentences, mostly revealed in the wide-eyed admiration from that most unlikely source of such animation, Crazy Vonna. I had known Jameson Sequin for months, and had spent many hours with him and many alone with him before I ever truly met him. There was always something about him and his unusual appearance and demeanor that had drawn me to him and had made me glad indeed, though I wouldn't openly admit it, when he unexpectedly joined me on my perilous road out of Chapel Bell. So many extraordinary visual clues had revealed to me long before that this was no ordinary scout. With his huge mustache and amazingly long-legged strides, and the distinctive hat he wore, named after him because its triangular design served him as a sight for his deadly bow. Truly, Jameson seemed larger than life, a man, perhaps the first I had ever met, whose reputation was not diminished, indeed was enhanced by familiarity. So had I known him, had traveled with him, had battled beside him, but it wasn't until one morning a week out of Pride Town, the smell of recent battles heavy in the air, when I actually met Jameson Sequin. And all because the enigma that was this formidable scout finally forced me to ask him a simple question. Why?
Where? When? Who?
I wasn't letting him get away. Not then. I needed to know. Why?
Any answer I gave would work, I suppose, since your word works for any question.
Why are you who you are? I clarified, though it certainly wasn't necessary. Why a scout? Why do you spend your days in solitude?
I'm here with you.
You are becoming predictable.
When people think that, it makes me more dangerous.
Or are you afraid to tell me? To tell anyone?
You want to know why I went into the emptiness of Alpinador?
I want to know why you're here with me.
That's what I said. Pride and money. I went to Vanguard as a young man, younger than yourself. I was a confident one, almost as much as you are. And I was good enough to back it up. Things seemed so simple to me, like how to hide and how to find someone else who's trying to hide, befuddled others. I understood animals. I don't know how or why, but everything about them and the way they were likely to behave just seemed obvious to me.
And goblins and trolls and powries?
Aye. With all that behind me, with all the folk of Vanguard looking north for furs and timbers and exotic items, the road seemed obvious. I wanted to make a name for myself, boy, and make a fair amount of coin at the same time. I had the coin. It came from the caribou moss, from leading teams to it, from protecting caravans, and from this hat.
He tipped his sequin, that triangular cap favored by archers across Vanguard, and even in northern Hunts proper.
All the coin in the world, and nothing I wanted to spend it on. The fame led to a line of the same questions being asked over and over again. To some I was a hero, but I wasn't any such thing. To most I was a curiosity, something to gawk at. Aye, that's what I was. And there was no point to any of it. So I went on without any sense of purpose.
Even mocking those who claimed such purpose driving their own lives.
My purpose was all for me when I was a young adventurer, looking to conquer the world. Then I had no purpose at all, for a long time.
And now?
Now. Dame Gwaidra's father cut a new trail in front of my wandering feet. I didn't walk it, not far anyway, till I had to, many years later.
When you met my group in a fight on the trail?
That was part of it.
You walk with me to find purpose in the life of Jameson Sequin. My proclamation was met with a somewhat accepting and somewhat incredulous look. Finally, he shook his head.
You're just on the trail Gwaidra's dad cut for me.
Part of the bigger whole, he meant. part of the purpose that was not self-centered, as was the one that had driven Jameson Sequin to the wilds of northern Vanguard and Alpinador, the one that had brought him fame and false fortune. It wasn't until he realized that his journey through this life wasn't about him alone, but about a greater sense of brotherhood and community that Jameson Sequin had found a trail worth walking. I pondered that unexpected conversation throughout that day. I knew, too, why Jameson had shared it with me. Dame Gwyndra, like her father before her, had cut a trail, but it was on one I was reluctant to walk. And so it was that even as I directed our journey to the east and the Jester too, and my greatest question and challenge, even as I led, so I was being led. It was comforting. Branson Garabond.
A calm spread over St. Mirabel. Panlimaris's army remained entrenched across the field, but they would not come on. No monks were out to guide the many prisoners who suddenly did not seem to be prisoners any longer. Their work was not diligent this day as they milled about, whispering about the grand changes that had come to the world and to their corner of it. Ethelbert man and woman and Delaval man and woman mingled effortlessly and without thought, their old boundaries and battles now, finally, fully left behind. In every prayer room of the great chapel, the brothers did their work, those lesser monks assisting the more powerful as they used a soul stone to soar out from their bodies, to travel spiritually to every corner of Hants, to their brethren with the word of Father Artolivan. Come together in Chapel Belle, the blessed Saint Mirabel, their spirits implored their brethren. Or to Ethelbert d'Aucentel, if you must, and pray for the mercy of Laird Ethelbert. Hide, brethren, from the fires and follies of King Yeselnik. The finality of the decision, a frank admission that the Abelican Church had severed ties, had declared a complete and likely irrevocable break with King Yeselnik, and thus the bulk of Hants itself, had weighed heavily on Father Artolivan and the others. But when Father Danigan of Chapel Delaval had arrived, carrying the head of Brother Piastefan, what choice had been left?
Let the word go forth.
And so the brothers went to their work this calm morning, their spirits soaring from their corporeal bodies and from St. Mirabel, flying to the distant chapels to the limits of their power, then entreating the brothers of the outward chapels to spread the word to the wider corners of Hants.
The ability of the monks to spread the word wide and far is an advantage for us.
Dame Gwyndra spoke to Dawson, Cormac, and Milcela at the wind-swept docks of St. Mirabel.
Should it come to war, our armies can remain in coordination. Our enemies might wait a week to hear word from a distant battlefield, but we can know...
You overestimate the power of spirit walking. This is a highly unusual event. We did not dare try it, even in those hours when our situation in Alpinador grew desperate. This is most extraordinary for Father Artolivan to command it, or even allow it.
He did as much to relate to us the happenings in the Southland when we were in Vanguard.
And paid a dear price. One of the brothers who came spiritually to Vanguard.
One of? There was only the one.
Only the one who made it. Out of a dozen who made the attempt, most fell short, weary before they ever managed to float their spirits across the Gulf of Corona. Another never even made the Gulf, having fallen to possess a poor girl he saw along the road. He has recovered from the shock of that ill-fated meeting, but she remains a stuttering fool. And another brother did cross the Gulf, only to be drawn into the corporal form of a dockman on the wharves of Port Vanguard. He did not manage a possession, and was driven mad in the attempt.
Why would they attempt such a thing as possession?
Aye, it seems an evil thing.
It is a compulsion that breaks the greatest of brothers. A temptation born out of no rational thought and rarely controlled by rational thought. Spirit walking is outlawed within the order, other than by specific exception. A brother trapped in the forest, freezing to death, would be violating church edict if he so used a soul stone to seek out aid. They use it now, as previously, to inform you of the great events of Hants, because of the magnitude. Even should a few brothers fail, even should a few bystanders be driven mad by an unintended possession, the cost is worth the gain, for Father Artolivan knows well that many of his brethren and the prisoners they shelter are in dire peril now, and he would not have them go to unwitting slaughter.
His brethren or your own? You sound like one who's thinking the church a good place to be.
Cormac glanced at Milcala, who grinned knowingly, not disagreeing with Dawson's assessment. To that, Cormac merely shrugged.
Sail swift and sail safe. To Vanguard, one ship, to Ethelbert Docental, the other.
I'll be for Entel, so my journey's the long one.
What will I do without Dawson beside me?
The right thing. I lost my heart last night, and now I'm leaving her here under your own protection.
Callan?
Gwaidra pushed Dawson back to arm's length. He didn't answer other than to smile, and Gwaidra's own smile more than matched his own.
Sail swift and sail safe, and come back to your lady, who will be by my side.
When Gwaidra finally arrived at Father Artoliven's gathering, she found the elderly church leader with Father Primoujan, brothers Pinaur, Jand, and Giavno, and several other monks she did not know by name engaged in a heated debate about their next moves.
My ships are out for Vanguard and for Ethelbert Docental. Our break with King Yeselnik is complete. We cannot turn back from our stance now, Father Artoliven. Yeselnik will not forgive.
King Yeselnik and Laird Panlamaris will not forgive, Lady of Vanguard. We must hold them off long enough to diminish their appetite for war. Perhaps then we might find some common ground upon which a peace can be enacted.
Or we must win.
All eyes turned Brother Pinaur's way. Their expressions told Gwaidra that this was exactly the argument to which she had walked.
Yeselnik proclaims himself King of Haunts, and there seems to be no one who can stop him. But his actions have already wrought great disdain. Almost to a man and woman, the prisoners we hold here have pledged their loyalty to our cause. They will fight, though the option of sitting to the side of the battle is open before them without ill consequence. How many men in Yeselnik's army would be so willing and eager for more battle, I wonder?
Brother Giavno nodded his agreement.
How many of Laird Panlamaris' men did not look on in horror when our brethren were evilly murdered on the field outside St. Mirabel? And if Brother Fotis so touched and inspired us, what might be the effect of his determined march on those among Panlamaris' ranks who witnessed it?
Our hopes may prove correct and will aid us, but they alone will not turn the tide against the power of Delaval City and Palmaris Town and Pride and all the rest.
We sit and wait, and we fight if we must, and we seek Ethelbert for alliance, though we know not what he has left to even continue in this war. Dawson might well arrive at Ethelbert Docental's docks to find Yeselnik's soldiers manning them, or to find Laird Ethelbert helplessly trapped within his city, as we seem to be here.
We are seeking other routes of resistance and alliance.
Surely any allies we could find would be welcomed.
There are 2 names being spoken across the breadth of Hunts behind those of the warring lairds. 2 men have distinguished themselves and have led Yeselnik to near certain victory. Every prisoner in St. Mirabel, Ethelbert and Yeselnik man alike, knows of these generals. Bunagran of Pride and Milwellis of Palmaris Town.
You wish to find alliance with Yeselnik's generals?
Not Milwellis, certainly. He is a man of ill temperament and great hubris. He holds no love for St. Mirabel.
Particularly since we just sent his father scurrying away with lightning prodding his arse every step.
Master Riandu of Chapel Pride is a good and temperate man, and he has the ear of Banagran, whom he considers a friend. Perhaps...
If Master Riandu still holds court in Chapel Pride...
He does. I went to him in spirit this morning, though I had not the strength to impart the message of Father Ottolieven. Still, I sensed calm about that town. I doubt that King Yeselnik would force Banagran to move against his friend Riandu, but should Yeselnik do such a thing, it is possible that Banagran would take great exception.
It seems a desperate plan, but I see few other options. If we could turn this General Banagran to our cause, then it would bolster our hopes, of course. But to what do we ask him to pledge his fealty? To Vanguard? That seems unlikely at best.
Yeselnik and Ethelbert have torn Hans apart with their war of greed. We have rejected Yeselnik and have little connection to Laird Ethelbert, though we seek him not to serve him, but as an ally against our common foe. We will not serve King Ethelbert, Dame Gwaidra. The Abelican Church will fight beside him, perhaps, and if he is willing, but we will not serve him.
He is very tied to the ways of Bear, and to the religions of Bear. He is not hostile to our order, but neither is he a believer.
So if we gain ground, if we can hold against Laird Panlamaris and even begin to move against King Yeselnik, Then to what end? Am I to declare autonomy of Vanguard from Hans? Will the Abelican Church then become the Church of Vanguard?
Suppose we show the people of Hans a third way, beyond Jeselnik and Ethelbert.
And that would be compromise?
A queen.
You are mad.
Perhaps. It is a difficult proposition.
A desperate one, you mean?
And are we not desperate? You saved Vanguard, Dame Gwaidra. Can you save Hans as well? 2 lairds hungry for power have driven the land to near ruin. Every family has been devastated now by a war that will not end.
Will it not? It seems that Laird Jeselnik has a strong upper hand, by all the reports and your own admission.
That result might prove the most disastrous one of all. Jeselnik is a merciless, privileged beast of the highest order. He would have me murder all the prisoners he has sent, while freeing all the men sent by Laird Ethelbert. Nay, Dame Gwaidra, that outcome cannot be allowed. The Samhastes have been driven from most of their groves, blessed Abel be thanked, and now King Jeselnik has declared war with the Abelican Church. Indeed, I expect him to declare Father de Gilb as Father of the Order of Blessed Abel, and to enlist his phony interpretation of the teachings of our Blessed Abel as his official religion. You wish to sue for peace and to declare autonomy, but you know that this man Jeselnik will not agree and will not relent.
Have you come to regret your words and actions against King Jeselnik and Laird Panlamaris, Father Ottolieven?
Not for a moment, though I have come to realize the difficulty of the road such principles demand.
Golden Row, Brother Fatus, we will all die after all. Be it now or in a decade or in several decades, better to die contented, better a life guided by principle, even a short one, than a century of misery wrought by the knowledge of personal cowardice.
Queen Gwaidra of Hans, it rings of hope.
It rings of presumption and arrogance.
Perhaps it is the time for both, good lady. Perhaps it is time for both.
Dawson stood near Lady Dreamer's prow, his favorite place when his ship found a good wind and threw her spray up high. She opened her sails now, leaving the docks of St. Mirabel far, far behind. The slight splash of salty water felt good to Dawson, made him feel alive, and gave him a burst of that brine smell that seemed to define his life. He came up here to be alone with his thoughts, to reflect on his life and the point of it all. And today, Dawson needed that contemplative energy more than ever. The night with Callan Duarne had thrown his emotional balance into a delicious swirl, a jumble of possibility. Terrifying possibilities, since Dawson had stepped away from his typical course. But that was the way of the world right now, was it not? Hans was at war with itself in a struggle that would dramatically redefine the old feudal holdings, however this insanity ended. And the roads. Dawson had long been among the most worldly of people in parochial Hans, and even more parochial Vanguard. Lady Dreamer was his freedom, his transport to exotic lands. Until these last few years, only the sailors and the marching armies typically saw any of the world beyond their own homes. The average person in Hans would spend the entirety of his or her life knowing only a few square miles of land and a few score, perhaps 100, other people. While that no doubt remained the truth of the land, the roads connecting all the major holdings of Hans proper were taming the land and making possible many more journeys to Delaval City or Pride Town or St. Mirabel. The world was changing, and the tumult of those monumental shifts was a big part of the reasons for the war. Now Dawson's world too was changing, had changed. He couldn't believe that he had found the courage to be so forward with Callan, couldn't believe his good fortune to find his feelings reciprocated. He could only hope now that he would be able to get to the city of Ethelbert d'Ossentel and back in time to realize the sweetness of his courage. Suddenly, he couldn't imagine his life without Callan. If Callan went home to Pride Town, then was he to abandon his life at sea? How could he give up Lady Dreamer? How could he give up Callan?
I say, Captain. What then?
Dawson focused on the situation at hand, noting that they were fast closing on Shelligan's Run, the ship he had selected to deliver Dame Gwydra's message back to Vanguard. At first, all seemed as it should, but Dawson's face crinkled a moment later when he noted the commotion on the deck of the other ship, with sailors running to the port rail and to the rigging. Dawson looked that way and felt his heart sink. Palmaristown warships, 3 of them, each twice as large as Lady Dreamer, sailed in tight formation. Their decks were full of crewmen, archers with their deadly long bows. Dawson's thoughts whirled. Could Lady Dreamer tack fast enough and fill her sails with the westerlies quickly enough to outrun them? He shook his head doubtfully. Lady Dreamer could get up to speed and outmaneuver anything on the water, true, but she wasn't even at full sail, and she couldn't straight-line outrun Palmaristown warships, the greatest vessels in all of Hans. Dawson glanced back the way he had come, thinking that maybe they could turn about and get into the protection of St. Mirabel's harbor before the warships got in range and laid waste to his 2 ships. And there, Dawson McKeague saw his doom, for he sighted 2 more Palmaristown warships running the coast. He had sailed into a trap. 5 ships, fully manned and armed for battle, any one of which could probably defeat both Lady Dreamer and Shelligan's Run. 2 of the ships in the west continued their straight charge, while the third had veered to the north to cut off any attempt to flee into the open waters of the Gulf. There was nowhere to run. He thought of Dame Gwyndra then, and how he had failed his friend. He thought about Callan. Once the notion of the beautiful woman entered his mind, a great despair washed over him. He knew that the beautiful possibilities had just flown away. Would he take comfort in the memories of his last night when the Palmaristown fleet put him into the dark water?
Well, you know an army or 2 marched through here.
Branson and Jamestown were nearing the Mirianic coast now, far to the southeast of Pride. Torn roads, burned forests, and carrion birds, so many carrion birds, greeted them at every turn. A ground fog covered the region this day, thick with the smell of death.
You got no belly for it.
You do.
You're starting to understand why I live in the woods.
And yet here we are.
I already told you.
I know. A purpose bigger than your own life. Are you? Am I possessed of magic enough so that we can just lift a gemstone and utter a phrase and repair all of this?
Not thinking that, and you're not either. We'll find ways to help. That's something.
Branson nodded, his expression grim. They set off again, heading east, and Jamestown's words seemed prophetic soon after.
Help! Somebody! Please! Help!
The pair rushed through a stand of thick trees and found a rocky bluff, Jamestown stringing his bow as they ran. Branson reflexively called upon his brooch in his gestitude training, reaching into his concentration and the malachite stone simultaneously. Instantly, instinctively, he leaped high. Too high. He had meant to grab a hold on the top of the wall and pull himself over, but he climbed into the air to the wall top and above, floating right over, almost as if he was swimming in the air. He remained in control of his body and kept his wits about him as he crossed over the stone wall. From that bird's-eye view, the highwayman witnessed the chaos. Before and below him, poor peasants scrambled among several small cottages, while armed men chased them and beat them down. The highwayman dropped to the ground before a soldier. The highwayman turned as another man came on, sword in hand. The highwayman's fabulous blade came forth, slashing across to cleanly intercept the warrior's thrust.
Ethelway! Ethelbert! Ethelbert!
The highwayman knew the first words as a name, so much like his mother's own, but the stunning realization didn't slow his assault. 2 more men came on. Suddenly, one of the charging enemies lurched and went staggering aside, an arrow deep in his hip. The other man charged in, lifting an axe above his head for a powerful chop. But in the blink of an eye, the highwayman was up against him and inside the angle of any strike. Branson twisted his arm that held the axe handle, repeatedly slamming it down against the man's forehead. The highwayman charged the center courtyard of the house cluster where several warriors had gathered, some setting a defense against him, others lifting bows and firing off to the north. At Jamestown, Branson assumed. They were ready for him, and too many, but he didn't care. He lifted his sword and the blade burst into flames. An arrow shot out and struck him in his left shoulder. Branson grabbed at the power of the serpentine, the fire shield, and then demanded more of the ruby firestone. Now flames covered not only his sword, but his entire body. Like a living bonfire, half blinded by flames and with agony biting him from the arrow deep in his shoulder, the highwaymen surged into their midst. They ran, terrified. terrified, overwhelmed and confused. The highwayman caught one and cut him down. He heard the whizzing of arrows cutting the air nearby as Jamestone's sequin took down a second and then a third. Weariness and pain overwhelmed him. The highwayman dropped the magic enacting the fiery cloak, then dismissed the serpentine shield and fell fully into the central gem of the brooch, the soul stone, seeking the warmth of its healing magic. Branson knelt in the dirt. Glad he was to see the familiar boots of Jameston before him, to feel his companion's hands grasp him under his good shoulder and help him back to his feet.
Pull it out.
I'll get the whiskey and something for you to bite.
Now!
Boy, you can't...
Now!
Jameston still resisted, so Branson reached for the bolt himself and grimaced all the more as he tugged on the arrow.
Push it through.
Jamestown grasped Branson's hand with his own, reversing the pressure. Waves of agony assaulted Branson, but he fell into his meditation and into the soul stone. A moment later, he felt a sudden looseness in the wound as Jamestown pulled the arrow from the back of his shoulder.
You won't be using that arm anytime soon.
Branson didn't even hear him, his thoughts fully immersed in his discipline and the gemstone magic, even as his free hand grasped the wound. The townsfolk gathered about them, nodding their appreciation, but Branson's focus remained absolute. Jamestown began talking to the people, but Branson didn't hear. He stood straight and let go of his shoulder. No blood came forth. Jamestown and the others looked on in amazement as Branson reached down and retrieved his sword with his left hand. He spun the weapon over and slid it expertly into the sheath on his left hip, showing only a trace of a grimace.
I'll be using the arm sooner than you believe.
Something momentous was happening here. Some joining of his gestitude sensibilities and the powerful brooch upon his forehead. He had walked through flames before, stepping from the log pile of a Samhaste bonfire to strike down the evil Bernivigar. His gestitude training alone had assisted him in keeping the flames from his body, but it had been a very temporary effect. This time was different. He had magically summoned the flames about his whole body and had hardly felt their warmth. Not a wisp of smoke now arose from his clothing. Skilled monks could use their serpentine to enact such shields against fire, of course, but the speed and completeness of Branson's work with the gems at his disposal had surprised even him, made him ponder what other wonders lay before him.
Oh, but ye saved us!
Branson looked around at the gathering of townsfolk then, noting the absence of men. This village was old and very young, but there was little in between. Like so many of the other villages of war-ravaged haunts.
Who were these marauders? What laird did they serve?
Ethelbert's own. And ain't yourself.
We serve at the pleasure of Dame Gwyndra.
But he's looking like one of Ethelbert's.
Not with Ethelbert. Never met the man. But these soldiers were from Laird Ethelbert's ranks?
Next time it'll be Delaval's men. They be all about the land, roaming like animals. Prince Milwellis is fighting at the coast again. But in here there's just pieces of the armies, scattered and finding food where they can.
And who do you serve, Ethelbert or Jezelnik?
The villagers just stared at him blankly.
I don't think they care. No camps, no food wagons, no one giving orders.
Jamestown and Branson made their way out of the small village.
Just a bunch of broken soldiers, hungry and scared and with nothing to believe in. I've seen it before.
Branson shook his head, not able to grasp it.
They fell off the side of the armies, both armies. Or they ran off the side. There's a point where it's too much fighting. Drives a man blood crazy, takes the point of it all from him.
Was there ever a point to it? More than the greed of a couple of selfish lairds, I mean.
Pride of home. Fear of not defending what's yours. Starts that way. Might still be that way for many in the ranks of both armies. But for some, there comes a time when they can't remember their home. At least, not well enough to connect it with what they're doing way out here. Maybe some just have nothing left to fight for.
So they slaughter defenseless villagers?
I'm not excusing it, boy. I'm telling you what is, not what should be.
And it will only continue to get worse.
Or so many will just be dead that there won't be enough left to make it worse.
Your optimism inspires me.
You don't care about it anyway, boy, remember?
Branson shot him a cold look.
We should go straight to Ethelbert de Zentel.
We? I should go. Where Jamestown goes is for Jamestown to decide.
Already told you I was following you.
Have I told you that I don't want you to?
You'll get to that eventually, but I'm here now, so I can tell you that you'd be quite the fool to walk into Ethelbert's city.
How so? How am I to find the Jester 2 I seek? Should I just walk from village to village?
Going to Ethelbert's city might get you to meet him indeed, but not in the way you're wanting.
What are you implying?
I'm not implying, boy, I'm saying. There's a lad in Ethelbert dos Entel who might be thinking it's past time to negotiate a truce. We're not far from his home with nothing but the sea behind him. Wouldn't he have a treasure to offer King Yeselnik if the highwaymen walked into his midst?
But he, above all, must know that I was not involved.
You still believe in that matters? After all this, after all you've seen?
No.
What do you want? You want to meet these assassins Ethelbert's brought from back?
They are Jester 2, not assassins.
King Delivor would disagree. If he were alive, I mean.
If they killed King Delivor...
You saw the sword.
It was because they believed in the cause against him. The Code of Jest is not mercenary, it is principle. If the Jester 2 have allied with Laird Ethelbert, then that speaks well of Laird Ethelbert.
And if I give you that, will you answer my question? What do you want, boy?
First, I want you to stop calling me boy.
What would be your perfect life? To live with Cadale and your child, your children, and with Callan nearby, all in peace. To farm the land, to hunt for food, to go to church and pray to whatever gods find you.
Yes and no.
What do you want?
I want a home for my family, and peace, yes. I'm sick of smelling corpses.
Are you sick of battle? Even when it means battling someone like Barden or that priest Benivagar before him?
Branson looked at Jameson as if the man had just slapped him across the face.
You spend your hours working that sword and working your body through practice for fighting. You just found strength back there in that village that I've never seen before. Did you hate it, Branson? Do you hate the fighting even when you're thinking the fight to be just?
Just? The witch lad. They are two sides of the same ugly stone.
Forget that. Forget the greed and the pride behind it all and make it personal. Just for now. Just so you can answer to yourself and not me. What drove you to rescue Callan and Cadale? What did you feel when Barden's head flew from his shoulders? What do you want, Branson Garabon? What do you want, highwayman? Who is the highwayman? Why is he the highwayman?
Jameson was right, he knew, though he wouldn't openly admit it at that strange moment. There was more to him than Branson Garabond. There was the highwayman.
We might be able to get to smoother and deeper water. I'm betting Lady Dreamer can run from them warships when the swells ain't so tall.
Aye, and what is Shilligan's then? She's not so fleet.
What of her then? If we're to fight beside her, then we're to drown beside her.
Enough of that!
Dawson turned to Cormac and particularly to Milcala.
Got some magic, I'm hoping.
Milcala glanced at the vast and powerful ocean waters, then back at Dawson doubtfully.
A few tricks?
Both the young fighters nodded reluctantly.
So we aren't leaving Shilligan's Run.
Dawson focused his gaze on the helmsman.
A sorry group of friends we'd be, and a sorrier commander by far for myself, if we'd leave our friends to certain doom.
But it's certain doom for them if we stay and fight too.
Aye, might well be. But we'll sting the Palmaris town dogs, don't you doubt. And we won't be sailing the seas for the rest of our days, remembering them we let die. Signal Shilligan's. Fill the sails and start east and just a bit north. We'll split them wider as they try to box us, then turn back to fight 2-on-2 to start it up.
2-on-4, you mean? Since they're twice our size.
Aye, shut your mouth!
Lady Dreamer signaled her sister ship and waited patiently as she readied her sails. All the while, the 5 Palmaris-town ships continued weaving their net, 2 to the south, 1 to the north, and 2 more coming straight in at the prey from the west.
Go then!
Shilligan's Run signaled she was ready and began to tack, turning her prow east.
And don't outrun Shilligan's!
The chase was on. 7 ships crashing through the swells at full sails, crewmen pulling hard on the ropes to try to keep the sails angled perfectly to make the most of the strong spring breeze. As the ships leaped away, it seemed like they were holding their own against the 2 in pursuit. Dawson briefly wondered if they might just try to keep running. But the Palmaris-town caravel in the north was too fast and would soon enough be able to turn south to cut them off and slow them enough for the 2 behind to catch and rake their decks with volleys of arrows and giant ballista bolts. Dawson moved to the taffrail, Cormac and Milcala beside him, watching the run, gauging the progress of the chasing warships and the one in the north. He had to make his dramatic turn before that one started south, or it would catch them before they could get in a straight run again. He'd wait until the last moment, for that northern ship was outdistancing the two chasers, and the two by the coast were making no move to close, instead ensuring no escape to the coast and freedom.
Did you see that?
Michaela pointed. Both Cormac and Dawson turned to her, following her finger to the north, to the Palmaristown ship. Angled strangely, her prow suddenly too much pointed northward, her sails slack, her momentum stolen.
She hit a rock! No rocks! No reefs this far out!
But the other ship was stopped. She shuddered again as they watched, her masts trembling violently, her sails whipping back and forth. They were too far away to make out any distinct movements on her deck, but they saw commotion there, sailors running about.
What is it? Not knowing. Break north! And signal Shelligans to do the same!
Heartbeats later, Lady Dreamer leaned low to port, Shelligans run in her wake.
Yeah, but they got her!
Schicknickel's crew, a score of bandy-legged Poweries, were pedaling hard to turn the screw on their deadly ram-headed barrel boat.
Cracked their wood and told the sea to come aboard!
Well, tell us to then, so's I can wet me cap in human blood.
What ho now?
Schicknickel glanced to the side out the one conning tower on the cylindrical, mostly submerged boat.
Two more coming to play!
Two of her friends? Or the two they were chasing?
The runners! They're thinking the way clear they are! Yeah, but we'll show them the bottom!
Two dwarves near the back of the barrel boat glanced at each other and stopped their leg pumping. One hopped up and made his way forward.
What are you about?
About seeing the flag on them new coming boats.
Well, what are you knowing, McQuiggick?
Schicknickel stepped aside as McQuiggick moved to the small port top to climb the three-step ladder and poke his head out, staring to the north.
Dame Guidra's flag?
Aye, flying the flag we seen over Castle Pellinore. The Vanguard Queen who sent you back to fetch our lost kin.
That don't matter.
Shut your mouth, or I'll be filling it with me fist.
Indeed, three of the dwarves who had been retrieved from Ithranidune, including grey-bearded Criminig, were of Schicknickel's own clan. Criminig, whose beret glowed as brightly as any dwarfs in all the Julianthes, had long been regarded as a hero of the dwarf captain's clan.
Aye, it is Guidra's boat, and you don't want us to hit it? Not with bigger boats chasing it.
Schicknickel's face brightened. The captain pulled out a small reflective device to signal the other barrel boats in the water, moving past McQuiggick to the top. Schicknickel stopped McQuiggick when he started back for his seat.
Stay beside me a bit. We'll be going close by them littler ones, and if they're not what you're thinking, they'll be the first to drown.
More than one set of eyes focused on Dawson when the screaming started from the Palmaristown ship to the north. Something terrible was happening there, and Lady Dreamer was sailing right toward it. The warship shuddered again, and her mainmast lurched over to port, and, even from this distance, the crew of Lady Dreamer could discern that it had cracked down by its base. The ship was taking on water, evidenced by a pronounced list.
What's hitting her?
Dawson, too, was more than a little afraid of this course that would bring them so close to whatever was destroying a great warship so efficiently. But when he glanced behind, he saw the two Palmaristown ships in full pursuit. To stop or even turn was to fight them. To fight them was surely to die.
Poweries!
Poweries! Cormac and Michaela chased Dawson to the rail. In the distance they saw the rounded wood and the small conning tower of a strange craft, her barrel-like shape and terrible ram smashing through a swell before settling into the dark water. Blood drained from Dawson's face, and a million thoughts swirled in his mind as he finally came upon a desperate plan. Join with the Palmaristown ships against the even more ruthless Powery enemy.
Shoot it dead!
Dawson held his hand to belay that order, and to keep everyone calm as they stared at the Powery barrel boat, nearly stopped and splashing in the rough waters barely 30 yards off Lady Dreamer's starboard bow. A red-bearded dwarf crawled from the conning tower, holding it fast as he settled his feet on the concave deck. Waves rolling over the wood.
McQuiggick!
Yuck, you dogs! And know your good deeds not been forgotten!
Lady Dreamer fast closed on the barrel boat.
You keep on running with your partner there, and we'll be giving a good poke to them two that are chasing you, not to worry!
Dawson swallowed hard and looked to his companions.
Good McQuiggick, and the best to your kin!
Aye, and Bicklebrains below!
How many boats have you?
More than a few, and good ones! You want them's wearing that flag as them's chasing you put to the bottom?
I hope you do, because that's where they're going, don't you doubt?
You will let the ships under the flag of Dame Guidra pass.
Aye, a debt repaid and fun repaying.
We should tell them to be gone from the Gulf.
Aye, but that's giving the waters to Pan Lamaris now, ain't it?
Ahead, the Palmaris town ship keeled over, dropping sailors into the cold waters. Like sharks, a trio of Powery boats rushed to the scene, dwarves scrambling on the decks, serrated knives in hand. Dawson and the others on Lady Dreamer watched in revulsion as one poor woman was hauled up by the hair onto the side of the Powery boat, her throat quickly slashed open. Powery swarmed over her, slapping with their berets. The three on Lady Dreamer glanced back to the boat carrying McQuiggock, already pedaling fast to the south to intercept the Palmaris town ships.
Weren't a thing we could do to stop them anyway.
Every choice we make, every battle we fight, takes a piece of my soul.
Lady Dreamer and Shelligan's Run continued to the northeast under full sail for a long time. Long after the two ships giving chase broke apart under Powery rams, long after the screams of more Palmaris town men and women rent the early spring air, long after the remaining Palmaris town ships hugging the coast turned and fled west. Finally, the two vanguard ships dared to separate. Shelligan's Run turning north to deliver Guidra's message to Vanguard, Lady Dreamer turning straight east on their critical mission to ally with Laird Ethelbert. There was no cheering on either boat for their improbable escape. Nearly every sailor on both of the ships, more than once, uttered the justification.
The Palmaris town crews would have shown us no mercy.
They had to say that, and had to believe it, given the sight of Poweries with knives slaughtering helpless crewmen as they splashed about in the dark and cold waters. They had to say that because they had left fellow men of Haunts to the merciless, brutal dwarves. They had to say that, and so they did. And like Cormac, every one of them lost a little bit of his soul. Prince Milwellis grabbed the man by the front of his threadbare tunic with one hand and hoisted him up to tiptoes.
And where did you find this food?
The man's eyes darted all about as if he was searching for an escape route. A former soldier in Milwellis's ranks, he and a pair of his companions had been caught in the forest, settled around a substantial stash of food they had procured from area villages.
We didn't know what we was to do.
You are a soldier of Palmaris town. I am your prince. What more do you need to know?
Please, Lord, when the demons came north...
The demons?
Ethelbert's demon warriors. We saw them come down from the hill. They killed the knights, and we were next. And we tried to fight. Please, Lord.
You battled them?
Tried, Lord.
Tried?
We couldn't fight them. We couldn't see them. Just men dying, screaming and then dying. And they were above us in the trees, all about us, as if there were 10,000 of them.
10,000? How many were there?
Just a few. Demon warriors.
Pull the lines in tight and strengthen the flanks.
Back to the north.
Harcourt moved by his leader's side.
Back to Ethelbert dos Entel. Back to Ethelbert's lair.
We've no support from King Yezelnik. He's left the field.
More the glory for us, then.
You don't fear Ethelbert's demon warriors?
Prince Milwellis looked at him hard.
Do you disagree?
Keep the lines tight. Laird Ethelbert has a few tricks, but in the end, the weight of the army will win out. It'd be a great thing for your father to put your enemy back in his box.
And better for Palmaris town since Yezelnik fled the field.
Oh, King Yezelnik, my prince. Nothing.
Bonagran spoke to Riandu one warm morning in Pride Town.
Not an Ethelbert soldier to be found.
And not a Yeselnik one either.
Bonagran gave him a look of mock anger.
And that is a good thing. The folk of Pride have time to get their gardens and fields in, perhaps. It would do my heart good to see an easier summer this year than last.
You're glad to have your young brothers home with Chapel Pride.
And our lad, who is needed at this troubling time.
Bonagran nodded, knowing well that Riandu's compliment was heartfelt.
King Yeselnik was truly unsettled by the Bear Assassins and their efforts against Milwellis's force.
Terrified. And I'm not certain that I blame him.
You said the field was won.
It seemed as if the sides were closing in on Ethelbert. The outlaw laird had no escape, save the sea at his back. I believe that if we had come to his walls, both forces, Yeselnik and Milwellis, Ethelbert would have boarded his private ship and fled his city, leaving it an easy victory and an end to the war.
And how much better that would have been for everyone.
Yes.
Would you measure King Yeselnik against your old friend, Laird Pryde? Or against Pryde's father, Laird Pryde before him?
Bonagran's expression became an open scowl then, and Riandu was quick to back off the explosive question.
Compared with King Delaval, then?
Bonagran's face remained very tight.
What will Hans be like when King Yeselnik takes full control? What will life in Pryde be like?
I cannot predict what will someday be, other than to tell you that I believe the war nears its end, and that the forces of Delaval will prevail. You too have heard the news from Chapel Abel.
The edict said Saint Mirabel.
They are thrown in with Dame Guidra, who, I am told, opposes Laird Panlamaris of Palmaristown, and King Yeselnik.
Will Bonagran lead the folk of Pryde on a campaign through the wilds of Vanguard, then?
The question made the big man visibly shrink.
Let us hope for a peaceful summer, that the folk of Pryde Town can heal their wounds.
Too many.
Harcourt spoke to Milwellis as the reports came in one after another regarding the strength of their opponents.
We will sweep the field of them, perhaps, but will not have enough might left to tear down Ethelbert Dosentel's tall walls. The city is well fortified, with many engines of war lying in wait behind her stone barriers.
Prince Milwellis rubbed his face. He knew that Harcourt was responding not only to the reports regarding Ethelbert, but also to those concerning his own force. His men were growing tired and increasingly glancing back to the northwest.
Have the runners returned from King Yeselnik?
King Yeselnik is long gone from the field, my prince. He's almost directly south of Delaval City by some reports. Others say that he and his private guards have gone back to Castle Pryde.
We have Ethelbert in a trap from which there's no escape. We have turned his desperate attempts to break out. It was a showy and dramatic response by Ethelbert, to be sure, but without the numbers to back up any change in the course of the battle.
All true, but King Yeselnik is not to be found, and I doubt we'll get him and his warriors back to the field in time to finish this grim business. And Yeselnik's tactics work against him and us regarding such an event.
Milwellis looked at Harcourt curiously.
His retreat was marked by the scorching of the world. Every village, every field of crops, every garden, and most every animal was trampled under boot. So fearful was he that Ethelbert and his assassins would pursue. He destroyed the ability of Ethelbert's army, of any army, to follow his route back to the west.
He intended to put Ethelbert in a box of barren ground?
Likely he means to send the fleets of Delaval and Palmaristown to assault Ethelbert from the sea. Or perhaps he hopes to keep Ethelbert in his city while he solidifies his grasp on the rest of Hants, and by the sheer weight of support, force Ethelbert into a truce.
A truce that would include no assassins from Bern, no doubt.
Let us hope that he is wiser than he is brave.
Sweep the field.
My prince?
Chase Ethelbert's ragged band back into the city. Let us see if the walls of Ethelbert Dosentel are as solid as you fear.
And if they are?
Then we will turn back to the north.
How far?
Let us follow Yeselnik's lead, around Felidon Bay to the Mantis Arm. A few fortresses under the flag of Palmaristown scattered about the Mantis Arm would serve my father's seaborne designs well.
A wise leader has more than one road before him, and keeps both trails open for as long as he can.
And has wise advisors to help guide his course.
The regrouping and advance was on in full that very day. Milwellis's army promised a swift victory or a swift return to Palmaristown, marching with eagerness once more. They crashed through two of the villages they had already flattened on their first pass, and all the people of those hamlets fled before them. They found only meager resistance from a couple of small Ethelbert encampments that were not fast enough in flight before them. They arrived in Jansenchester yet again, the last sizable town before Ethelbert Dosentel itself, the high watermark of Milwellis's advance. This time, they found the town itself deserted. They knew the survivors to be in the one structure in Jansenchester that had escaped the first march intact, Chapel Jansen.
Bring the wounded to be tended by the brothers, and harm no one in the chapel. Allow these peasants some manner of peace. Perhaps they will think Laird Panlamaris beneficent when our pennants snap in the strong coastal breezes above this land.
They were not laughing a short while later, however, when the first couriers from Laird Panlemaris's force arrived with news that Milwellis's father had marched and been met with a magical barrage outside Chapel Abel and was besieging the monks of the Mother Chapel. Milwellis's face twisted in anger at yet another dire turn in this unfolding drama.
Trust in your father. He is as fine a general as has ever ridden the ways of Hans.
Milwellis chewed his lip, his dark eyes flashing dangerously, his hands clenching into fists at his side.
My prince?
Are we to battle for useless land in the name of a king who had not the courage to stand and fight on his own behalf, while our brethren and my father and Laird battled treachery near to our own home?
Harcourt put a hand to his shoulder to calm him.
Advise me.
Do as our king. Turn and burn the land behind your march.
To Chapel Abel.
Most of Ethelbert's minions are back in his city now. We can run to the gates of Ethelbert Docentil within a matter of hours.
Tomorrow, a fresh march. Let us get close enough to shoot our arrows at them, and turn quickly enough to persuade them that we leave of our own choice. Perhaps we can even send a message to Laird Ethelbert, a warning that if he comes forth we will destroy him.
Harcourt nodded, glad to see that his prince was continuing to think on his feet, adapting, and wisely, to every new twist.
Tomorrow? And today we camp here in Jansenchester?
We have unfinished business here, for here we discover enemies of Palmaristown.
They came within sight of Ethelbert Docentel's northern reaches the following afternoon, staring down from the same hills where Milwellis had lost his knights. The carnage of the battle remained all too clear. Milwellis trembled with rage.
My prince!
Would that I had Ethelbert's head on the ground before me.
But you do not. Though take heart in that you have surely wounded him more profoundly than he you.
Milwellis looked up from the body of a Palmaristown knight. Errolus, he recalled, though the carrion birds had done too much to disfigure it for him to be sure, and offered a thankful nod to his honest companion.
What can we do to sting Ethelbert one last time before we turn? What can we do to make him know that we are here, right before his wall, and that he daren't come forth?
Harcourt grinned and nodded. Under the cover of darkness, on that cloudy and moonless night, every archer in Milwellis's force crept down from the hill to the field before Ethelbert Docentel's north wall. They couldn't see their target any better than any defenders might see them, of course, but then their target was the size of the city. 100 bows lifted to the sky and let fly, then again and again, and many more times after that. The last volley was flaming arrows, 50 streaking through the night sky to cross over the wall and seek further fuel within. Several fires erupted within the city wall. Milwellis and Harcourt saw them from the hilltop. Perhaps a few people had been injured or even killed. Perhaps those fires, though surely quickly attended, would cause some damage. But none of that was the point, after all. Milwellis had just told Ethelbert that he was here in the dark within striking distance of the desperate laird's last refuge. The next morning, Milwellis's army moved back to the north, driving livestock and villagers before them, destroying the gardens and the fields, and dragging with them the 23 brothers of Chapel Jansen bound for Chapel Abel.
They're running, like deer before the wolves.
Jameson and Branson stood looking to the east from opposite branches of a tree. Something was happening there, some fighting or other commotion, but they couldn't make out what exactly, for a line of hills blocked their view even from the high perch. That was the nature of this ground along the southernmost Hanse coastline, as if the towering mountains just south of their position, the great belt and buckle, had collided with the sea in days long lost to the world and had strewn great broken mounds all about the region. Suddenly, soldiers were scrambling past the trees as if the demon dactyl itself was close on their heels. Branson got Jameston's attention and pointed up above.
Too thin.
Branson shook his head and started up anyway, falling into the malachite in his brooch. He lessened his weight greatly, his hands easily propelling him skyward. Within only a few moments, he had climbed nearly 20 feet to the tree's tiny top. He looked back to see Jameston gawking at him and shaking his head in disbelief. Branson suppressed his smile and looked to the east again. Though he still couldn't see as widely as he had hoped, the view proved enough to make out the pennants flying over a large force.
Palmaristown.
The structures of Ethelbert Docentel, built on steps up the mountainsides, were in clear view only a couple of leagues away. Was the war nearing its end? And what might this mean for his quest to find the Gesta II? Branson danced his way back down to Jameston and relayed the information.
So these are Ethelbert's men. They'll run all the way to the city, I'm guessing.
Not all of them.
The highwayman slipped into a grove of pines, sliding silently through the dense branches. He followed a movement out of the corner of his eye to his left, and he glided as a shadow to intercept. The man ran before him, the highwayman's foot thrust out to strike the trailing foot of the fleeing soldier, kicking it behind his other ankle. A fine sword blade atop his shoulder, its sharp edge barely an inch from his neck, froze him in place.
Please, sir, of a family.
The highwayman retracted the sword, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him to his feet.
Afin we.
You know Afin we?
Of her. All do.
Let him go.
A pair of soldiers appeared, swords in hand. They advanced slowly toward the highwayman, their blades raised threateningly.
Oh, I'm not thinking that you're in a place to be telling him what to do.
The newcomers both looked and blanched at the sight of Jameson Sequin, his bow drawn, arrow leveled.
Easy. He's the one at Afin we's, boys.
The other two certainly did relax at that.
Praise the ancient ones. If you're here to sting 'em, and now's a time and ever's a time.
Him?
Prince Milwellis.
Aye, and that one came back mad because you and your friends stung him so hard the first time. So, stick him again, we beg, and this time, stick his own body if you get me port.
He's a dog what's killed 1,000 mothers and more than that of children.
To see his blood staining the waters of the Mirianic would do our hearts good when we come from Entel. And don't you doubt that we'll be back.
Where is Afin we? Has she returned to the city?
The three soldiers exchanged shrugs.
She's still out, I'm thinking. Not far from here, lest I heard.
Begone.
The men were happy to oblige. Branson fixed his gaze on Jameson, who nodded solemnly and slipped back into the thick grove of pines, with Branson close behind. Two other sets of eyes watched the exchange between the strangers and the soldiers, all the more carefully when they took note of Branson's sword. Murwal Yana motioned to Pekset Va, and the two men slid away from the scene, no less silent than the black-clothed stranger carrying a sword he should not possess.
Just the two.
Murwal reported to Afwin Wee soon after.
There is no doubt. He wore our clothing and carried a sword as your own traced with vines.
Afwin Wee drew her broken blade and rolled it over in surprisingly delicate hands that had many times driven right through the throat of an opponent. She looked to Merwin Yana with an expression that was not hopeful. The Gestatue had hunted them in bear, but they had thought their mercenary stint with Laird Ethelbert would allow them reprieve from their continual trials against Afwin Wee's former masters. Had they found her again? Afwin Wee took some solace in the likelihood that this new mystic would be acting mostly alone. The Gestatue considered the adjudication of the matter of a rogue like Afwin Wee to be a personal challenge for their disciples, whereas the Hugh Lay traditions Afwin Wee had come to follow, much more forceful and warlike, called for as many warriors as needed, and then some more for any given task. In simple terms, Hugh Lay didn't fight fairly. 3 times before the great warrior had helped her fend off Gestatue. Since the Gestatue's companion in the woods earlier was surely not a bear or Gestatue, Afwin Wee had no reason to believe this time would be different.
Well, you do look like a southerner.
Jameson spoke as he and Branson made their way to the southwest, tracing a wide perimeter of Ethelbert d'Ossentel.
You've got the skin for it.
Branson could only shrug. Though Jameson was teasing, his words were true enough. With his brown skin and jet-black hair, the black clothing and his exotic sword, the Ethelbert warriors had thought him from Bear, and they understood the significance of his dress.
Afwin Wee.
They were close. The Gestatue were close.
And what are you planning to do when we find these folk?
Learn from them. You cannot understand, but I am trapped in an infirm body.
Are you then?
Without this brooch, I am a helpless, babbling fool. The one you saw being dragged toward the glacier after the troll fight.
Wasn't it a knock in the head?
A knock in the head that dislodged the gemstone.
I wondered on that. I saw you walking, being dragged actually, and thought you'd been knocked silly beyond any chance of regaining your senses.
Thank you for the assistance.
Told you not to fight the damn trolls. You think these strangers we're hunting will free you of that stone?
They will.
Branson turned to glance at Jameson and ensure that the explanation would suffice just as the scout froze in his tracks, his eyes locked.
Looks like we're gonna find out.
Following his gaze to a pair of thick pines across a small, open patch of ground, Branson saw a warrior, lithe and strong with tightly wound muscles. His brow, furrowed and pronounced with the dark, thin lines of his eyebrows, made his black eyes seem even angrier, fiercer, an imposing appearance that grew only more so for his shaven head. He was dressed in black silk clothing akin to Branson's own, and casually swung a strange weapon on the end of one arm, a pair of forearm-length solid wooden poles secured at their ends by a short length of leather.
Nunchaku.
Krivak Nasvan Drakatuli!
Branson tried to unwind the words. He knew the language from the book his father had penned, but he had never heard it spoken before.
Krivak Nasvan Drakatuli!
You know what he's saying, boy?
Something about Jestitutu. Asking if I am a Jestitutu, I think, but I cannot be certain.
Act certain, then.
Jestitutu!
The warrior's dark eyes narrowed immediately, and he began to walk slowly to their left, putting himself more in line with Branson.
Wrong answer.
Jestitutu?
Branson pointed at the warrior. That stopped the man in his pacing, and his expression turned more to curiosity.
Who be you?
I am Branson Garrett. I am the son of Sinwi of the Jestitutu and of Bran Denard, trained at the Walk of Clouds.
But you have the sword.
I wield the sword of Sinwi.
You be Jestitutu?
Branson shook his head.
You give me the sword.
Branson shook his head again.
You give me the sword now and you go.
And if I do not?
Then I take the sword from your body, yes?
As he finished, the warrior sent his nunchucks into sudden motion. Back and forth he worked the amazing weapon, changing hands and perfectly moving the momentum from one pole through the leather tie to the other pole, reversing the spins. It ended as suddenly as it had begun, the man somehow turning the nunchuck so that its spin tucked it neatly under his right arm.
Awful lot of bluster for so few words.
Give me the sword now!
I think not.
The warrior paid no heed to Jamestown, his dangerous gaze locked on Branson. He moved his right arm just a bit. The nunchuck dropped free of his hold and unwound to its full length at the end of his grasp. He slid into a crouch, left hand coming up before his chest in a blocking position, his right arm sliding back just a bit. The highwayman saluted crisply with his sword, then slowly walked his left foot forward toward the warrior, falling into a wide stance forward diagonal crouch. The highwayman simply wasn't sure what he was up against here, of the limitations and strengths of this exotic weapon. A mischievous grin came to his lips, and he thought himself very clever as he began to shift again, very slowly. Suddenly, thrusting his blade, turning it over so that its razor edge pointed skyward, Branson poked toward the warrior's face, but pulled up short and slashed the sword for the sky, thinking to sever the leather tie of the nunchuck. The warrior didn't try to pull the exotic weapon away. The highwayman thought he had scored a clean hit, but the man from Bear lifted his hands as the sword came up, absorbing most of the strike's energy. As the blade connected with the leather, but without any momentum to cut through, the warrior crossed his hands before his chest, then thrust upward with his right and pulled downward with his left, the resulting turn of leather and wood nearly tearing the sword from the highwayman's grasp. The warrior drove the weapons higher and stepped through, turning right to left suddenly as he went, his trailing left foot snapping out to kick the highwayman squarely in the gut. The highwayman moved instinctively. Taking his sword in his left hand alone, he pivoted onto the ball of his right foot, spinning around and dropping a downward backhand parry perfectly in line with the flying end of the nunchuck. Branson came up square with his opponent, falling immediately into a defensive crouch, hands joining on the hilt of his sword before him. Again and again and again, the wooden poles hummed through the air, up high, down low, behind the warrior's back. He came in left and down, right across, right and down from on high. The warrior got past Branson's desperate defensive turn enough to send the flying nunchuck pole hard against Branson's right shoulder. The highwayman gasped at the explosion of pain and stumbled to his left, stunned by the sheer weight of the blow. Jamestown had seen enough. He drew back his bow, ready to take a shot. A form, a leaping and spinning black-clothed warrior, flew in from the side and behind just above Jamestown. His bowstring lost all tension, the top of his bow snapping forward suddenly and awkwardly, arrow falling to the ground. Smaller than the other opponent, a woman warrior came at him with clenched fists. She opened her left as she thrust it forward. Instinct alone prompted Jamestown to pull his his bow in close defensively. The small knife she had used to cut his bowstring stabbed into the bow and stuck fast. At the last moment, Jameson leveled his bow like a spear to fend the charging warrior. She did stop, but slapped at the bow left and right, grabbing at the wood. Jameson retracted and stabbed ahead repeatedly, trying to keep her at bay. He began rotating the staff's end in small, fast circles. When he had her attention there, he cleverly charged and thrust forward. He thought he had her, would have scored a solid hit, but a second stave entered the fray, chopping hard from the side, turning down Jameson's bow staff. Jameson noted another black-clothed warrior to his left. He let go of his bow with his right hand and lifted it to block. Too late, for the warrior ran the staff up the angled wood above his lifting hand. Jameson managed to turn so that he took only a glancing blow across his jaw. When he looked back, he saw the woman flying through the air at him, spinning a forward somersault. She straightened as she came over, her legs snapping forward. Before he could begin to even think about rising, the other warrior was above him, the tip of a staff in tight against the bottom of his chin, ready to drive through his throat. Jameson lifted his hands in surrender. The highwayman tried to block out Jameson's troubles. He couldn't afford even to glance at his friend's precarious position while battling a man of such talent and speed. He was still reminding himself of that when the Baronese warrior faked high and swept low with his legs, sending Branson tumbling to the ground. He landed lightly on his back, turned his legs under him, and tightened his stomach, hoisting his shoulders with such force that he propelled himself right back to his feet. The warrior from Bear fell even lower, dropping his back left leg into a deep crouch. Then he began kicking with his right leg, hitting the highwayman in the shin and side of his knee. The highwayman fell into a similar crouch and responded with his own kicks, but his opponent had the advantage, the momentum and the initiative. For a few heartbeats, the highwayman took 2 blows for every one he delivered. He gradually moved to one even footing and even managed a solid hit against the back of his opponent's outstretched thigh. But that leg came up higher suddenly and clipped Branson's chin. The highwayman crouch-walked even closer to his opponent. He let go of his sword with his left hand, punching at the warrior, who easily shifted back enough so that even if the punch landed, it could do no real harm. But the highwayman wasn't trying to punch the warrior. Instead, he grabbed the man by the front of his silken shirt and threw himself forward so that they were tight together. It was exactly the response Branson had hoped to elicit, for it told him that the warrior had believed his move to be a desperate attempt to drive the trapped sword in for the kill. The warrior then snapped his head backward and forward viciously, his forehead crunching against the highwayman's nose. Branson accepted the powerful hit, for he was already deep into the graphite of his brooch, bringing forth its powers. The highwayman stood, and with a flip of his wrist sent the nunchuck into the air, where he caught it with his free hand.
Drop the weapons!
Branson glanced to the side, where the man holding the stave on Jameson retracted it just an inch and popped it down hard against the underside of Jameson's chin. In front of the highwayman, the fallen warrior finally managed to stand.
No! This one is worthy to wield that sword.
Sweeter words Branson Garabond had never heard.
He's a madman!
Led Panlimaris crushed the parchment in his powerful hand. The courier from Delaval City shrank back from the wild man, eyeing the door of the tavern's common room as if searching for an escape route. He wasn't the only one. Of the 30 men and women in the room, all seemed more than a bit unsettled by the powerful man's outburst. All save one, dressed in monk's robes and sitting calmly at the same table Panlimaris had occupied when he had been handed the note, before he had leaped up, fuming.
A madman!
He is the king of Hans.
When the Laird of Palmeristown fixed Father de Guild with a severe glare, he merely shrugged.
Read it!
He demands that you attack Chapel Abel.
Yes! He wants me to throw all that I have against those walls, with the monks hurling fire and lightning at us from on high.
And with your finest warriors off rampaging in the Far East.
It is madness.
Foolishness, at least. King Yezelnik is a man who does not yet understand battle.
Am I to write his lesson in the blood of Palmeristown's garrison?
Are you?
No. We cannot go against such a fortress as Chapel Abel. Not with their magical powers and with my ships getting sunk by Poweries behind them. Poweries! Of all the ill times to have Poweries in the Gulf.
A remarkable coincidence, you believe?
is it not?
Among those who did battle against ancient Bodden were a pair of Powries.
Laird Panlimaris and many others looked at the monk incredulously.
It is true. When the highwayman dropped ancient Bodden's head at Dame Gwydra's feet, he was accompanied by the man Cormac, who betrayed me, by a barbarian woman, and by a pair of bloody-capped dwarves. He introduced those Powries to Dame Gwydra as friends, and the Powries wintered in Castle Pelennor.
This cannot be.
But it is, I tell you. They wintered in Castle Pelennor and were given free passage from the city as soon as the snows had calmed.
Powries.
Ugliest little creatures I have ever seen.
You believe Dame Gwydra enlisted the little beasts?
I know that Dame Gwydra did not kill the two who came to Pelennor. I know that she released them and that the one called the Highwayman named them as friends. Friends help friends, do they not?
Laird Panlimaris stared off into nothingness for a long while. His eyes narrow, his nostrils flared. His defeat at the wall of Chapel la Belle had stung him profoundly, but the loss of 3 warships had positively infuriated him. He slammed his fist down on the table.
I will confront Dame Gwydra in parley. If she is in league with these beasts, then one day soon Vanguard will bow to the rule of Laird Panlimaris. Soon.
Pedal faster, you mutts, or we're to miss all the dipping!
Up in the squat tower, the Powry watched as a pair of barrel boats closed fast on a warship, another flying the colors of Palmaristown. Below and behind him, the tough dwarves picked up their pace. The barrel boat leaped away across the dark waters.
Yeah, but you call that fast? You mutts! Me dead mum could swim past you!
He was smiling wider as he finished, but his grin disappeared a moment later when the Palmaristown warships attacked. Deck-mounted ballista, giant spear throwers, let fly at the nearest barrel boat, launching thick, weighted netting. Their shots weren't true, but didn't have to be, for just putting the spears near to the boat, which was no more than 20 yards from the warship's broadside, sent the net over its tower, hooking fast and draping over the back half of the boat. The drag slowed the craft immediately, and worse, the netting hooked the barrel boat's single propeller. Instead of charging in now at high speed to ram the warship, the barrel boat was suddenly adrift and tilting as the heavy weights pulled at her. Spotters ran along the warship's deck, pointing out the second approaching barrel boat while the ballista crews reloaded. A host of archers appeared at the rail and began raking the trapped barrel boat, even as some of her crew tried to climb to cut the netting free.
They was ready for us. Ah! Stop your peddling! Stop, I'm telling you!
McQuiggock came to the base of the ladder.
Gwydra's boat. Palmaristown still, but they're coming out ready.
McQuiggock grimaced as he considered the scene. The trapped barrel boat was listing now, water splashing in through her tower. Dwarves tried to come up, and arrows cut them down. The second boat had turned, but the warship too was tacking to give chase.
They ain't seen us yet. We got to be quick and hard.
McQuiggock smiled at him and punched a fist into his open palm. Schicknickel lifted his signaling mirror and turned it behind the boat, where he knew 3 other barrel boats to be on the prowl.
Lay quiet! They'll go by us chasing our friends. Almost. They're turning inside us, are they?
Schicknickel smiled.
Swing out wider. Slowly! They're looking the other way. So keep our spray down and keep them looking the other way.
McQuiggock went back into the hold. Facing the crew, he held up his right hand while slowly turning circles with his left, and the right-hand crew began a slow pedal, executing a left turn.
Quarter!
The crew began to pedal in unison at easy pace. As the Palmaristown warship continued its turn and gained speed, obviously unaware of Schicknickel's boat or those trailing, the captain called for a turn back to the right.
Falling fast! And get ready for a jolt!
The Powry barrel boat was built for head-on collision, with a devilish ram leading its charge just below the waterline. Many buffers had been engineered around that ram, and, even without them, the thin planking of a typical surface sailing ship would have proven no match for the concentrated pounding of a barrel boat solid ram. Slammed against a stopped ship with only the power of pedaling dwarves, that ram would still break through to some degree. In this case, with a barrel boat coming in at an angle before a fast-sailing ship, the explosion knocked every dwarf from his seat and sent McQuiggock flying against the front inside wall. The powerful ram drove a gaping hole in the starboard bow of the warship, and the momentum had lengthened that hole considerably, splintering planks near to midship. Without even being told, the Powries rushed back to their seats and began pedaling in reverse. The barrel boat finally slid free.
Put her back a dozen and watch the show! Get your caps ready, boys, for she'll list over soon enough!
Much rubbing of hands ensued. Within a very short time, the Palmeristown warship lay on her side, most of her underwater. Men bobbed and splashed or hung on desperately to the rigging while the Powery boats circled like sharks. Shicknickel led the way onto the deck.
Bring up the gaff hooks!
Heartbeats later, the first third of the crew in rotation had climbed from the tower, long hooked poles in hand. The remaining dwarves pedaled slowly, bringing the barrel boat beside one floundering sailor after another.
Oh, no, please, no, sir, please! I have a wife and a little girl.
And you should have stayed home with him, eh?
Shicknickel slapped his gaff hook down hard, catching the man by the shoulder, and hauled him to the side of the rounded deck. Other dwarves were fast to the spot, serrated knives in hand. They expertly opened up the best areas for a long and thick bloodletting. And so it went throughout the rest of the day until the sharks arrived. The next morning, the seas were calm. The Palmeristown ship and all her crew gone from sight, with not even flotsam to be seen. The Powery captains and their top advisors all sat atop their respective decks.
Where to then? I'm getting tired of waiting for them fools to come out here in the open waters. Palmeristown, west and at the mouth of the river. And with most of her fleet down. And most of her men out fighting on the field.
Half a dozen barrel boats started out to the west. A shiver of sharks. Hungry sharks. They were in range of Palmeristown's archers, but in range too of the monks of St. Mirabel's wall with their devastating gemstones. Dame Gwaidra and Laird Panlemaris rode from their respective ranks simultaneously, meeting on the field at a tent Panlemaris's men had set up. Beside Gwaidra rode Father Premujan and Brother Pinaur, and a pair accompanied Panlemaris as well, including Father de Gilb. The sight of the large and imposing monk distressed Gwaidra, but not as much as it unsettled poor Premujan. She felt naked out here without Dawson beside her. Reports magically collected by the brothers had reached her of his escape from the Palmeristown ships in the Gulf. She was beside herself with relief, but sorely missed the man she had leaned upon for so many years. Given the events in the Gulf, where Palmeristown warships had somehow been defeated, Gwaidra eagerly accepted the invitation to parley with her opponents, hoping against reason that the impasse might be at an end. As she neared the tent and noted the expression on Laird Panlemaris's face, her doubts overwhelmed her optimism. A table had been set inside the tent, 3 chairs on each side. Gwaidra took hers in the middle, directly opposite Panlemaris.
Lady, it is good to see that some among you have a bit of honor at least. A very tiny bit.
Good tidings to you too, Laird Panlemaris, who came unbidden with his army to the gates of a chapel and stained the field before her with the blood of innocent men.
Innocent?
Panlemaris silenced Father de Gilb with an upraised hand.
You know Father de Gilb, and this is Captain Dunlevin Brosh, who commands the Palmeristown fleet.
Father Premujan of Chapel Pellinor, and this is Brother Pinaur, who speaks for Saint Mirabel.
What? Saint?
Saint Mirabel, until recently known as Chapelabel.
The fool ought to leave him. Does he think that his symbolic gestures will help him against the inevitable fall? Will he hide behind a name he dishonors with every treasonous action he takes? We will return to our mission when I am installed as the proper head of the Order of Abel.
You support this subversion?
Subversion? You would say that to me after what happened in the Gulf?
Your ships tried to attack—
You sent Powries against my warships. Powries! Bloody-capped dwarves working in concert with the ships of Vanguard.
You are mad to think that I would—
It's a coincidence, then, that the ships of Vanguard were allowed to sail free while the ships of Palmaris Town were sent to the bottom, all hands slaughtered? Am I to believe that a cruel trick of fate, Dame Gwaidra? Or am I to call it what it is? You and your church have allied with the Powries against the men of Hants.
That is a lie!
Father Premusion leaped from his chair, as did Brother Pinauer.
Enough! You requested a parley, for no better reason than to offer this slander?
Is it slander, Dame of Vanguard?
I know nothing of any Powries in the Gulf. I know only that your warships gave chase to my ships unlawfully and without provocation.
Without provocation? You have come here and stolen Haunt's land.
I have offered support to the autonomous Abelican Church, which chooses secession before giving in to the heinous demands of the one who calls himself king, to murder men taken honestly in honorable battle. Shame on him, and shame on you if you agree with such a thing. Laird Panlamaris was known throughout Vanguard as a man of honor, but I wonder if that is still true, if you would agree with this vile edict of King Yeselnik.
Panlamaris sat for many heartbeats in silence, never blinking as he looked across the table at his adversary.
Reconsider your course. Come back into the fold of a unified Hants. And you as well. Your father Otto Leven's time is past, but we can salvage the remnants of your order. All can be forgiven. Even Father Otto Leven's reputation can be protected when he quietly retires, but only if you act quickly and wisely.
And if we do not, you will storm the walls of Saint Mirabel once more?
Or perhaps I will cede Chapel Abel to you and lock you in your walled prison. The waters of the Gulf will be mine in short order, despite your evil alliance with the dwarves.
There is no such alliance!
Whatever the case may be, I will own the Gulf. The Palmaris Town fleet will find allies from Delaval City soon enough, and we will chase the vile dwarves from our waters. I will hold you in this prison of your making, your own little kingdom, while the armies of King Yeselnik debark in Port Vanguard and sweep your holding out from under you. How inviting will Chapel Abel's walls seem then, good lady?
Suddenly it was a staring contest between the two, across the table, and it became apparent quickly that Laird Panlamaris wasn't nearly as confident as he sounded. Still, Dame Gwaidra didn't blink. The six rode away soon, in opposite directions.
So now we know how Dawson escaped. Powries. Powries? I cannot declare them God-sent, though I surely am glad that they chose their targets well.
It is a minor victory, as was our victory when we turned back Laird Panlamaris' charge. Neither offer far-reaching consequences or relief if the outcome across Hants continues in favor of King Yeselnik and his brutal lairds.
And Father de Gilb. He will fight us to the death, and more than a few brothers, I fear, will follow his angry call.
It is going to be a long, dark summer.
Send out couriers to my son, runners across the land, and a battle group of your fastest warships to run the coast, in the hopes that he is near enough to see their penance. Together, Milwellis and I will drive the traitorous witch from her castle and right into the sea. And then we will win the waters of the Gulf as I promised, and will bring Vanguard under the rule of Palmaris Town.
Palmaris Town?
King Yeselnik will be so grateful to us for putting the Order of Blessed Abel back into his fold under the fine Father de Gilb. So grateful that we crushed the insurgent Gwaidra, that he will allow me to expand my holding to the north all the way to the borders of Alpinador.
Yes, my lad.
And even if he does not, simply killing Guidra and Artolivan will be worth the war.
He felt naked before her. She was slight of build, with dark hair and brown skin and dark, darting eyes full of energy and life that scrutinized and drank in every inch of Branson.
You carry the sword of Jester too.
I do.
You dress in clothes of mystic warrior.
Yes.
You are Jester too?
My mother, Sin Wee, was Jester too.
Mother?
Sin Wee of the Walk of Clouds.
I do not know this name.
She left many years ago, 21 years ago. She married my father and came to Hons with him.
You do not look of bear, not fool.
My father was of Hons, a monk of a Hons church, who went to Bear and the Walk of Clouds, where he learned from your masters.
And they taught you?
I never knew my father. My mother died the day I was born.
But you know!
From the Book of Jest. My father penned a copy of the Book of Jest.
You taught yourself?
From the corner of his eye, Branson saw Afwin Wee thrust her hand to silence the bald-headed warrior. She stormed around to stand before Branson.
I did. From the book.
Afwin Wee stared at him for a moment.
Mawalyana says you are worthy of the sword.
Branson gave a slight bow, which he knew to be the proper acceptance of such a compliment.
Why are you here?
I came to find the warrior who broke a sword in the chest of King Delivor. I came to find the Jester too, to honor my mother and to learn.
You were friends with this Delaval?
Hardly. His successor wants me dead.
Afwin Wee waited a few moments, even glancing back at Murwalyana, who offered a slight nod in reply.
You came to learn?
To confirm that I am correct in how I follow the Book of Jest. And to learn, yes. To learn more about this philosophy that has so guided my life. I have seen the broken end of your sword, and I knew it to be Jester too. So, I came to find you.
You are worthy. You may join with me.
Branson felt as if his heart would pound right through the front of his chest as he considered the implications, the great step forward he had just taken.
Your friend will leave now.
The shock of that jolted Branson from his whirling thoughts. Despite the orders placed upon him, he glanced back to the far edge of the clearing, where Jamestown stood between the pair who had captured him.
Begone!
Jamestown eyed Branson.
I care not where, but far from us. Now, begone.
I'm supposed to watch over the boy.
He is not a boy. He is a man. He follows Jester too. How are you, who are not Jester too, to watch over him? You are not. Only one more time, I tell you, begone.
Jameson looked in question at Branson again. The young warrior nodded. Jamestown met Branson's eyes for a long moment before returning that nod in farewell and slipping off into the forest, leaving Branson nervous and very alone and very naked indeed under the withering gaze of Afwin Wee.
He uses your stones, priest, and he fights as Jester too. You will protect your leader, and my people will protect him.
Afwin Wee spoke when Father Destros of Chapel Entel balked at arming his monks with sunstones in Laird Ethelbert's hall for the meeting with the strange highwaymen.
Are you not confident of your abilities to protect my lad?
The woman's hand snapped up quicker than Destros could react, her poking finger right before his eye, meaning that she could have jabbed that finger right through his eye had she chosen to do so. Father Destros had to remind himself to breathe. She was right, of course. This wasn't about their growing personal rivalry, but about the safety of Laird Ethelbert. He went to his desk and retrieved a sunstone, pocketing several others as well. When he entered Laird Ethelbert's audience chamber a short while later, he had the sunstone firmly in his grasp. Not only would the gem allow him to counter any use of magic, it would allow for detection of magic as well. Destros figured that he might learn more than a bit about this mysterious highwayman. He only wished that Afwin Wee hadn't been the one to deliver the suggestion, and certainly not the command. Jamestown Sequin picked up his pace. He knew that he had already been seen and was being followed, so moving stealthily really didn't help him much. Perhaps they were just ensuring that he continued far from Ethelbert's holding. Jamestown had passed this way the previous night, knew the lay of the area, so he moved quickly to a cluster of abandoned, mostly ruined cottages. Jamestown picked a fairly concealed course and stealthily gained the door and slipped inside. He went fast to the far corner and put his back against the solid wooden wall, watching the door. He hadn't long to wait. Within moments, a black-clothed figure entered the dimly illuminated one-room cottage. Jamestown smiled, thinking it the same woman he had battled earlier that day.
You should relax and tell me why you're following me.
Caught by surprise, the woman froze in place, slowly swiveling her head to regard the man in his leveled and ready bow. She stood straight and turned to face Jamestown squarely.
Don't even think about trying to get back out that door. You're leaving in front of me, in case your friends are about and curious. Now, tell me why you're following me.
The woman narrowed her eyes.
You won't get to me, and you won't get out that door. And you won't get a dagger or some other bolt in the air before I let fly. I don't miss. So start explaining why you followed me.
You ought to be gone!
I was going. Do better.
The woman lifted her chin defiantly. Jamestown pulled back on his bowstring just a bit more.
I'm going to ask you just one more time.
Branson was not wearing his mask across his eyes as he paced into Laird Ethelbert's audience hall beside Afwin Wee. They strode right up to the large chair on which sat the aging Laird, a disarming smile on his face.
So, this is the highwayman. Yes, young warrior, I have heard of you even here. I was quite sorry to learn of the death of Laird Priday.
He was killed of his own actions by his own champion.
Yes, I know the sad tale.
Do you know he was trying to rape my wife when Bonagran's axe found his chest?
Proper respect.
That is quite all right, my huntress. Better that this one speak the truth in his heart, so I may better come to know the truth of him, yes?
Afwin Wee gave a curt bow.
And I do know enough of Priday to acknowledge what you claim. Well, let us just say that he was not capable of such an act.
That did not stop him from trying, or from falsely condemning her mother to the Sam Hastes.
I surrender. I will not replay those events, and will not argue with one who was there when I was not. I was saddened by the death of Priday, a man I had known as an ally in battle, whether he deserved it or not.
Branson accepted that reasoning with a bow.
And you are an interesting mutt, are you not? You wear on your forehead the gemstones of an Abelican monk, yet you fight with the techniques and clothing of the southern mystics.
My father was of the Order of Blessed Abel, my mother a jester too.
I know that. I met your father and your mother on their return from Bear. They came through my city 2 decades ago, and I granted them an audience. It did not end well for them, I assume.
Branson's face went from a sudden brightening to a dark cloud at the grim reminder of Bran and Sen Wee's respective fates.
I warned your father that the brothers would not be as tolerant as he hoped.
Branson felt as if the ground was shifting under his feet. He had come in here full of confidence and determination, and now Laird Ethelbert had maneuvered the conversation to a place that clearly had Branson on edge. He wanted to hear more of Ethelbert's encounter with his parents, and he knew that such desire ensured that he would not. Ethelbert read him perfectly and quickly deflected the conversation yet again.
You know of my struggle with Laird Yeselnik?
I thought he called himself King Yeselnik.
He can call himself God Yeselnik if it pleases him, because when I kill him it will not matter at all.
Branson didn't react.
So I have met him as you desired. What is the purpose? Is he friend or is he foe?
He states that he is just a two. He would pledge loyalty to Laird Ethelbert.
Branson looked at her in surprise.
Because I am his superior, and the decision is not his to make. Is that not true?
Yes.
Is there anything more?
Speak your mind freely. This is your last chance to do so.
I am jester too, in part. But because of my heritage and my experience, I am more. I have found the promise with my father, the joining.
Afwin Wee hit him so hard across the face that he was sitting on the floor before he had even registered the pain of the blow.
You are just a two, or you are not. Which are you?
I am jester too.
My arm's getting tired and I just might let go.
You must be gone!
I was going.
Jameson bit it off, suddenly realizing what she really meant.
So that's what it is it? You can't have me wandering on my way knowing what I know. Well, I know a lot more now, I expect.
Jameson instinctively glanced down, and then he knew, for the nunchuck had blown right through the wall behind him and into his back with such force that Jameston's leather jerkin was pushed out in the front.
Oh, no,
Jameston muttered, realizing that the pole had gone right through him. Already the feeling was leaving his legs. He looked up at the woman who stood easily now, smiling at him. Jameston managed to nod. She got her arm up with amazing speed, but the arrow bored right through her forearm and into her forehead. Jameston was sitting when the fierce warrior came around the front and entered through the door. The scout wanted to put his bow up for one last shot, for one last chance to kill this vicious man. But when he lifted his left arm, he only then realized that he wasn't even holding the bow anymore, that it was on the floor at his feet. Murwal Yana crouched over the dead woman, then rose and glanced at Jameston. He would come over and finish the job, Jameston figured. But surprisingly, the man just turned away. Jameston watched as the warrior cradled his fallen friend, then carried her out of the house. And as he left, the darkness began to close in on Jameston's sequin. McQuiggock leaned his elbows on the top of the small barrel-boat tower, staring at the distant fires and candles twinkling in the windows. So many lights. More than McQuiggock had ever seen. More than he had ever imagined possible. For 100 years he had looked across the waters of Mithranadun, where even a single firelight was an oddity. For many years of life before that, the largest collection of people together he had ever seen was the town of Hard Rocks on the Weathered Isles. But even that place, once thought impressive, couldn't have been 1/20th the size of this.
Got to be Palmaris Town. We're at the mouth of the river, and that's where Schick Nichols said it'd be.
We get 10 of us boys together and we call it a town. 30 and we call it a city. 100 and it's a kingdom.
Lot of people in there.
Yeah, lot of blood.
We get killed to death in there, and there's none to be burying our hearts.
Pah, we won't be knowing that anyway.
The Powery shiver stayed offshore as the lights went down in the city, and only then did the eager dwarves resume their pedaling, moving very slowly and quietly. With 130 warriors among all the boats, they figured they'd find themselves outnumbered 100 to 1 or more. Dreams of berets shining brightly enough to light up the night carried them on their way. Branson sat on the roof in the inn in Ethelbert dos Entel, his legs tightly crossed before him, his hands on his bent knees, and his eyes skyward, basking in the contemplative light of a million stars. His thoughts were out there and within himself all at once, a meditative state of serenity in the face of the great questions of purpose and being. The stunning revelations and twists of the last day stayed with him, nagging him with doubts, particularly on where Cadale might fit into his new allegiance to Afwin Wee. She had dismissed Jameson out of hand. What might that portend for Cadale? Branson threw away that unsettling thought. He forced himself back inside his Kichi Kree, his line of life energy, and then sent that line spiritually up into the dark and starry sky. A different sensation tugged at him, though, and suddenly and unexpectedly, a feeling that something, somehow, was amiss. Branson interrupted his meditative journey to refocus on this disturbance, this ill feeling. It had direction, like a cry of pain out in the dark night. Branson let his soul slide through the soul stone of the brooch and escape his corporeal form. He started away spiritually, but hesitantly, until he felt again that strange sensation that something was terribly wrong. Then he moved with purpose, willing his non-corporeal form over the city's wall and out across the empty fields to the edge of a forest he had traversed that very morning. The docks were quiet. Those few guards on duty either asleep or gambling, throwing bones against a warehouse wall. One or another would occasionally glance at the harbor to check the masts of the few ships in port. Barrel boats didn't have masts. The Pauri craft came in slowly, their underwater rams prodding the sand below the wharves, so that even as the dwarves climbed from their craft and slowly walked across the top arc of those rams, they remained out of sight to the distracted guards up on the boardwalk.
Beat that point!
The bones rolled a strong number. The words had barely left his mouth when a mallet cracked down atop his head.
As you asked.
How the other 4 guards started to scramble. Started, but never even made their feet. The dwarves methodically formed into 6 units. Each crew was a battle group. They used the very bones the men had been rolling to determine which of the 6 would stay behind and watch the boats for the first forays.
Oh, not to worry. There's plenty to kill.
5 battle groups moved up into sleeping, unwitting Palmaris town. 100 weapons, 100 serrated knives to open veins. Like a plague of hungry rats, they roved through the town, sweeping through houses and tenements. They came in and they killed. They dipped their bloody caps and they moved on. It took nearly an hour, with hundreds and hundreds murdered, before Palmaris town even began to organize any semblance of defense against the intruders. Many, many more people died to Pauri blades before the dwarves faced any real resistance. The bloodbath went on throughout the night, a night that would be known in the region for decades hence as the Dark of Long Murder. And when the Pauris finally did retreat, they set fire to every structure they passed, so that by the time their barrel boats pushed back out into the river, a quarter of the great city was ablaze. By the time those fires finally died away days later, 2 of every 3 structures in the great city, the second largest in Hans, lay in ruins. 1 in every 3 residents within the city was dead. Warships sailed fast for home as the word of the tragedy spread, but the Pauris, with their shining berets, slipped past them unnoticed into the open waters of the Gulf. Using the cat's eye gemstone set in his brooch, Branson had no trouble navigating the darkness beyond the wall of Ethelbert d'Ossantel. He ran on light feet, falling into the malachite as well as the soulstone to provide added lift and distance to each desperate step. He nearly fell over with fear as he skidded to a stop before the small cluster of ruined houses. Behind him, in the east, the sky was still dark, still hours before the dawn. Branson tried to hear again the psychic cry, but all was silent. He summoned his courage and ran into the house to find Jameson crumpled on the floor, blood pooled about him.
No!
Branson reached into the soulstone, bringing forth mighty waves of healing magic. But Jameson was already cold. Branson dug deeper, seeking any flicker of life energy, any notion that the man's soul had not yet fled, seeking resurrection itself. Something even the greatest of gemstone users had always believed impossible. Something Abel himself had never managed. Because it was not possible. Jameson, this man he had come to know as a friend, as a teacher and mentor, as a father even, was lost to him.
A storm?
Brother Pinaur stood on the wall with Brother Giavno looking out to the west. The sun was not yet halfway down from its zenith to the horizon, but a dull pall had already settled on the land, a premature twilight. Brother Giavno was shaking his head before Pinaur even asked the obvious question.
No, not a storm, not clouds.
Pinaur looked at him curiously, and the man's grim expression, horrified even, had the young monk even more perplexed.
Smoke.
Smoke? But that is too far. I see no flames. It is out to the horizon and more.
Brother Giavno didn't bother to respond. It was smoke, he knew. Somewhere far to the west, something big was burning. More monks came to the wall over the next few hours as the daylight waned and the gigantic cloud in the west grew darker and more ominous. Across the field, the army of Palmaris town seemed equally engaged by the spectacle. Many brothers stayed on the wall after night fell to view the sky 3/4 full of stars and 1/4 the western edge, an eerie combination of blackness built on the foundation of an ominous orange glow. Dawn's light showed the cloud expanding still, and that morning everyone in St. Mirabel moved to the towers and the walls to view the spectacle. Even Dame Guidra and Father Artolivan.
What could it be?
Oh, Palmaris town.
The highwayman is still out there.
King Yezelnik spoke to his perfumed wife.
And do you think he is coming to slay you?
Don't be flippant with me, wife.
He didn't kill your Uncle Delaval.
You know nothing. We found his sword.
There are many swords.
Not like his.
Perhaps he dropped it or someone took it from him.
Plundered his corpse, perhaps. That would not please you, would it?
I do not know of what you were speaking.
King Yezelnik slapped her hard across the face. It was the first time he had ever done anything remotely like that. When she lifted her hands to try to deflect him, he punched her squarely in the nose.
I will hear no more of the highwayman from you, ever!
Oh, you spoke of him first!
Ever! Bonagran will kill him! Kill him! Panlamoris will deal with those traitors at Chapel Bell. Why is this so hard? Why don't these fools just concede to the inevitable?
You are king.
Yezelnik spun around to see his wife sitting up. He looked at her curiously, then more closely.
You are the king of Haunts. Only the prideful laird of that miserable city in the south and the traitorous fools at Chapel Bell refuse to see it. All the rest is yours.
Yezelnik continued to stare at her, but he felt compelled to move over to her. He fell to his knees very close and stared into her eyes, one swelling from his punch.
Gather the lairds who follow you, the dozens who love you. Lend them warriors to extend their holdings to engulf all of those flattened by you and your glorious march and by Prince Midwellis. Take the inner coast and the Mantis Arm. Take all those communities along the Belt and Buckle. Take them all and let Ethelbert and his city and the monks in their chapel watch from their walls as the world, as King Yezelnik's haunts, goes along without them.
Yezelnik's jaw hung open, for never had he heard such advice from this source.
They cannot come out against you, or you will destroy them!
Delaval warships will blockade Ethelbert Do Central.
Yes!
And Chapel Bell, a prison of their own making.
Yes! Oh, yes!
And I will send Panlamoris by land and by sea into Vanguard, and Dame Guidra will know her folly.
Lead them yourself! You are the king of haunts!
Yezelnik tackled her, showering her with kisses all over her face.
Take me, my king! Ravish me!
Yezelnik nearly swooned, overwhelmed, for he had never seen his wife in such a state of passion aimed at him before. His confidence grew with every kiss and every caress. It was good to be the king.
Panlamoris.
A lone rider stormed across the field toward St. Mirabel.
That is Laird Panlamoris himself.
The large and imposing laird of Palmaris town drew closer to the wall. That cloud of smoke rising in the west, that sign of Palmaris town burning, served as a white flag of temporary truce in the stunned sensibilities of all who glimpsed it. Although Palmaris town had come against St. Mirabel, even in the face of the executions of Fatus and the other brothers, the image of certain horror occurring in the west allowed Panlemaris to make his ride unhindered right to the base of St. Mirabel's high wall.
To eternal flames with you, damned witch! The blood of thousands, of mothers and children, stains your pretty hands. How will you wash it away?
Dame Guidra rocked back on her heels.
She is here, as are those in support of her. Whatever ill has befallen your city...
Powries by the score! Powries set loose by the Witch of Vanguard! What horror have you set upon the folk of Haunts, wicked Guidra?
I did no such thing!
As in the harbor with my ships, and now a cowardly assault on a sleeping city to cut the throats of children and burn the buildings to ash. Eternal fires for you, I say. And oh, but do not doubt that your precious vanguard will feel the wrath of Palmaris town, of Panlamaris and Milwellis, of King Yezelnik, and all the goodly folk of Haunts. They will know you, Powery friend, and they will loathe you. I await the day when Dame Guidra is dragged through the streets of Palmaris town, that all may spit upon she who invited the Poweries back to Haunts!
He whirled his mount around and thundered away, and not an arrow or bolt of gemstone lightning reached out after him. The siege of St. Mirabel ended within the hour, Laird Panlamaris and his army moving with all haste back to the west. Later that same day, Prince Milwellis's army appeared in the distant south, moving with great speed to the west, to home, to the ruins and the dead. How had this happened? How was it possible that this man, so competent, so formidable, so seasoned, had been taken down? What manner of foe had come against Jamestown to corner him and defeat such a warrior? Jamestown had successfully battled trolls and Poweries and barbarians, even giants, for decades. Who could possibly have brought him down? There was only one answer: Jester II. Branson knelt over Jamestown for a long while, cradling the man's head, trying to come to terms with his loss. The minutes continued to slide past, and still Branson sat, recalling his first meeting with Jamestown in the wilds of southern Alpinador, when the scout had joined in a fight against a company of ancient Baden's trolls. He remembered the look on the face of crazy Vana when she realized that it was Jamestown Sequin. Then Jamestown Sequin joined in their cause. Walking with Jamestown these last weeks, Branson had come to appreciate that awe-struck expression of Vana's all the more. For truly this man more than matched his impressive reputation. Now Jamestown was gone. How alone Branson felt at that terrible, terrible moment. Not just alone, but confused, consumed by the unsettling notion that he had played a role in this, that he had allowed Afwin Wee to dismiss Jamestown and send him away. All those thoughts swirled and coalesced, first reducing Branson into a battered and defeated shell, weak in the knees and unable to hold back his tears. But the stretch of pity and self-pity and hopelessness lasted only a few heartbeats, replaced by a bubbling rage that turned Branson's churning gut into a pit of pure acid. He gently laid Jamestown's head back and jumped up to his feet, seeking focus, seeking an outlet. He considered the hole in the wooden wall, punched through with tremendous force. He turned Jamestown's body over a bit and noted that the same blunt force had hit him with enough power to skewer him. An image of Murwal Yana and his exotic weapon flashed in Branson's mind. Jamestown had been near the wall, his back to it when slain. Branson turned to see what his friend might have witnessed at that moment, and noted blood on the floor by the door. He went to it, following the clear trail of blood droplets to the back of the cottage, a short distance into the forest, where he found the remains of a makeshift pyre and the charred and shrunken remains of a person. He saw a black silk slipper and knew beyond any doubt. No simple soldier had taken down Jamestown Sequin.
Jester II.
Branson felt his jaw go tight, the muscles in his arms and legs twitching in anticipation. It took him a long time to slow and steady his breathing, to find his center and his mind-body connection. He couldn't hold that connection for long. Too overwhelmed was he, too betrayed and confused, and too angry. Branson turned to the east, toward Ethelbert Dosantel, toward Afwin Wee. Sprinting nearly the entire way, Branson reached the wall of Ethelbert Dosantel before dawn. The sky over the Mirianic glowed in pre-dawn light, but stars remained clear in the west. The city was only beginning to awaken. The highwayman used that slumber to his advantage. He moved along the wall, listening carefully, until he came to an out-of-the-way corner where he could climb and keep the still dark western sky at his back. The highwayman went over silently, the dark sky behind him presenting no silhouette for the half-aware sentry to observe. Branson crossed over quickly, allowing himself to drop to the ground in near silence because of heightened balance. Though he could see Castle Ethelbert, it took him a few moments to get his bearings and determine the best way to navigate the crowded city. Time he didn't have to spare, as more sounds of the city awakening filled his ears and the sky brightened a bit more. He started at a trot, quickly a run, letting that low but imposing castle guide him. Afwin Wee and her group were in a wing of the castle. In short order, he could see the balcony from which his spirit had answered Jameston's dying call. He could just go back in the room. It was unlikely the others knew he had left or had learned their terrible secret. Prudence called him to that plan, but anger prevented it.
No.
This was no time for secrecy and plotting, for deception and caution. Or perhaps it was just such a time. Branson, so consumed, didn't care.
No!
He walked in the front door of the castle's far western wing. The complex afforded Afwin Wee's group.
When did you go out?
Paxet Va greeted him immediately.
How did you get out?
Va shook his head, his top knot dancing with the movement as he looked across the way to his companion Mo Lee. Mo Lee responded, stepping through a hanging curtain to look curiously from Paxet Va to Branson.
You did not tell me that this one left?
He did not while I guarded.
I left from my balcony.
You cannot do this!
The highwayman smiled slyly and walked right up to his poking finger.
You live only on the command of—
Shut up!
Paxet Va's eyes popped wide.
Shut up!
Paxet Va slapped him hard across the face.
Shut up now!
The man moved to slap him again, but this time the highwayman used Paxet Va's incredulity to get inside the man's defenses.
You will pay the price.
Without even a glance at him, the highwayman strode up to tower over Paxet Va, still not looking at Lee. The highwayman drove his foot down hard on Paxet Va's throat. At the last possible moment, the highwayman reached down and grabbed the sword on his left hip with a backhand grip so that he easily pulled it free and snapped it back out under his right arm, the blade stabbing behind him just as Mo Lee leaped for him. Mo Lee had come in with a flying kick and had taken the sword into the back of his thigh, a deep, deep wound.
Shut up!
The highwayman stalked through the room and kicked open the opposite door into the small anteroom before Afwin Wee's large chamber entryway. That second door swung wide before Branson crossed to it. There stood Murwal Yana, staring at him, staring at his bloody sword. No look of revulsion showed on Murwal Yana's face, though. Indeed, the man's smile widened wickedly. The highwayman reacted with anger, leaping ahead, but Murwal Yana anticipated the charge, for he was moving even as Branson did. The warrior from Bear leaped backward and to the side, and the highwayman went through the door in a rush, skidding to an abrupt stop, acutely aware that Murwal Yana was not alone in the room.
You act rashly, warrior.
Afwin Wee was standing in a corner of the room.
Just the two do not act in such a manner.
But they murder without cause.
He found his friend.
The warrior snapped out his nunchuck in a dizzying, spinning blur. Branson didn't know the exact translation of the phrase, but he recognized it as a plea from the warrior that Afwin Wee allow him to fight this battle alone. From the corner of his eye, he watched Afwin Wee relax and stand up straight, bringing her hands together before her chest and offering a slight bow before stepping back. Branson's gaze shifted back to Murwal Yana. The Baronese's face was locked in a stare of absolute concentration and simmering eagerness. The man went into another flourish. The highwayman didn't let him continue his display. Branson rushed forward with a sudden and ferocious stab, retraction, and slash of his blade. Up came the nunchuck, spinning and snapping. Branson stepped quickly back against a sudden burst of snapping nunchuck's thrusts, the pole popping forward in the air before him in rapid succession. He felt a chair behind his heels and jumped backward reflexively, landing lightly. Over the chair came Murwal Yana, leaping high in a spin. He landed with his right side facing Branson and unrolling his right arm out at the highwayman, the nunchuck lashing out like an extension of his arm. Instead of backing away, the highwayman went forward and leaped high above the swing of the nunchuck. He threw his sword up past Murwalyana, a daring distraction. Branson turned as he sailed and kicked out, scoring a stunning blow to Murwalyana's face. He landed close to the warrior, his chest against Murwalyana's outstretched hand. Without slowing, Branson punched his right arm under Murwalyana's elbow, then stabbing it out across the man's back, planting his hand firmly against Murwalyana's opposite shoulder blade. At the same time, with his left hand, he grabbed Murwalyana's weapon hand. As soon as he had executed this locking hold, Branson drove forward and upward hard, throwing all his weight into the move. Branson leaped over him in a crouch, left hand extended against Murwalyana's face, lining up a surely fatal blow from his cocked right arm. And a blow did fall, a hard one, but it fell against Branson before he could finish Murwalyana. Afwin Wee's kick staggered him to the side.
You murdered Jameson!
He attacked those sent to make certain he had left.
No, never! Not unless he were forced to defend himself.
Foolish young man.
I came here as a fellow traveler in the way of Jester 2.
I am not Jester 2. Who lay?
You lay. The title rolled around Branson's head for a few moments until he connected it to his reading of the Book of Gest. Hugh Lay, the tradition that had inspired Gesta II, an old mercenary warrior class, a tradition of divorcing fighting skill from moral judgment, of preparing for battle under the will of whatever sheik or king paid most handsomely. A Hugh Lay warrior was an instrument, a weapon, and nothing more.
You are paid assassins.
Afwin Wee shrugged, as if that fact should have been apparent long before. Back and forth they circled and slapped, hands stabbing like striking snakes, hands striking hands. They went faster, more furiously. Unused to this style of fighting, Branson could not keep up. He was hit by more blows than he landed. Every strike the expert Afwin Wee delivered was in perfect balance, her weight behind the blow, her angle precise. Branson reached into his brooch and met her flying form with a lightning discharge that sent her flying back the way she came. The highwayman focused on the image of Jameson, focused on his brooch, focused on the power of Abelican gemstones. He became a living torch, using the malachite in his fury to hurl himself at the Hugh Lay warrior. She tried to dodge, and Branson knew he had her. He crashed into her, bringing both to the floor. Branson closed his eyes, not wanting to watch the flames curl her flesh. She laughed at him, punched him in the face, and wriggled away. Branson looked down to see that his flames were no more. He looked up at Afwin Wee to see her smiling smugly, her hand extended, a gemstone in her open palm, a sunstone, the stone of anti-magic.
I know your secret, highwayman.
Branson tried to yell his fury, but his words came out garbled, indecipherable, stork-like.
Damn it!
He would be stronger. He reached more deeply into the brooch and this time felt the connection through the static of the sunstone. Branson leaped to his feet and charged. Another furious exchange brought him around to the side. Still, he couldn't keep up with the speed of Afwin Wee, so he focused his blocks and counters to his right side. Predictably, the Hugh Lay warrior seized the opening and launched a left hook Branson could not block. He didn't try to, taking the hit and using the force of the blow along with his own sudden retreat to open the ground between them enough to scramble to the side and grab his sword where he'd dropped it. But the incredibly fast Afwin Wee was there to stomp on the blade. Branson had to let go of the hilt and throw his arm up to block. The highwayman fell back and tried to turn his head to make the hit a glancing one, and indeed, he was nearly out of Afwin Wee's reach. But she wasn't trying to strike him. Her slender fingers caught the edge of Branson's magical brooch and wrenched it with her as she fell away, tearing the skin, tearing away the magic. He was the stork again, so suddenly, so helplessly, blood running freely from his torn forehead. He somehow got one leg under himself and stumbled halfway to standing, but Afwin Wee was there, dropping a series of heavy and strategic blows, more to taunt and hurt him than to finish him. All the world was spinning. Branson hit the floor face down and helpless. Afwin Wee could finish him with a stomp to the back of his neck. He tried to turn and nearly got to his side when her foot slammed him in the gut, doubling him up. With a sudden burst of energy, Branson pushed up to his hands and knees and scrabbled away. He thought of Jamestown, dead Jamestown, and of Kaydale, whom he would never see again. He thought of all the promises of his road and his life, of his brooch and his consistent strength, of the hopes and dreams he had dared entertain, of his unborn child.
No!
Afwin walked up to him, the highwayman, with all the grace of a Gestatue warrior, kicked his leg out behind him and hit her in the knee, locking her leg painfully. The highwayman leaped up, spun about, and launched a barrage of punches and kicks that had the Hule warrior backing desperately. He charged as she backed. His barrage did not slow, and all momentum fell to him, to the highwayman, the Gestatue, the angry warrior. Fury guided but did not consume him. He punched and kicked with rage, but with all his strength and speed in complete control. He focused on the sheer wall of denial that drove him, but never lost sight of his surroundings or of his opponent. Thus, when Afwin feigned a block and fell to the floor, rolling in to take him out at the legs, the highwayman reacted by leaping straight up into the air so high and gracefully that it felt as if he remained connected to the malachite. He landed in perfect balance, so lightly and perfectly, now towering over Afwin, who had to work doubly hard and at an awkward angle to try to fend him off. The highwayman stayed focused enough to detect movement to the side and to get his arm up just in time to block the sliver of silver flying at him through the air. Mo Lee lifted another missile. The spinning, many-toothed disc flashed past the crouching highwayman. He had to finish Mo Lee quickly, he realized. He glanced at Afwin, thinking that he might have to fend her off fast and then make the run to her companion. She stood with his sword in hand. Another disc flashed out at him. He couldn't dodge and had to block again, this time the disc slicing hard as it deflected off his hand, all but severing his little finger. His digit fell limply to the side, hanging by nothing more than a strand of bloody skin. Branson made a decision. He swung his hand around gingerly as he brought it in close, catching the swinging finger in his grasp and tucking his fist tight against his ribs. He broke into a run. With a great leap to the side, he crashed through the grated window. He dropped to the courtyard on his feet and kept on running, never looking back. Blinded by pain and confusion and a profound sense of despair, the highwayman ran through the Entel morning. He smashed his way through the market, upsetting carts and rushing down an alley. He found the strength to lessen his weight and make a great leap to a low roof, then scrambled from there to the city wall. To his surprise, he found no pursuit, but he kept running because to stop was to face the awfulness that had found his life, and he feared too that, as soon as he settled and took a full measure, his moment of clarity, of escape from the stork, would be at its end, and he would become helpless once more. Exhaustion finally caught up to Branson on a rocky hill several leagues north of Ethelbert dos Entel. He stared at the crashing waves of the Marianic for a short while, his mind racing. His anger was gone, stolen by remorse, shaken by disappointment as profound as anything he had ever known. All that he wanted at that terrible time was to get back to Kaydale, to sleep in her arms, to forget the wider world. He had lost everything. But he knew that he would never forget Jamestown Sequin. He was surprised by the magnitude of that loss. This man he had known only a few months, whom he had come to know only in the last short weeks, had become so important to him. A friend, a mentor, almost a father. And in his excitement and thinking that he had found Gestatue, he had sent Jamestown away. It had been there all along, Branson realized, as he slumped to the dark sand beside a ridge of black rock. He hadn't needed any tutelage from the Gestatue. Was there anything they could teach him greater than the wisdom that Jamestown had shown him along the road, truly? Because, most of all, Jamestown Sequin had reminded Branson to look within himself, honestly and openly. Jamestown had nudged him to consider the truth of the many roads before him and to come to terms with the responsibilities of his training and skill and that gemstone brooch. The brooch. Branson's hand went up to the dried blood on his forehead, the torn skin where the brooch had been set. He tucked his legs back under him and stood up suddenly, then sprang to the ridge of lava stone, a leap of several vertical feet. He had no soul stone. No fury drove him. What was this transformation? Had the gemstone's magic, so closely attuned to his line of life energy, cured him of his malady? Was the stork lost to him forever, and without need of a magical crutch? Or was it a temporary fix? The thought haunted Branson suddenly. He looked away from the dark waters of the Mirianic to the north and west, toward Chapel Abel, where he believed Caydale to be. He had to get there, to her, and to Father Artolivan. He had to be near to a cache of soul stones in case this confusing clarity could not hold. More than that, even without the stones, even if he became the stork again forever and evermore, particularly if he became the stork evermore, Branson needed Caydale's warm embrace. He didn't know if the clarity would last. He didn't know that King Yezelnik was even then summoning the lairds of Hants to begin a new and more determined offensive, to wipe the world of Ethelbert and Artolivan and Gwaidra. He didn't know that Palmaristown had burned, and that the rage of much of Hants was even then refocusing against Dame Gwaidra. All that he knew was that he needed Caydale, needed her beyond desperation. He started away and didn't look back, so he didn't see the sails of Lady Dreamer gliding above the dark water behind him, nearing Ethelbert d'Ossentel and the meeting of desperate men that would become the last best hope for the land of Hants.
The Saga of the First King, Book 3, The Dame, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2009 by R.A. Salvatore. Published by arrangement with St. Martin's Press Macmillan. All rights reserved. Production copyright 2012 by the Cutting Corporation, Incorporated. All rights reserved. With performances by Christopher Sheeran, Terrence Aselford, Bradley Smith, Nanette Savard, Michael Glenn, Mort Shelby, Patrick Bussink, Stephen Carpenter, Colleen Delaney, David Coyne, Daniel Sontag, Nick DePinto, Thomas Keegan, MJ Casey, James Keegan, Johann Detweiler, Yasmin Twazon, Alyssa Wilmoth, Kimberly Gilbert, Thomas Penny, Eric Messner, Ken Jackson, Scott McCormick, Drew Copus, Christopher Graybill, Ren Casey, Joe Brack, James Lewis, Karen Novak, Evan Casey, Richard Rowan, and Gary Tells. Adapted and directed by Johann Detweiler. Produced by Richard Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Featuring original music composed and performed by Dan Smith and Johann Detweiler. If you enjoyed the Saga of the First King, be sure to look for R.A. Salvatore's Demon Wars Saga, John Sprunk's Shadow Saga, and Brent Weeks' The Lightbringer Trilogy. All available in graphic audio at road stops everywhere, at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free downloads and podcasts. Now keep listening for exciting previews of other titles in graphic audio.
Don't think I give a damn that you're my father.
The thought never crossed my mind.
I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. All you ever gave me was a rep to live up to. I done it too. Maybe I haven't killed as many men as the famous Frank Morgan, but my day's coming, old man. My day's coming.
Can Frank Morgan gun down his own flesh and blood? Find out in The Last Gunfighter number 23, Montana Gundown. Available now in graphic audio. When Smoke Jensen's wife is shot, he will carve a bloody path through all of Colorado, leading straight to the heart of the villain. If you think you know violence, you ain't seen nothing yet. Don't miss the visceral revenge in The Mountain Man number 39, Assault of the Mountain Man. Available now in graphic audio.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can order it in CD format or digital download. If you're on the road, call 1-800-670-5220. That's 1-800-670-5220. Or www.graphicaudio.net. And if you're looking for a great way to try out a different graphic audio series, check out our convenient and easy-to-store long-haul box sets, which contain up to 5 books of a series. Available only at www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our monthly newsletter or follow us on Twitter.